Chapter 1 Shiba Skyhawk. Shinigami World. Soul Society. It's sunny. The blue sky is dotted with white clouds, and below are the green grass and fields. Boom. Suddenly there was a thunder on the ground, a slight shock was felt on the ground, and a wisp of black smoke suddenly inserted into the white clouds. A black object was faintly mixed in the black smoke, and it looked a bit like a dummy. No. It doesn't seem like a dummy. Help, life, ah. In the black smoke floating into the sky, a faint cry for help came. The black object that was shot high into the sky along with the black smoke changed from rising to free falling when it reached 150 meters from the ground. Brother Kyan. Sister Konghe. Sister-in-law. Jin Yan, Yin Yan. Uncle Yishan. Little Rock Vulture. Someone come and save me. As the cry for help got closer and closer, the little black man fell faster and faster. At this time, he was already less than 50 meters away from the ground. Directly below him is the house where the Shiba family, the former 5 nobles of Soul Society, now lives. Once it is implemented, I am afraid that not only the roof of Shiba's house will be unsafe, but even the living room will inevitably be stained with blood. At the critical moment, a black figure jumped out from the front door of Shiba's house. I saw her strong skills. Using the outer walls and eaves of the house, she rushed to the roof in a few steps. Her movements were extremely skillful, as if she had practiced countless times. Bakut 37 Hanging Star. After a faint murmur, a large blue net suddenly appeared in midair on the roof. The moment the blue net appeared, it came into close contact with the black man falling from the sky. Fortunately, this net was formed by Kid's spiritual power and was very resilient. Even though it had sunk to an incredible extent, it still did not break. Call. Seeing that his kid successfully caught the fallen person, the person standing on the roof breathed a sigh of relief. This is a woman wearing a black samurai uniform, with a traditional samurai sword at her waist, long brown hair tied behind her head, and a standard oval face, looking very gentle. She stepped forward, lifted the net formed by spiritual power, and took down the person wrapped inside. Shiba Tianying, you are naughty again. When Kaku is not playing with the flower crane cannon, she may want to deal with you again when she comes back. She spoke very softly, and even though the person in front of her had just done something extremely dangerous, there was no hint of anger in her tone. Hey! The little black man who was rescued laughed heartlessly, not caring at all that he was covered in dust left by black powder. He writhed in the woman's arms and found a comfortable position. He continued, Sister-in-law Du, you are the best. You won't tell Sister Konghe, right? If you don't tell me, if I don't tell you, how will Sister Konghe know about the Hawaii cannon? You. The gentle woman known as Sister-in-law Du pretended to be angry, flicked the head of the little black man in her arms with her index finger, and then jumped off the roof with him in her arms. This scene has been played out many times in Shiba's house in recent months. The rescuer is not always Shiba. Shiba Kyan, Shiba Kongke-ku, Shiba Ishin. The names Shiba Tianying called out just now are all people who came out to rescue him. Of course. Different people come to save him and he is treated differently. For example, if the person who comes to save him is his eldest brother Shiba Kyan, then Kyan will give him a lecture. If it were Uncle Shiba Ishin, the two would still happily play together. What Shiba Tianying is most afraid of is his eldest sister Shiba Kaku, because Kaku will beat him to death. After Shivadu rescued Shiba Tianying, he took him back to the house. This room doesn't look big from the outside, covering an area of less than 80 square meters. No one would have thought that in such a small shabby house, the Shiba family, one of the 5 great nobles in Soul Society, lived. No. Strictly speaking, there are only 4 nobles left in Soul Society now. The Shiba family has been excluded from the noble system by the other 4 families. The little black man Tianying led Shiba to the door and pushed open the door. The first thing he saw was not the entrance hall, but a staircase made of long blue-gray bricks that led directly to the underground. The two of them didn't think the structure of the house was strange, so they just ran down holding hands. When going down the stairs, Shiba closed the door to block out the sunlight and prying eyes from the outside world. After all, no matter how declining aristocrat he is, he still has a noble background. And some people don't want the Shiba family to rise again through this. Passing through the nearly 20 meters of blue stone stairs, there is a corridor below. The living area of the Shiba family is the rooms on both sides. In other words, the real Shiba's house is not the house above, but the space underground. The person who has such fantastic ideas and makes the Shiba family so unique is not Kyan, the current head of the Shiba family, but his sister, Skyhawk's eldest sister, Shiba Kongzuru. Shiba led Tianying to the last room in the corridor, and gently pushed the wooden door open from both sides. Tianying dodged and rushed into the room ahead of Shiba, looking at a cradle in the corner of the room with bright eyes. "Little Juju, brother is here to see you, please let me hug you." While speaking, he had already spread his legs and was ready to rush to the cradle. "Just wait for me." Shiba covered his forehead with his left hand and sighed, then stretched out his right hand to grab Tianying's back collar and gently lifted him up. Tianying felt his neck tighten suddenly, and then his whole body was lifted up. His legs were kicking in the air, but he could not get closer to the cradle. Shiba whispered, "If you hug your brother so dirty, are you planning to turn him into a little black man?" "Hey, sister-in-law, I want to let the little Juju feel the strong masculinity from his brother since he was a child." Then Kong he came back and smelled the scent of rock eagle, and immediately guessed that you were playing with her flower crane cannon again. Tianying's dark little face collapsed, thinking of the fear of being dominated by Kong he, and stopped struggling. "I'd better take a shower first. Goodbye, sister-in-law." 10 minutes later. The water in the bathtub had turned dark. Tianying walked to the mirror and carefully checked his whole body. After confirming that there were no traces of gunpowder residue on his body, he started to put on his clothes. The sky eagle in the mirror no longer had the naughty smile he had outside. Although he looked only 10 years old in the mirror, he could already roughly tell his future appearance from the outline of his face. Because he had just taken a shower, his short black hair was messily dotted with drops of water, his smooth and white face had sharp edges, and he had a pair of big black eyes under his thick eyebrows. Only this pair of eyes that should have been innocent at first revealed a maturity that was inconsistent with their age. Even though he looks only 10 years old on the outside, his true soul age is already 25 years old. No one knows. A week ago, on his birthday, he awakened the memory of his past life. No one knows either. He actually didn't belong here originally. He is the Shiba Skyhawk of the Shinigami world. It's also Li Tianying from Earth. Chapter 2 Women's Singles from Shiba Kuzuru. Sister-in-law. Tell me quickly, did that little BD Tianying touch my Hawaii cannon again? Where is he now? I must show him some color this time and teach him a lesson. The lobby of Shiba's house. Although it is called a hall, it is actually the first and largest room located in the underground corridor. At this moment, a woman wearing a red short coat with a blank tattoo on her left arm was standing in front of Shiba. Her expression was a little twisted, and she asked loudly with an angry face. Behind her, 2 strong men with mustaches like iron towers stood on the left and right with their hands behind their backs. Except for the color of their clothes, they looked exactly the same. Faced with the angry questioning of the woman in red, Shiba even held the little rock eagle in his arms and looked at her reproachfully. Kong he, don't be so loud, it will disturb the rock eagle to sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, the little rock eagle in Shiba's arms cried cooperatively, as if he was cooperating with Shiba. Seeing this, Shiba Kong he could only suppress the anger in his heart and sat on the ground angrily with his back to Shiba. She gets annoyed when she sees a kid crying, even if the kid is her biological brother. Although she stopped questioning loudly, she was still talking to herself in a low voice. Every one of them makes people worry-free. Big Brother is like this, and Tianying is like this too. By the way, there is also Yanjiu, who cries every day. If the Shiba family counted on these men, they would probably be gone by now. Shiba Kankaku's chanting voice was not loud, but it was still heard by the other 3 people present in this room that was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The corners of the 2 iron tower-like strong men's mouths twitched slightly, and it looked like they were trying to hold back laughter, but their slightly trembling bodies still betrayed them. They managed to attract Shiba Kyuzuru's attention. Jinyan, Yan, why are you 2 laughing? I asked you to take a good look at this little BD Tianying. It would be better for you to sleep until just now. If my sister-in-law hadn't been at home today, that BD would have torn this house apart. Get out. I'm annoyed when I see you. Go and find Shiba Tianying. I must teach him a lesson today. Jinyan and Yanyan looked at Shiba Du standing behind Shiba Kankaku and Kankaku for help, but did not say a word for a moment. They are all followers of the Shiba family. Although the Shiba family has declined, they have never left. Kyan and Kyokaku both grew up under their tutelage. Kyan joined the Godei 13th Division early and has now become the vice captain of the 13th Division. His main focus is on handling team affairs. Kyokaku stayed to look after his younger brothers and sisters, and took care of the Shiba family with Jin and Jinhiko. Compared to Kyan, Kaku is more like the contemporary head of the Shiba family. But don't know why. As Konghe grew older, his temper became more and more violent. When the head of the family came up with his ideas, it not only gave Kyan a headache, but also made both Jinyan and Yanyan a little afraid. Okay, don't be angry, Konghe. I know you have paid a lot for the Shiba family, and everyone sees it. I asked Jinyan and Yanyan to rest. Anyway, I'm at home today. Shiba looked at Shiba Konghe with a gentle face, and softly comforted him. When Jinyan and Yanyan heard this, they both cast a grateful look at Shiba. Shiba nodded slightly and continued. Jinyan, Yanyan, you go to the small bathroom and see if Tianying has finished taking a bath. If he has finished taking a bath, let him come over. He is indeed a bit shameful. He should be given a good education by Konghe. Yes. Jinyan and Yanyan clasped their fists and slowly exited the hall. About 10 minutes later, there was movement outside the door again, a cheerful nursery rhyme. Shinigami, Shinigami, you can cut a flower with a kitchen knife, and you are not afraid of wind or rain, blah blah blah. Bang! The door was opened again, and the Sky Eagle jumped in after taking a bath. Sister, I heard from Jinyan and Yanyan that you were looking for me. What's the matter? He looked at Konghe sitting on the ground with an innocent face, and did not realize that Konghe's face, with his head lowered, was almost extremely dark. Shiba stood behind Konghe and winked at Tianying crazily. Tianying raised his head and finally saw his sister-in-law's code. His heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling that something would happen. But it's too late. Konghe slowly raised his head, his eyes emitting a breathtaking light, locking firmly on Tianying. Shiba Tianying, are you itchy again? Although her voice was not loud, Tianying had already read from her expression that this was the calm before the storm, and the memory of being beaten instantly emerged in her mind. Sister, I remembered that I suddenly had something urgent to do to find Jinyan and Yanyan. I'll go out first. Tianying did not dare to look at Konghe's eyes, but stared at Konghe's hands firmly, and his legs had already started to slide backwards. Get out? Where do you want to go? If you dare to step out of this room, you will never come back again. Brother Kyan can't even protect you. I said so. Shiba Kyokaku stood up slowly, and the white short skirt that originally hung around her waist moved without any wind. Tianying swallowed subconsciously. This damn temperament, he always behaves like this every time he beats himself up. No, you must escape. He glanced at the door of the room with the corner of his eye and found that there was still some distance and he had to buy himself some time. In one word, drag. Sister, Brother Kyan will probably be unhappy when he hears what you said. Besides, you can't say that in front of your sister-in-law. Where do you want her to put her face? Oh, you still have the nerve to talk about your sister-in-law. Shiba Konghe hesitated slightly on the left side of his face, and slowly walked towards Tianying. Look at the good things you have done. If it weren't for my sister-in-law, you would probably have demolished this house again today. I must give you some color to see. Tianying saw that Konghe was already walking towards him, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. He couldn't tell whether he had just washed his hair without wiping the water or was afraid, but he knew what he had to do. Sister, are you going to teach me how to recognize colors today? I have already learned this. Your clothes are red, your skirt is white, my sister-in-law's death uniform is black, Yanji's quilt is green. Tianying pointed at things and said the same thing. He was almost close to the door. If he took a step back, he would be in heaven. Turn around, sprint, and move in one go. Hey, sister, good thanks you. Kin Yan, Yin Yan. Konghe shouted with a sneer. Arrive. Two honest voices came from outside the door. Then, the door closed. Bang. Skyhawk successfully hit the door, dizzy. What greeted him next was a storm of women's singles. Ouch. Sister, don't slap me in the face. I'm so old, I can't be spanked. It's even worse there. If you break it, you won't be able to find your wife. Ah, sister-in-law, save me. Shut up. Chapter 3 Libra, Bell Pattern. A fat beating. Shiba helped Tianying back to the room. Hey, this kid Konghe is too ignorant to be so harsh. Seeing the skyhawk that had been beaten into a pig's head, Shiba's eyes were full of heartache. While Sky Eagle was being beaten, she left the hall and carried Rock Eagle back to her room. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came back, Tianying would be beaten by Konghe into a human shape, and his whole body would be bloated. Feeling distressed, Shiba helped Tianying take off his clothes, and Shiba took out the ointment for treating trauma from the medicine box beside him. She slowly placed Tianying on the bed and carefully applied the medicine to every wound. Hiss, it hurts. Shiba couldn't bear to hear Skyhawk's call, but she didn't stop her movements and continued to apply medicine to Skyhawk. After painting the front side, she turned Skyhawk over and let Skyhawk lie on the bed. Hey, Sky Eagle, when did you get such a weird tattoo on your back? Just as he was about to apply the medicine, Shiba noticed that there was an extra tattoo on Tianying's back. He asked curiously, who did the tattoo for you? Kyokaku? She is so lazy that she didn't even finish the tattoo for you. Skyhawk didn't respond. Still lying down. A long while. Snoring gradually sounded in the room. Hey, you little thing. Realizing that Tianying had fallen asleep, Shiba smiled bitterly. She did not wake up Tianying, but gently applied the medicine to Tianying while looking at Tianying's tattoo. Is this a scale? This tattoo looks like a steelyard. There is a circle in the tray on the left side of the scale with 3 hands of different lengths, like a clock. However, there are no numbers representing time in this clock, so we are not entirely sure what kind of object it is. The tray to the right of the scale was empty. This makes this scale look like it has not been tattooed, which is a bit weird. After looking at it for a while, Shiba no longer cared about the strange tattoo, but carefully applied the medicine to Tianying. 10 minutes later, after the medicine was applied, the snoring of the skyhawk had become evener, and it looked like he was sleeping soundly. Shiba chuckled and shook his head, gently helped Tianying pull up his clothes, and then found him a blanket to cover him. After doing all this, she sat next to Tianying and looked at Tianying with gentle eyes. But at this moment, there was a trace of fatigue between her brows. Little Skyhawk, don't blame Khe. Kyan and I both have Shinigami responsibilities. Khe is in charge of this household and outside. It's not easy for her either. I really hope you can become sensible soon. If one day Kyan and I are no longer here, what will you do to Kyokaku? The Shiba family will still have to rely on you men to support it. She stroked Sky Eagle's little head very gently and murmured to herself. When no one is paying attention, she will occasionally reveal the weak heart hidden under the strong appearance. Although she is already the third seat of the 13th division, she is only a woman after all. No one except Kyan and Kong-hee knows how much she has paid for this. She understood Kong-hee, just as Kong-hee felt sorry for her. After Shiba helped Tianying tidy up his hair, he walked to Yanjiu's crib and helped Yanjiu wrap the quilt tightly. After doing this, she quietly left the two brothers' room. It's getting dark. Tonight it was her turn to lead the team to prepare for duty, and she had to return to Jinglingting as soon as possible. Before going out, she told the two brothers Jinyan and Yanyan a few words, and then quickly left Shiba's house and rushed to Jinglingting. Shiba didn't even notice that the moment she walked out of the room and closed the door, the sleeping Aquila suddenly opened her eyes. The naughty look in Shiba Konghee's eyes when she was smacking her lips has disappeared, and maturity and wisdom have reappeared in these eyes. Sister-in-law, I know that big brother, you, sister Kong-hee, and Uncle Ishin are all working hard, but the current situation is the best situation for the Shiba family. Tianying sat up on the tatami, crossed his legs and stared at the door and murmured. Although Uncle Ishin has become the captain, compared to other caring people, this weight is still not enough. The Shiba family has been in decline for too long. Even if Uncle Ishin cares about us, he cannot devote too much energy to us. It seems ruthless, but it is also a kind of protection. In order to revive the family, eldest brother Kyan put aside his originally proud talents and focused a lot of energy on handling team affairs of the 13th Division. Although he was only the deputy captain, he had already accepted the job of Jushiro, the captain of the 13th Division. There is nothing wrong with doing this, but it is a bit neglectful. Don't forget that in this world, strength is the foundation. The reason Captain Yamamoto has been able to suppress Soul Society for nearly 2,000 years is not relying on external objects, but his own strength. Sister-in-law, I understand what you are saying, but currently the Shiba family can only maintain this kind of life. Brother Kyan has stepped onto the stage. The Shiba family cannot have another talent like that. Otherwise, some people will not be happy. The murmurs in the room gradually died away. The Sky Eagle's pupils turned from black to light, and slowly turned into silver, with a streak of light flowing in the pair of silver pupils. On his back, the scale tattoo suddenly moved, and two pallets of equal height suddenly tilted to the left. In the circle of the tray, which originally had only 3 hands, a circle of numbers appeared, completely completing the clock. Then, something incredible happened. The red and swollen wounds on Tianying's body gradually disappeared. After a while, Tianying returned to the way he was before he entered the hall and was beaten. The injury completely improved. He stood up and moved his limbs, twisting his neck while walking towards the rock vulture's rocking bed, and pushed the rocking bed where the rock vulture was placed to the corner. Immediately afterwards, he began to exercise. 1, 2, 3, 500. Finished 500 push-ups. He went on to do 500 squats, frog jumps, and other equipment-free exercises. Take a break. He started punching on the spot again. 1, 2. The young fist made a harsh sound in the room. Although it was just a simple straight punch, swing punch and uppercut, Tianying used all his strength in every blow. The same is done with 500 punches each, and then rest for a while. Then the legs. Upward whip kick, down whip kick, front kick, side kick. 499, 500. Call. Workout complete. Tianying sat cross-legged on the ground again. The silver light in his pupils gradually faded and returned to black again, and the scale on his back also changed to its original appearance. The bell pattern, the tattoo on his back, is the special ability he discovered after traveling through time. First, it can control the flow rate of time near the body, speeding up or slowing down the flow rate of time. The range of action is about a radius of 0.5 meters, and the maximum control flow rate is doubled. He had just doubled the speed of his own time, so the exercise that originally took 3 or 4 hours actually lasted only 1 or 2 hours. Zhongwen's second ability is to restore his body to the state it was in at a certain time of the day. Tianying has tried it, and it can be restored to 2 hours ago at most. This ability can only be used once a day, and it is not known whether it can be used on other people. He used this ability to return his body to the state it was in an hour ago and clear away the injuries on his body. No one has entered the room after exercising for such a long time. It goes without saying that Shiba should have told him before he left that Kyokaku and the others should not disturb his rest. Thinking of this, Tianying showed a warm smile on his face. Chapter 4 Past and Present Crisis. Call. After releasing the bell pattern, Sky Eagle rested for a moment, walked to the corner and moved Rock Eagle's small rocking bed back to its original position. He stared at Little Rock Eagle's face for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, a strange smile appeared on his face, and he picked up the little rock vulture. Little Juju, are you a child of the Shiba family? There are 4 in the family, and you are the ugliest. Sky Eagle kept rubbing its index finger on Rock Eagle's little face. The little rock vulture tried hard to open its originally closed eyes. After blinking for a long time, it was still half open, with a trickle of drool at the corner of its mouth. It seemed that he noticed in his dream that his face was being ruined. Even before he regained consciousness, the little rock vulture waved his little hands, trying to catch the culprit of the evil on his face. Haha, I can't catch it. I can't catch it. The Sky Eagle teased the rock vulture and had a great time. My thoughts have drifted away. This kind of family affection from blood has never been seen in my previous life. It's said to be a previous life, but that's not necessarily true. Tianying can't tell now whether he is traveling through time or his destination after death. His life trajectory on Earth was simple. Li Tianying, male. He grew up in an orphanage, went to school, worked at any low-level job. But reality taught him that people are always divided into 3 levels. It is basically impossible for an orphan with no background to get ahead. In order to survive and give back to the orphanage, he reluctantly chose to engage in black boxing. Fortunately, he has good physical fitness and can endure hardships. A few years later, he became famous in the circle. Only later, he was assassinated on the street because he refused a fake match. 25 years old, died. This was his short life on Earth. When he was on Earth, he didn't have many hobbies except training. Watch anime and chase novels. Shinigami was an anime he liked very much, but it was a pity that he didn't see Yujiku regain his strength before he died. This can be considered a pity. No coincidence. Tianying didn't expect that he would actually turn into a spirit body after death and appear in Soul Society. Identity. It turned out to be the 3rd son of the Shiba family who should not have existed in the Shinigami world, Shiba Akyo. Soul age is 25 years old. On his birthday a week ago, he awakened the memory from the earth. The birthday party also ended because of his fainting. After waking up, he understood his situation. Although he can't completely recall the plot of Shinigami, he also understands the current embarrassing situation of the Shiba family. The current Shiba family. To put it nicely, he is a declining noble. To put it bluntly, it is a piece of cake waiting to be divided. The so-called nobles are all beasts that eat people without spitting out their bones. He has heard too many stories about trees falling down and the hosen scattering, and walls falling down and everyone pushing them down. Neither the 4 remaining nobles nor the Central 46, the highest authority in the Seireitei, want the Shiba family to rise again. You can know this just by thinking about it with your butt. As long as the remaining 4 nobles are thinking about their old friendship, how can the Shiba family decline? Even, they were squeezed out of Jinglingting, the center of power in the Soul Society. But Tianying knows that restoring the glory of the Shiba family will not happen overnight. There are many things that need to be done, and they must be done step by step. The most troublesome thing for him right now is that he woke up too late. Even with Zhongwen's abnormal ability to control time, he doesn't have much time to grow. Because the Shiba family will face a major crisis soon. The current timeline of the Shinigami world is 50 years after Aizen's disappearance, Hirako, and others. That is to say, the uncle Shiba Ishin is still serving as the captain of the 10th Division, and the eldest brother Kyan has also been the deputy captain of the 13th Division for nearly 50 years. If he remembered correctly, his beloved elder brother and sister-in-law would be killed by Aizen's experimental weakness in a few years. No. Tianying, who has the memory of 25 years of life in the Soul Society, has already regarded them as close relatives. No matter what, he must, absolutely, prevent this thing from happening. The only current task: protect my sister-in-law Shiba. If something hadn't happened to Shiba, Kyan wouldn't have been so impulsive that he was killed by an experimental body in front of Jushiro. Tianying determined his current small goal, and his eyes gradually became firm. But he didn't pay attention because he was too engrossed in his thoughts and too angry, and his hand holding the rock eagle became harder and harder. Nirvana! Nirvana! The rock eagle was in pain from being hugged, and finally burst into loud cries. Bang! The door of the room was pushed open hard, and Shiba Konghe rushed in front of Tianying in a few steps and snatched the rock eagle from Tianying's hands. Shiba Skyhawk! Did I beat you too lightly? Why did you make Rockhawk cry? Be good, Rock Eagle, don't cry, don't cry. After hugging him for more than 10 seconds, Yanjiu was still crying in Konghe's arms. Blue veins appeared on Konghe's face not long after he had been gentle. It's wrong to still cry. My sister-in-law stops crying every time she hugs me like this. Yanjiu, stop crying. If you cry again, I'll throw you out. I'm annoying you to death. Tianying stood aside and looked at Konghe's poor comfort. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare, his fingers almost dug into his flesh. Fortunately, the twin nannies Jinyan and Yinyan ran in, took the rock eagle away from Konghe, and comforted it for a few minutes before letting the rock eagle fall back to sleep. Shiba Tianying, come out. Konghe turned around and said fiercely to Tianying, pulling him towards the hall. Tianying had already put on his clothes, but Konghe and the others didn't notice that his injuries had healed. Furthermore, because everyone focused on comforting the rock eagle, no one cared that the sky eagle's face had returned to its original state. Konghe led Tianying back to the hall again, and sat down on the main seat without caring about his image, lowering his head and saying nothing. It's the calm before the storm again, Sky Eagle thought secretly in his heart. After a long while, Konghe, who lowered his head, finally spoke. Shiba Tianying, tell me, what do you want to do? Can't you be a little wiser? If you are so energetic, you should go to Rukonga and cause trouble to others. Do you want to demolish this home? If you do, I will help you. While speaking, Konghe raised his head and stared at Tianying, as if he would strike at any time. Obviously every time I move, it's because you demolished my home, and yet you still ask me. Tianying muttered in a low voice. What did you say? Konghe stood up and looked down at Tianying. Tianying lowered his head and rolled his eyes several times. I have never had the opportunity to say that I want to learn the fighting skills of the Shinigami world, so this is a good opportunity. Report. I said I want to learn combat skills. What? Say it again. This time it was Kaku's turn to be shocked. A kid with a soul age of 25 actually said that he wanted to learn fighting skills. You know, people of this age are just brats in the Soul Society. Even among the nobles, few would make such a request at this age. Based on Tianying's past naughty experiences, Kang He's first reaction was that something was wrong and there was a conspiracy. Reason, I need a reason. Chapter 5 Dialogue between siblings. The reasons, of course, have been compiled. And it is the official standard answer. Tianying knows this about exam-oriented education. I want to protect you, the little rock vulture, and this family in the future. Tianying's chest was high and he shouted loudly with a determined look on his face, for fear that Kang He wouldn't hear. Kaku stretched out his right little finger and twisted his ear. Turn down. She slowly crossed her hands on her chest, rejecting Skyhawk's offer to learn combat skills. Why? Tianying was confused. He never expected that his perfect reasons would not convince Kang He. Kang He shook his head, his expression a little strange. Empty words and clichés, who wouldn't? She wouldn't be fooled by the little devil's lies. How dare a little kid speak so arrogantly without being ashamed? It would be okay if this little devil was really obedient, but he just likes to toss the flower crane cannon style. If he learned kid or something, then it would be okay? As the main force of the Shiba family's demolition, he alone is enough, and there is no need for a reserve team. But Kang He thought for a while and decided to give Tianying another chance to convince himself. This reason doesn't work. You are too naughty. I don't want to move anytime. Hey. Tianying's eyes widened and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Good guy. As expected of Kaku, he could say such things. If Tianying's memory is correct, the Shiba family has moved 16 times in the past 25 years. The first time, because Kang He was testing fireworks, he used too much gunpowder. The second time, it was because Kang He was testing fireworks and used too much gunpowder. 16 times, it was the same every time, the only difference was the type of fireworks. Tianying's chest rose and fell violently and he had to hold it back. For the sake of the rise of the Shiba family, we must endure it. There was a moment of silence. Tianying's mind was spinning rapidly, and he finally had a new reason. Sister, I heard that there is a branch in Kid called Kide. I want to learn it so that I can heal myself after being beaten by you. After saying that, Tianying put on a pitiful and helpless expression. He knew that Kang He would take the easy way or not the hard way. And this reason is very good and fatal. Hit the nail on the head. Sure enough, when Kang He heard this, his face turned green and red. Ching was exposed because of violence. Red, because I really hit hard every time. She could only make a fist with her right hand and pretend to cough a few times to resolve her embarrassment. Ahem. Kang He pretended to think, took a few steps back and forth, and then stared at Tianying for a long time. Well, Kide is a special kid. Not everyone has such a talent. I can't guarantee that you will be able to learn it. But I want to try. Tianying said firmly. He also knows that Kide is not easy to learn, but only after learning can he find a way to explain his bell pattern's abilities. If the bell pattern can really be used on other people, then this reason must be used to explain it. Say it again. It would be nice to really learn Kide. After all, Bellman's time retrieval has a limit on the number of times per day, and Kide can always use it as long as he has spiritual power. Kang He saw the persistence in Tianying's eyes, and she did feel a little guilty. In the end, she agreed to Tianying's request. Okay, I'll ask for you. Tianying climbed up the pole and once again proposed to learn Shunpo. The reason was to save his life when encountering danger. Kang He thought for a while and agreed. Anyway, Shunpo didn't have any substantial attack power, so it would be good for Tianying to learn it. If you really encounter danger, you might be able to use it. Okay, that's it. You have to be good these 2 days. I will ask Brother Kyan to find someone to ask. Don't think about other combat skills. You are still too young, and your understanding of power is too one-sided. It is easy to accidentally injure others or yourself. Don't think too much, do you understand? After agreeing to Tianying's request, Kang He still gave some serious instructions. Tianying was willing to propose learning, and she was still very happy, which proved that Tianying was gradually growing up and becoming more sensible. But in her eyes, Tianying is still just a child after all, and she doesn't want Tianying to have too much burden. Well, sister, do you have something to eat? I'm hungry. Having achieved his goal, Tianying smiled and acted coquettishly at Kang He, returning to his original naughty appearance. He enjoys this kind of family interaction. Seeing this, Kang He shook his head with a wry smile and poked Tianying's small forehead with his finger. Have you finally thought about eating? It's already past dinner time, but I asked Jin Yan and Yin Yan to leave some food for you. Go to the kitchen and get it yourself. Okay, thank you sister. I'm going to have dinner. Remember to promise me something, otherwise I might miss your Hawaii canon again. Tianying laughed and ran out of the hall, not forgetting to provoke Kang He before leaving. This can be regarded as his little bad taste. Tianying always felt that Kang He should look like a bad-tempered tigress. The kind that defies the sky, the earth, and the air. Really? Kang He's gentle little daughter posture for 2 minutes was once again broken by Tianying, and he let out an angry roar. Roll! Shiba Tianying, let me tell you, if you dare to touch the Hanakuru cannon again, I will break your legs. After saying that, Kang He grabbed the cup beside him and threw it at the door. But Skyhawk had already run out. The cup hit the wooden door, then fell to the ground and broke into pieces. This BD makes me so angry. Kang He sat down on the ground angrily and funny, took out a dry cigarette from somewhere, and took a nice puff. Oh, by the way, how come the kid's injuries are healed? Does he really have the talent to learn kite? It doesn't matter if you learn kite, you won't have to worry about hitting your hands with sandbags if they feel itchy in the future. Kang He murmured to himself, and took another satisfied puff of his dry cigarette. Boom! There was a sudden sound outside the door, and Kang He quickly hid the dry smoke behind him. After a while, she found that no one came in, so she walked to the door suspiciously, stuck her head out and glanced around the corridor. After making sure that no one was around, she went back to the hall and took out her cigarette and took a deep breath. Hey, why are you scaring yourself? My sister-in-law is on duty today and won't be back. Kang He stretched out comfortably, and his proud figure was exaggeratedly exposed. However, there were no other men at the scene. And no one had such a blessing. Of course, there will be no other men here besides the Shiba family. Yura Harakisuk, the only one who would accompany Shifo Noryuki to play here, was also forced to escape Seoul society for some reasons. Boring. Kang He found a position that felt comfortable to him, lying lazily on the tatami and smoking a cigarette. It's so boring. Chapter 6 Shiba Kyan's Request. One day later. Jingling-ting, the building of the 13th Division. Cough cough cough. There was only one window open in the dark room, and a few coughs could be heard from inside. Near the window of the room, Captain Jaishur Yukatek of the 13th Division was sitting at the table looking down at something. Although he looks very young, he has white hair, mainly because his health has not been good. During this period of time, he has been resting in Yogantang. Today, he felt a little better, so he returned to the team to take a look. He carefully flipped through the team's recent work information, with a trace of sadness between his brows. Recently, Sue has frequently appeared in Seoul society. This seems a little abnormal. Kyan handled the situation well. Fortunately, he kept an eye on it for me, otherwise it would have been really troublesome. Ahem. Knock knock knock. A gentle knock suddenly sounded at the door. Captain Jushiro, are you in there? Say Kyan, Kyan arrives. Hearing this familiar voice, Jushiro put down the information in his hands. It's Kyan, come in. Squeak. With the owner's consent, the wooden door of the room was pushed open from the outside. As the sun shone, a black-haired man walked in. This man looked very similar to Sky Eagle. He was none other than Sky Eagle's eldest brother, Shiba Kyan. Jushiro slowly turned around, looked at his right-hand man with admiration, and waved to Kyan to come over. Kyan, come sit here. Is there anything urgent? During these years when Jushiro was recuperating, Kyan was responsible for handling team affairs. Kyan said he was the vice-captain, but in fact he had already begun to exercise his powers as captain. Jushiro has also been cultivating Kyan as his successor and constantly delegating power to Kyan. However, Kyan has not yet learned Bankai, and Jushiro has never reported to the captain, asking Kyan to succeed him as the captain of the 13th Division. After hearing Jushiro's question, Kyan walked to sit next to Jushiro and scratched his head in embarrassment. That. Captain. I'm taking the liberty to bother you this time, mainly because I have something to trouble you with. Oh? You want to trouble me with something? This is really strange. Hearing this, Jushiro suddenly became interested. Kyan has never made any request to him since he became the deputy captain of Division 13. Thinking about it carefully, this is the first time Kyan has asked him to be kind to him in this way. Tell me, what's the matter? Jushiro slightly tightened the coat around his body and adjusted his sitting posture to make himself look more upright. Kyan was still scratching his head, as if he was a little embarrassed about his next request. Jushiro was not in a hurry and waited quietly for Kyan to speak. Kyan hesitated and sighed, Captain, I have a second brother, you should know, right? Jushiro chuckled. Well, if I remember correctly, the child's name is Sky Eagle, right? What's wrong? Is he naughty again? I didn't hear the alarm sounding in Jingling Court. Kyan serves as Jushiro's right-hand man. Jushiro certainly has a very detailed grasp of Kyan's family situation. If he remembered correctly, the first time he went to Kyan's house, he was lucky enough to witness Tianying playing with the flower crane cannon and being beaten by Kong Hee. After hearing Kyan talk about his second brother, Jushiro had a rough idea of Kyan's request. Not surprisingly, this request should be related to Sky Eagle. Do you remember him? Hee. Kyan also recalled the scene when Jushiro went to his home for the first time, and laughed awkwardly. You know the situation at home. Except for the rock vulture that hasn't grown up yet. Neither of the two siblings, Kong Hee and Tianying, can save fuel. Either explode or fire indiscriminately. The alarm in Jinglingting has sounded many times because of them. However, thinking of what Khe had asked him to do today, Kyan continued to speak. That's right, Captain. Kyokaku came to me today and said that Tianying wanted to learn Kite. I originally wanted to go to the 4th Division and ask if there was a suitable teacher. But you also know that I really have a lot of things on hand recently, and I really can't get away. Please see if you can take the time to ask the 4th Division for me if you are free. Don't worry, if that kid Akio doesn't have the talent to learn Kite, we won't pester the teacher to force him to teach Aki. After all, even I don't know Kite myself, haha. After thinking for a while, Kyan added another sentence. Captain, you have also met our Tianying. It is rare that he is willing to do something serious, and we do not want to discourage him. The main reason is that we want him to be able to distract some energy through studying and cause less trouble. Please. After saying that, Kyan knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. He could have asked his wife Shiba to go to the 4th Division to ask. However, Shiba was assigned to perform a mission by him last night and has not come back yet. He was worried about the others. Hearing that Jushiro was back today, he had no choice but to ask Jushiro for help. That's it, I understand, don't worry. Jushiro thought for a moment and agreed to Kyan's request. I let Kyan do all the things I have to do, and I really should help Kyan solve some family problems. Thank you, Captain. Kyan knelt down and thanked him again. Jushiro gently stretched out his hand to help Kyan up. Kyan, you don't have to do this. If it weren't for you, how could I, the captain, have been able to rest for so long? How is the situation that Bankai has grasped? Kyan sighed, I don't have a clue yet. The recent incidents of virtual invasions into the real world and Jinglingting have happened quite frequently, and I really can't get away. Jushiro remembered the information he had just read and knew that Kyan had been really hard during this period. He sighed and comforted, thank you for your hard work, Kyan. Don't worry, I'll go to the 4th Division later. After Kyan saw that Jushiro agreed to his request, he stood up and prepared to leave the room. Thank you, Captain. I'll leave now. I still have some things to deal with. Jushiro nodded, by the way, why does your brother Tianying want to learn kite? I remember that he likes to play with Kyokaku's cannon, right? Kyan paused as he walked to the door and hesitated for a long time. Jushiro waved his hand upon seeing this, it's okay, I just asked out of curiosity, go ahead and do your work. Captain, I'm sorry, it's hard for me to tell you the reason why Tianying learned kite. Kyan's face turned red. Sighing again, Kyan said it truthfully. Tianying said that he wants to learn kite. Once he learns it, he can heal himself and no longer have to worry about being injured by Konghe. Finished. Kyan quickly left the house, leaving Jushiro with a forlorn figure behind him. Cough 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 cough. Jushiro was also shocked by Amaji's reason for learning kite, and coughed violently. Kyan, I'm sorry for you. He looked at Kyan's back with some sympathy. 2 hours later. Jushiro appeared alone at the door of the 4th Division team building. He must try his best to fulfill Kyan's request. Along the way, he carefully analyzed the members of Division 4 in his mind, and compared them one by one according to their personalities and abilities, who was more suitable to be Skyhawk's kite teacher. I was lost in thought when I accidentally realized that I had arrived at the gate of the 4th Squadron. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind Jushiro. Captain Jushiro, what brought you to me? Are you feeling sick again? Jushiro came to his senses and turned his head to look behind him. A woman stood not far away, looking at him calmly. The voice just came from the woman's mouth. This woman was dressed in a snow-white Captain Haori, with a strange-looking zanpakut hanging on her waist. She had a friendly smile on her face, and her long black hair was tied into a braided petal and stood vertically in front of her. She was very warm. Wan. Ahem. Jushiro coughed lightly. I've met Captain Anohana. There was a hint of respect in his eyes as he looked at Anohana-retsu. Anohana-retsu nodded in response, then walked to Jushiro and stopped. Let's go. Now that you're here, let's go in and sit down. Jushiro coughed slightly and followed Anohana-retsu into the 4th Division team building. Along the way, people kept saying hello to Anohana and Jushiro. Their popularity was unique in the entire 13th Division. One is gentle, the other is gentle. The most important thing is that both of them have been captains for more than 300 years. Anohana has even been the captain for nearly 1,000 years. Entering the room where Anohana worked, Anohana poured a glass of water for Jushiro and then motioned for him to sit down together. By the way, you haven't answered me yet. Why did you come to the 4th team today? That's it. Jushiro smiled and told Anohana-retsu about Kyan's request, hoping that Anohana would find a suitable candidate for him. Is learning kite to heal yourself? Anohana also looked strange when hearing Jushiro talk about the reason why Tianying learned kite. Yet, Jushiro couldn't help but smile and nodded. Ms. Hiwa gently stroked her hair petals with her fingers. Interesting. She picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. By the way, Captain Jushiro, the Vice Captain Kyan you mentioned is the eldest son of the Shiba family, right? Jushiro's hand holding the teacup froze. Yeah, that's right. Is there any problem? Captain Anohana. Yuajawa smiled and shook her head. No, I just want to confirm the address of his home with you. Otherwise, where can you ask someone to find this sky eagle? I will pay attention to what you said. Someone will go to Shiba's house before tomorrow, don't worry. By the way, your body is not suitable for exercising outside. If you have nothing to do, you should go back to Yugen Hall to rest. Agreeing to Jushiro's request, Anohana asked Jushiro to leave the 4th division, and told Jushiro that it was best to rest recently. After Jushiro left, Ms. Hiwa sat alone in the house, looking at the sky outside the window and thinking. After a long while, she whispered slowly. Jushiro, are you ready to help the Shiba family? Or are you just doing this out of friendship between superiors and subordinates? The muddy waters of the Shiba family are not so easy to get into, not to mention you are the only disciple. When sensitivity and sensitiveness come together, some people may jump over the edge. Ms. Hiwa sighed. Forget it, after all these years, I will just do that person a favor again. She seemed to have thought of something interesting, and there was a trace of curiosity in her eyes. It just so happens that I also want to see if the kid with impure motives can learn to heal himself. Chapter 7 The Shocking Kide Teacher. Next 2 days, Shiba Tianying stayed at home and tried to behave like a good baby. Apart from occasionally taking the gold and silver brothers around Rukanga, they never touched Konghee's cannon. Certainly, Shiba Tianying has not fallen behind in his daily training, but has even increased his training volume. Every day, he pushes himself to his physical limit. He knows that before he can learn Shinigami's fighting skills, he must improve his quality in all aspects. What's more, his profession on Earth is to do black boxing. His boxing and kicking skills are not weak. Amaji never thought that the fighting skills he learned through black boxing would be weaker than Shinigami's white hits. It's nothing more than differences in physical fitness, resulting in different powers. If he had Shinigami's quality in his previous life, he would have dominated the world boxing world long ago. The 4 basic skills of Shinigami are cutting, punching, ghosting and walking. He really wanted to learn only 3 things: killing, ghosting, and walking. On the 3rd day, Shiba's family finally received an uninvited guest. Outside the door, Shiba brought over the teacher Kaian hired for Tianying. This was a Shinigami she had never thought of, nor dared to think of. Kainan, Union, these are the 3 seats of the 4th team, the Anohana team. Sister, she is the teacher Kaian asked Captain Jushiro to find for Aquila. Sister Hawa, these are Jinyan and Yanyan. Shiba first introduced Anohana to Kanehiko and Jinhiko respectfully, and then introduced Anohana Retsu to the twin brothers. Before Anohana came, she specifically asked Shiba not to tell anyone her identity as captain, and asked Shiba to change her name. For this reason, she didn't even wear the captain yuji. Jinyan and Yanyan knew before that there would be a teacher to teach Tianying Kide, but now they saw the teacher in person and hurriedly clasped their fists to say hello. Ms. Hiwa smiled and nodded, thus responding to the 2 of them. Come in and sit down first, Sister Hawa. Shiba hurriedly stepped forward and pushed open the door of Shiba's house, inviting Anohana to enter. Jinyan and Yanyan followed behind them. It was the first time for Anohana to come to Shiba's house. The first thing she saw after entering the house was the long blue stone staircase, and she immediately felt very interesting. 3 Shiba seats, is this your home? The structure is really weird, haha. This was the first time she saw a house where she walked downstairs first. Immediately, she saw the lights dotted on the top of the corridor, and after thinking for a while, she seemed to have thought of something. This is Yinko. No wonder this corridor can be so bright underground. The people who designed this place have really unique ideas. Anohana is indeed a veteran Shinigami, and she recognized at a glance that the light source at the top of the corridor is the unique plant of Soul Society, Chrysanthemum. Shiba smiled and said, Sister Hawa, everything in the house was designed and built by my sister Konghee, which makes you laugh? Ms. Hua nodded slightly. Shiba waved and called Jin Yan and Yin Yan to his side. Kane Yan, Jin Yan, please hurry up and call Tianying to the hall. Tell him that the Kide teacher invited by your elder brother is here and ask him to hurry up. Yes. The twin brothers clasped their fists at Anohana and Shiba, and then ran in first. Shiba looked back at Anohana Retsu apologetically. I really didn't expect that Kayan would go to the trouble of Captain Jushiro to invite you here. Please forgive me if there is any lack of hospitality later. Anohana waved her hand gently. It's okay, I happened to be free recently, and I heard Jushiro tell you the reason why your family is learning Kide. I thought it was interesting, so I came over to take a look. Ah! Shiba's face turned red, and he suddenly felt a little embarrassed when he thought of Tianying's reason for learning Kide. I'm really sorry, I'll bother you later. While chatting, the two quickly walked to the hall. Shiba turned slightly sideways and invited Anohana into the hall. Kyokaku happened to be away, so Shiba asked Anohana to sit down, and then hurriedly went to make a cup of tea. Please wait a moment, the Sky Eagle will be here soon. No problem. Ms. Hua took a sip of tea, sat quietly on her seat, and looked around curiously. Dong 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 dong. A long while. Suddenly there was a rush of running sounds outside the door. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, Jin Yan said that the teacher my eldest brother hired for me is here. Where is he? Is he a boy or a girl? Are you old? The cry of the eagle came from far away. Soon. A little head poked its way in from the door. He is very bored recently and can only train by himself every day. In terms of combat level, Jin Yan and Yin Yan were still a little behind in his opinion. When he heard that the teacher he dreamed of was coming, he hurried over to report before he could ask Jin and Yan who it was. Hey! Tianying swept his eyes around the hall. Shiba was standing right between Tianying and Anohana. Tianying did not notice the invited teacher at the first time. Sister-in-law, where is the teacher? Shiba frowned slightly and glanced at Tianying angrily. Tianying, there are guests here, you can't be so rude. Tianying stuck out his tongue and said, I'm sorry, sister-in-law, I'm also excited. Shiba smiled bitterly and shook his head. He turned sideways and lowered his head to apologize to Yuajiwa. I'm really sorry, Sister Hua. Tianying is still young. Please don't take it to heart if there is anything wrong with what he said. Hoo, it's okay, he is very interesting. Anohana put down the teacup in her hand and covered her mouth to signal to Shiba that it didn't matter. At the moment when Shiba turned sideways, Tianying finally saw his teacher Kide. In an instant, his pupils shrank into needle shapes. Sister Hua, he murmured. In the quiet room, you could hear a pin drop. Although his shout was not loud, Anohana and Shiba could hear it very clearly. Akio. You. Shiba was about to speak to educate Akio, but was interrupted by Anohana. Little guy, do you know me? Uzawa showed a gentle smile and looked at Tianying curiously. Hearing this, Shiba also turned to look at Tianying. Tianying nodded, then shook his head hastily. At this time, his mind was blank. Of course he recognizes the woman Amagi in front of him. Although there are not many fighting scenes in the anime, she is still the ultimate boss of the fourth team, Anohana Retsu. Tianying never thought that he would meet the captain of the 13th division under such circumstances. Life is really like a drama. Shiba saw Amagi nodding and shaking his head. Before he could answer Anohana's question, he was stunned again and hurriedly walked to Amazon. Sky Eagle, Uzawa team, sister is asking you a question. You are nodding and shaking your head. What do you mean? Do you know Sister Hua? Skyhawk came to his senses. He finally realized that Anohana Retsu Hakize was the teacher Kayan hired for him. He was a little confused for a while, but he still answered Shivatu's question. I didn't know her before, but I just heard you calling this Sister Hawaji. Hey, that's it. Shiba touched Tianying's head, and then introduced to Tianying, "This is Anohanaretsu, the third seat of the fourth team, and the Kide teacher Kyan asked Captain Jushiro to hire for you. You have to learn from her and not be naughty, you know." Tianying looked at Anohanaretsu sitting not far away and nodded blankly. "What is a surprise? What the hell is a surprise? Anohanaretsu teaches me Kide? This is called a surprise. Of course, it could also be a shock." Chapter 8 First Meeting Anohanaretsu. After telling Tianying, Shiba turned around and poured a cup of tea for Anohanaretsu again. "Sister Hawa, Tianying is sorry for your trouble. If he doesn't obey, you, just beat him. This is his own choice." Although he said cruel words, Shiba still had a trace of unbearable flash in the corner of his eyes. All the elders of Shiba's main family are gone. Although she is only the eldest sister-in-law of the Shiba family, she has always played the role of mother and treats her other brothers and sisters as her own children. But this time it was Anohanaretsu, and she couldn't say much. Anohanaretsu heard this and nodded. Shiba bowed slightly and left. When leaving the hall, he closed the door behind his back. In the blink of an eye, only Anohanaretsu and Tianying were left in Noda's hall. Anohanaretsu didn't say anything, just stared at Tianying. Tianying felt a little uncomfortable being stared at and moved a few steps towards the door. Anohanaretsu's Kide is awesome, but her identity is too sensitive. Tianying remembered that during the Rukia incident, Anohanaretsu did not show any particular enthusiasm, and he did not believe that Kyan's ability could ask Anohanaretsu to teach him Kide. In his previous life, he entered society from an orphanage. Tianying had seen too much indifference in human nature. He felt that the world was indifferent and no one would help others for no reason. Anohanaretsu is not familiar with Kyan, and has no reason to deign to become a teacher in a declining noble family. Unless she has some intentions. Anohanaretsu held his head and looked at Skyhawk, who was making little moves in a funny way. She didn't know that because of her appearance, the little guy in front of her was thinking about many strange things. But these small actions of Tianying actually made her more and more interested in Tianying. When others saw her, they were all submissive or asking for something from her, but this little guy in front of him actually wanted to run away when he saw her. This is really interesting. Anohanaretsu hasn't met someone who interests him so much in many years. She has decided that even if she doesn't teach Kide to Sky Eagle, she still wants to tease this little guy. Shiba Skyhawk, right? Anohanaretsu spoke slowly, calling to Skyhawk, who was about to slip out of the hall. Tianying's body froze. "Anohana team, sister, are you calling me?" He almost gave himself a big slap in the face, but luckily he reacted quickly. However, just for a moment, Uzawa had a smile on her face again. She waved to Tianying, "Little guy, come here and pour me a cup of tea." Ah! Tianying's head hurt a little. He wanted to leave, but this didn't seem good, so he had to bite the bullet and walk to Uzawa and poured her a cup of tea. Before he put down the tea, Anohanaretsu suddenly spoke again, "You know my identity, right?" Bang! Tianying's hand shook and the cup suddenly hit the table. "Sister Hawa, didn't my sister-in-law introduce you just now? You are the third seat of the 4th division. Of course I know your identity. Sorry, I'm a little nervous seeing the teacher. I'm going to go out and get a rag to wipe the table now." With that said, Tianying was about to run out. Mao's Hiwa saw this and grabbed him by the collar. "Don't worry, I'll wipe it off later." Tianying cried and laughed, "No, it's not good." Uzawa smiled and pushed him next to her. "Sit down, you have already called me teacher, you have to listen to the teacher, you know." I know. Seeing that he was being controlled, Tianying had no choice but to surrender. Ms. Hiwa let go of her hand and looked at Tianying tenderly. "Come on, tell the truth, why do you know my identity? Stop telling me useless things. The first time you saw me when you walked in, your pupils shrank for 2 seconds. You already recognized me at that time, right? Tianying lowered his head, his mind was running rapidly, and his 2 small eyes kept spinning in his eye sockets. Seeing that Tianying didn't speak, Anohanaretsu guessed what excuse the little devil was probably making up, and gently moved his head to Tianying's ear. I hate it when people lie to me. If you don't tell the truth, I will you take him back to Division 4 and torture him severely. Amaji stiffened and looked up at Anohanaretsu, almost crying. I'm not a bad person, why do you Shinigami arrest me? I want my brother to go to Central 46 to sue you. Anohanaretsu rubbed Aquila's head and ruffled his hair. She didn't know why she did this, but bullying this little devil seemed to make her feel good. Guess whether Central 46 will care about this matter? Don't forget, your brother is only the vice captain, and I am the captain. But my Shiba family is one of the top 5 nobles, and Central 46 will not ignore it. Oh? I've only heard of the 4 nobles. When did there be 5 nobles? Anohanaretsu deliberately angered Tianying. We will return to the 5 nobles in the future. Tianying shouted loudly. So, you have been studying Jinglingting a long time ago, right? It seems that it is not just me, but you should also know about the other captains. Uzawa let go of Tianying, and a wise light flashed in his eyes. She continued, I heard from Shiba that your soul age is only 25. I didn't expect you to have such thoughts at such a young age. If I'm not wrong, all those ridiculous things you did before were probably just disguises, right? Tianying really wants to say, you have big fists and everything you say is right. But obviously saying this is of no use. He nodded silently. The excuse Anohanaretsu gave him was quite good. It also saved him from making up random things, so he might as well just go with Anohana. Little devil! Anohanaretsu rubbed Aquila's head again as if victorious. She liked this feeling a little. Can I go get a rag to wipe the table? Captain Anohana. Since the show couldn't go on anymore, Aquila simply stopped pretending. Go, don't go out. I saw it in the corner over there. Get it and come over right away. Uzawa let go of Tianying. When Tianying took back the rag, he saw Uzawa already playing with a strange thing aside. Looks a bit like barriers. After wiping the table, Aquila stood beside Anohanaretsu and looked at her curiously. After a while, Anohanaretsu was ready. This is a hexagon formed by 6 crystal stones, with some strange symbols carved in the middle. These symbols connect the crystal stones together. Uzawa pointed to the middle of barriers, turned to Tianying and said, Stand in. Hey! Skyhawk glanced around the hall, then pointed to his nose, Me. Uzawa rubbed Tianying's head again, Nonsense, is there anyone else here besides you and me? Hurry in, don't you want to learn kite? Let me see your spiritual talent first. If your spiritual talent is not enough, let alone kite, you will not be able to be a Shinigami in the future, let alone bring the Shiba family back to the top 5 nobles. Hearing this, Tianying suddenly became nervous as he looked at the barriers painted by Anohana. Although he has bell marks, the current function of the bell marks can only be to treat or assist his cultivation. If he has no spiritual talent and cannot become a Shinigami, then it will be useless no matter how powerful the bell pattern is. Just like Ms. Hiwa said, without spiritual talent, all his plans will be in vain. This is a world where ordinary people are like ants, and this is a world where strength is respected. Strength is fundamental. When you think about heaven, do you think about hell? Tianying took a deep breath. What should come will come sooner or later, what should be faced will eventually be faced. Without hesitation, Skyhawk stepped into barriers. Buzz! The light is dazzling. Chapter 9 Apprenticeship, Anohanaretsu. As the Skyhawk walked into the barriers, the dazzling blue light instantly lit up the 6 crystals on the ground. Outside the barriers, the entire hall has turned into a blue ocean, with walls, furniture, and floors all shrouded in dazzling blue light. 25 years of soul age, 6th level. Anohanaretsu looked at the crystals on the ground and muttered to himself, with a hint of shock in his eyes. But then, she shook her head again. No, maybe more than that. For ordinary tests, the crystals in barriers need to be activated by the tester's burst of spiritual pressure, and then the number of lit-up crystals determines the tester's spiritual talent. But she hasn't asked Sky Eagle to release her spiritual pressure yet, and she is also sure that Sky Eagle has not released her spiritual pressure at this moment. That is to say, Tianying's current state is just a state where spiritual pressure has not been activated. She was curious about what would happen once Skyhawk's spiritual pressure was released. But now there is no need to continue testing. The standards for the barriers she arranged were set based on the admission test to the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, but Aquila's Ryutsu had clearly reached the standard to become a Shinigami. The Shiba family seems to be about to produce a great person. A smile appeared on Anohanaretsu's face. She didn't expect that because of this sudden idea, she actually met a genius who was rare in 100 years, no, 1,000 years. She already had a hunch that if Shiba Tianying could grow up smoothly, he might be able to bring the Shiba family back to the top 5 nobles. Thinking of this, Ms. Hiwa looked at Tianying with a different color in her eyes. She is a pure Shinigami, and she doesn't mind actually becoming Aquila's teacher as long as it is good for Soul Society. What's more, after seeing Amaji's talent, Anohanaretsu had an idea in his heart, the idea of defeating Yamamoto Motoyanagi. She has never beaten Captain Yamamoto, maybe she can win once with Skyhawk. As long as Tianying can be stronger than Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake, doesn't it prove that she is better than the captain in teaching her disciples? Inside the barriers, Skyhawk looked around with a blank expression. Captain Anohana, how is my spiritual talent? Can I learn Kaide? He has never participated in a spiritual talent test, and he doesn't know what the current situation is. He thought he just walked in and activated the barriers. After all, he didn't do anything. He really just walked into the barriers. Tianying looked at Uajawa anxiously, waiting for Uajawa's next instructions. After hearing this, Ms. Hiwa came back to her senses and looked at Tianying, hiding the other emotions in her eyes. Okay, come out. Ah? I haven't done anything yet. Tianying's heart skipped a beat. After all, he thought it was over. He had not been recognized by Ms. Hiwa. Hiwa, sister, why don't you try again? Aquila grimaced and hesitated to get out of the barriers. He wanted Anohana to give him another chance. Pfft. Uajawa covered her mouth and laughed. Didn't you just want to avoid me? Why don't you stay here now? Tianying complained softly in a voice that only he could hear. Avoiding you and the spiritual talent test are two different things, okay? You should let me finish the test. Who is Ms. Hiwa? Apart from not being able to read minds, eavesdropping on Skyhawk's chatter is just a piece of cake for her. No, strictly speaking this is not eavesdropping, this is just above-board listening. Anohana waved to Tianying teasingly, come out, don't you want to learn Kaide? I have decided to be your teacher. Tianying realized that Ms. Hiwa meant that he was in trouble, and hurriedly ran out of the spiritual power test barriers. As Tianying stepped out of the barriers, the crystals that originally emitted blue light returned to normal again, and Anohana put away all the crystals with a wave of her hand. Captain Anohana, are you saying that my spiritual talent can be learned from Kid? Tianying ran to Uajawa and looked at Uajawa expectantly. Don't you just want to learn Kaide? Anohana reached out and ruffled Amaji's hair. Ah, yes, I was kidding. I wanted to ask if I could learn Kaide. Haha, what a cunning kid. Anohana chuckled, and then asked, it's not just Kaide that you want to learn, right? Do you want to learn Kendo, Kid, Shunpo, and White Hits? I do. But Sister Konghi doesn't seem to want me to come into contact with these things too early. Tianying told the truth. Anyway, in Anohanaretsu's eyes, he is already a cunning kid. Even if he says he doesn't want to, Anohanaretsu probably won't believe it. Ask me as your teacher, I can teach you all these things. Anohanaretsu said seriously. What? Tianying screamed. He didn't expect Anohanaretsu to come true. The traditional concept in the Shinigami world is very strong. The so-called king of heaven and earth, the master, and the master can be compared to the parents and elders. Moreover, asking Anohanaretsu to be a teacher and worshipping Anohanaretsu as a teacher are two different concepts. Becoming a disciple of Anohanaretsu means that he will become a direct disciple of Anohanaretsu. Then his relationship with Anohanaretsu is just like Kiriko Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, and the captain. Aquila lost her mischievousness in her eyes. Can you tell me why? Captain Anohana. As he said before, he didn't believe there was anything special about him that deserved Anohanaretsu to treat him this way. Shiba Ishin? Shiba Kyan? Shiba family? None of this is worthy of Anohanaretsu. Anohanaretsu walked back to his seat, then sat down, looking at Tianying, who rarely became serious, and smiled slightly. Because I think you are very interesting, have good talents, are very smart, and have a clean identity. Of course, the most important thing is that you are not afraid of me. Although you have been trying to avoid me since you entered the house, it is not because of fear, but because you are afraid of what I will think of your Shiba family, or you are worried that I will bring trouble to your Shiba family. Anohana looked like she had seen through Tianying, and then continued, You don't have to worry, there is nothing worthy of my attention in your Shiba family. If I insist on saying that there is, then you are one now. As for trouble, I don't believe anyone in this Serenity Court dares to trouble me, Anohanaretsu, not Captain Yamamoto, not the nobles, not Central 46. After saying that, Anohanaretsu looked proud and said, How about you, would you like to become my teacher? Amaji's expression gradually turned from doubtful to firm. Anohana was right. There was nothing worthy of her attention in the Shiba family. As for myself, before I can gain powerful power, I really need the guidance of a teacher. He didn't know what kind of confidence Ms. Hiwa had to say these domineering words, but it was undeniable that Ms. Hiwa's domineering power shocked him. Just like his spiritual talent shocked Ms. Hiwa. He slowly walked to the opposite side of Ms. Hiwa, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed 3 times solemnly. Student Tianying, I have met teacher Uajiwa. Tianying didn't know what kind of captain he had chosen as his teacher, nor did he know that Anohanaretsu's confidence in speaking came from his own strength. Anohanaretsu is the only Shinigami in the history of Soul Society who has served as captain for more than 1,000 years. The other one is none other than the captain of the Godei 13th Division, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Chapter 10 What is Shinigami? Why should you become a Shinigami? Anohanaretsu nodded with satisfaction. Sky Eagle, you made a right choice, get up. Yes, teacher Uajiwa. Tianying stood up and bowed respectfully again. Apprenticing to Anohanaretsu reminded him of the old martial artist he once apprenticed to on Earth. The education of the old martial artist may not have greatly improved his fighting skills, but it made him understand what a warrior's spirit is and what a warrior's self-cultivation is. Not arrogant or impetuous. Be humble and cautious. We must always maintain respect for people and things. The most important thing is to always stick to your heart. This is what the old martial artist taught him. This is also the reason why the Skyhawks refuse to accept money to fight match fixing. Although he is reduced to a black boxer, he still has his own dignity. Just like the reason Anohanaretsu gave him to become a disciple, it also made him feel that he was respected. This moment is just like that moment. Ms. Hiwa looked with satisfaction at the disciple she had just accepted, and perhaps her only disciple in the future. She knew that the steady Sky Eagle at this moment was the real Sky Eagle after taking off the disguise. But she still prefers the naughty little guy. What kind of dark decoration should a child's home have? Knock knock knock. Anohanaretsu tapped her fingers on the table. Why, Don't you need to serve tea to the teacher when you become a disciple? Oh, I forgot. Tianying covered her head and smiled sheepishly, then hurriedly ran to pour a cup of tea for Anohana Retsu. Teacher Uajawa, please have tea. Anohana took the tea Amaji poured, took a sip, then thought about it, and suddenly asked, Amaji, what do you think is Shinigami? What is Shinigami? Skyhawk thought for a moment. If he were just a pure Shiba Akyo, he would answer without hesitation that Anohana Retsu Shinigami is the cornerstone for maintaining the stability of the three worlds of the real world, Hueco Mundo, and Soul Society, and is the guardian who protects the gratuitous spirits from being swallowed by the hollow. But he is not, he is Li Tianying, who has memories of part of the plot of the Shinigami world. He knew about the incident involving Kukiki Rukia, knew that the Godi I-13 was not an impartial organization that exercised its authority according to its own responsibilities, and also knew that the so-called Central 46 was not as fair and impartial as the rumors said. Shinigami, after all, is still subject to Central 46, a violent institution ruled by the aristocracy. Tianying sighed, and then slowly spoke. The so-called Shinigami are a group of guardians who came into being to maintain the operation of the three realms. They have extremely powerful strength, a strict system, and strict selection. They walk in the silent world all day long and fight against the virtual, protecting the safety of people and the whole world. They will also die, they will be afraid, and they will be confused. They are scavengers and excellent warriors. They have flesh and blood and are an indispensable part of this world. Anohana Retsu nodded with satisfaction. But Tianying hesitated for a moment, then continued, it is undeniable. The Shinigami are not pure guardians, and their actions are subject to too many restrictions. The nobles in room 46 are like a thorn stuck in the throat of the Godi I-13. They are always interfering with Shinigami's exercise of authority, and even use Shinigami's authority to achieve their own goals. To use an analogy, my Shiba family was once one of the so-called 5 nobles. I believe you, Teacher Anohana, know why we have fallen into the situation we are in today. Hey, it's difficult to get to Shiba, but there's a reward to Shiba. We are so small that we haven't been exterminated. We really have to thank some people for showing mercy. Anohana Retsu slowly put down the teacup in her hand, and she realized that she still seemed to underestimate her disciple. Although he only has a soul age of 25, he can see things more clearly than his elder brother Kyan. As someone who has experienced thousands of years of changes in the Soul Society, she naturally understands why the Shiba family has fallen to this point. Just like Skyhawk said. The reason for the decline of the Shiba family. It was because some nobles united and used Central 46 to impose sanctions on the Shiba family, but the specific reason is unknown to Anohana Retsu. The so-called Central 46 is the highest judicial authority in Soul Society. It claims to be composed of 40 sages and 6 judges gathered from all over Soul Society, but it is actually just a gimmick. The real situation is that the Central 46 is a collective meeting composed of nobles and senators, and its greatest say is in the hands of the nobles. This results in the fact that this judicial institution, which symbolizes the highest power in Soul Society and is supposed to be fair and just, is actually unfair. Nobles and commoners were treated completely differently when they were tried. Anohana Retsu sighed. Then why do you want to join Shinigami? Aren't you afraid of becoming a victim again? She looked at Tianying and asked word by word. Afraid, of course. Hearing this, Tianying smiled and nodded, with a touch of indifference in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he continued, there's nothing I can do if I'm afraid. We still have to face what we have to face. The world is so big, where else can I hide? Besides, I have my family here, my brother, sister-in-law, sister, brother, and uncle. I have to face it even if I am afraid for them. When trouble comes, deal with it. When problems come, solve them. When enemies come, kill them. After saying that, Tianying smiled calmly. But within 2 seconds, he showed another naughty expression. "Hey, teacher Uajawa, didn't you just say that you are not afraid of trouble? With your protection, what should I be afraid of? Besides, I have already thought about it. If I join the Godai 13 and become a Shinigami, then I must strongly demand to join the 4th team. If there is danger, others will take care of it. If there is any benefit, others will take care of it. I don't pursue anything. I just stay at Jinglingting Emergency Center and be my doctor with peace of mind. I don't believe Shinigami can live his whole life without getting hurt. After I save everyone in the Godai 13, I wonder who will dare to mess with me." Tianying still didn't say a word in his heart. "I'll just sit there for now, and when my dad grows up, he'll go find the people who offended me one by one to settle accounts." Chapter 11 Learning Guide. Tianying held the wooden sword in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He finally understood what Uajawa asked him to do with the sword. He was planning to beat himself up first and then heal himself. For a moment, he had a bad feeling that if he wanted to practice Kaide, he would have to harm himself first. However, this is exactly what he intended. What he originally asked Kaku was to learn the Shinigami's fighting skills. Kendo is the most basic combat skill of Shinigami. He doesn't know how to do swordsmanship, but as an underground professional worker, he still has some experience in killing people. Tianying pointed the wooden sword in his hand at Anohanaretsu and struck a pose that he thought was cool. "Teacher Ms. Hiwa, please enlighten me." Whoosh! A strong wind passed by. Tianying felt pain in the hand holding the sword, and the wooden sword fell to the ground. Lesson 1. In front of people who are stronger than yourself, you must always remain vigilant and never make unnecessary actions. Pick up the wooden sword. Anohanaretsu, who entered the education mode with a wooden sword in hand, seemed to be a different person. The gentleness on his face had disappeared and he looked majestic. "Oh!" Tianying lowered his head and bent over, reaching for the wooden sword at his feet. Snap! There was another sharp pain on the back of Tianying's hand. Immediately afterwards, Anohanaretsu's cold voice came from the other side. Lesson 2. When fighting the enemy, never let the enemy out of your sight. Is this your attitude towards fighting? To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. Tianying took a deep breath, the looseness in his eyes disappeared, and Anohanaretsu's simple words completely aroused his desire to win. The young man is passionate and fights alone on the streets for justice. Although he faces enemies 10 or 100 times his own size, he still dares to move forward. Standing in the boxing ring, he is willing to be a caged beast for the sake of survival. Even if he faces an enemy stronger than himself, he still dares to fight to the death. Tianying lowered his head and bent down again, reaching out to pick up the wooden sword. There was still a strong gust of wind, but Tianying was ready this time. He pulled back his right hand that was reaching for the wooden sword in time. When Anohana's wooden sword passed in front of him, he picked up the wooden sword with his left hand. Doing a somersault and standing firmly, holding the sword and cupping his fists. Teacher Ms. Hiwa, please enlighten me. Anohanaretsu raised the corner of her mouth slightly. It seems that I underestimated you. Come on, you can use any means to attack me, I won't take the initiative. Next, Tianying completely transformed into a street gangster with a wooden sword in his hand, performing random cuts with his cloak and sword skills in one go. Snap! Snap! The swordsmanship that once dominated the streets has completely stalled this time. Not to mention cutting Anohanaretsu, he didn't even touch it. The wooden sword in Anohanaretsu's hand is like a precise instrument, always able to block Skyhawk's slashes in various ways and angles. Not only that, Uzawa was still defending with a wooden sword to hit Tianying from time to time. Back, arms, thighs, chest. Tianying felt that his whole body was burning with pain. The more he fought, the more unconvinced he became, feeling that the wooden sword in his hand restricted his performance. A few minutes later, he threw the wooden sword aside and used the fighting skills he had learned when he was a black boxer. Next, he completely turned into a fighting machine. His fists, elbows, knees, legs, and even his head all became his means of attack. However, it still failed. The wooden sword in Anohanaretsu's hand was like a copper wall and an iron wall, blocking Skyhawk's attacks again and again, making all his attacks in vain. If Anohanaretsu hadn't saved his life, Tianying would have been killed countless times. It was also the first time that Tianying felt the power of his teacher. He always thought that Anohana was just Kaida's top Shinigami captain, but it wasn't until they had just fought that he realized that Anohana's swordsmanship was probably also top-notch. He didn't know if all the captains in the Godai 13 were so powerful, but through Anohanaretsu, he felt that he needed to redefine captain-level combat power in his heart. Hey. Half an hour later, Amaji lay on the ground panting and murmured, "Anohana-sensei, are all the captains of your Godai 13 team so strong?" Uzawa has put away her wooden sword and sat back to her original position. "What do you mean?" "Kendo." "No." "Ah." Tianying suddenly sat up. "Is there anyone better than you?" Anohanaretsu nodded. Tianying murmured, "If the medical captain of your 4th division has such a perverted swordsmanship, how powerful must the others be?" He ignored Anohanaretsu's previous answer and thought that most captains were very strong in kendo. After all, a medical captain like Anohanaretsu, who barely uses a sword in the anime, can have such superb swordsmanship, not to mention those guys who are always fighting and killing. Pervert. Anohanaretsu heard the words Tianying said about her and looked at him with a half-smile. "Well, perversion means that you are very, very strong," Tianying explained forcefully. "You are perverted, you are strong." Anohanaretsu heard this, thoughtfully. After a long while, she slowly walked towards Sky Eagle. "Okay, it's time for you to experience Kaide, lie down." Amaji lay down obediently. He didn't know why he still had to lie down while being treated by Kaide, but he did whatever the teacher said. What's more, he remembered that Shinigami in the anime also lay down when receiving treatment. Ms. Hiwa covered the injured area of Tianying with her hands, and a green light appeared in her hands. She said slowly. "There are 3 types of Kid, Had, Bakud, and Kaide. Although Kaide, Had, and Bakud are both Kid, it is slightly different. It does not require chanting or word spirit. It is not ranked by the Shinigami in order of power like Had and Bakud. The healing ability of Kaide is based on Shinigami's own spiritual pressure. The stronger the spiritual pressure, the stronger the healing effect of Kaide. To learn it, you must first feel the vitality attached to your own spiritual pressure. In other words, it is the healing power in your own body. You should know that the human body can heal after being traumatized, but the self-healing process will be slower. Feeling this healing power is to learn the Kaide process well. To use Kaide to heal others, you must first learn to use Kaide to heal yourself. How's it going? Did you feel anything?" Anohanaretsu looked at Skyhawk patiently, waiting for his answer. She knew it would be difficult to learn Kaide in just one session. After all, Tianying has never even learned other basic Had and Bakud, so she is already prepared for a long-term education. But Sky Eagle's next answer shocked her. "Well, teacher, I feel as if a strong vitality is introduced into my body through your hands, guiding the cells in my body to speed up metabolism." "Do you feel the vitality?" "Well, I feel it." Chapter 12: The confrontation between Anohanaretsu and Nirvana. "Very good, your talent is not bad." Anohanaretsu's mouth twitched. If she remembered correctly, it took her a week to learn Kaide from Kairanji Ten's hero. "Sky Eagle is good, I used it once. By the way, teacher, I can feel that I can control this power to heal myself, but how can I use it to heal others?" Tianying didn't pay attention to Anohanaretsu's expression, as if he was a curious child who discovered a novel toy. Asked. Anohanaretsu suppressed the shock on his face. "If you want to use Kaide to treat others, you must introduce your own spiritual pressure into other people's bodies. In other words, you must learn to release the spiritual pressure. Oh, then how to release the spiritual pressure? Anohanaretsu was about to speak, but thought of the scene during the spiritual talent test just now and held back. Tianying has already reached the 6th level before he releases his spiritual pressure. If he learns how to release his spiritual pressure, the first burst of spiritual pressure may be quickly sensed by Jingling Ting. For the sake of safety, Yuajiwa decided to wait until she was ready before teaching him. You have mastered enough today. I will teach you when you can use Kide to heal yourself. Oh. Tianying responded softly, but soon asked again, is that so? As Tianying finished speaking, Ms. Hiwa was shocked to find that a green light suddenly appeared on the surface of Tianying's body. He's literally already using Kide to heal his injuries. Anohanaretsu twitched the corner of his mouth again, pretended to be calm and stood up, patting the non-existent dust on his body. Well, that's it. I'm leaving now. I'll teach you how to release spiritual pressure tomorrow. She walked quickly to the door, and when she went out, she specifically said, remember, don't try to release your spiritual pressure before I come back. Tianying sat up and looked at the door and said, oh. Jinglingting Division 12, Technology Development Bureau. The Office of Captain and Director Niriyuri. In front of the desk, Niriyuri, wearing a strange mask and wearing the Captain Hayori of the 12th Division, was reading the report. This is a report from the Technology Development Bureau on the detection of spiritual pressure in Seoul society. Recent. Some hollows with abnormal behavior and different abilities frequently appear in the Seoul society, posing a serious threat to the personal safety of the souls in the Seoul society. Therefore, the Commander-in-Chief Yamamoto Genryu Saishiji Kuni asked the Technology Development Bureau to strengthen the detection of surrounding spiritual pressure. What shall I just read was such a test report. Of course, he didn't care about the life and death of the civilians in Rukanga. The reason why he studied this report was to capture these virtual people. After all, these virtual beings are excellent experimental subjects. Different abilities and abnormal behavior? In Nirvana's eyes, studying and finding out the causes of these virtual changes is more interesting than rescuing those civilians. Knock knock knock. Nirvana was thinking, trying to find the rules of these virtual appearances from this report, when someone knocked on the door gently. Come in. Nishalai rubbed his head and looked up at the door. Master Yuli, Master Yuajiwa of the 4th Division is outside. She has something to ask you. The door opened, and Nai Yinmen appeared outside with flat black bangs and the armband of the deputy captain of the 12th Division. Nai Yuli gently put down the report in his hand and looked up at his vice-captain Nai Yinmen in confusion. Oh? Anohanaretsu? What is she doing here? Nirvana and Nirvana didn't show much respect to Nirvana. The relationship between Nai Yuli and Nai Yinmen is not like the superior-subordinate relationship between the captains and deputy captains of other divisions. Because Nirvana is not a person in the strict sense. She is the artificial Shinigami Mleep No. 7 created by Niriyuri through the essence of Yiskeleton technology and Yi Soul technology. Therefore, in Nai Yuli's eyes, Nai Yinmeng is just an experimental product. At least, this view will not change until Nirvana thinks that Nirvana has human characteristics. Nai Yinmen shook her head respectfully, I don't know. Mao's Hiwa only said that she had something to ask you for, but she didn't tell me the specific matter. Well. Nai Yuli looked at Nyanmeng and tapped the table with her fingers, go and tell her that I'm not here. I don't have time to chat with her. Yes, Lord Yuli. Nyanmen turned around and left. Stop. Suddenly, Nai Yuli's voice came from behind Nai Yinmen again. After a while, Nai Shalai walked out of the office, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Forget it, let's go see this crazy woman. She doesn't come here often anyway. The main hall of Division 12. Ms. Hiwa sat quietly at the guest table, drinking the tea that Nyanmen poured for her before she left. The two are both managers of the Female Shinigami Association, and they often see each other, so they are familiar with each other. Anohanaretsu knew the identity of Nyanyumu's artificial Shinigami, but she never looked down on her because of her identity. In Anohanaretsu's eyes, Nyanyumu is no different from her. Ta 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 ta. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door. After a while, Nyayuli wearing a strange mask appeared at the door with Nyayunmen. Captain Anohana, you must be very busy at this time, right? What are you doing here? The underlying meaning of this sentence is Anohanaretsu, at this time, if you don't stay in your own acre, why do you come to me when you are full and have nothing to do? Anohanaretsu is not angry either. Nirvana has such a character and a mean mouth. She put down her teacup and said, "Didn't your Technology Development Bureau research a gadget that suppresses spiritual pressure before? Give me one." Hearing this, Nirvana frowned slightly. "What do you want that thing for?" Haha. Nyuri smiled. "Is it possible that the famous Captain Anohana can no longer control his spiritual pressure? Are you going to give it?" Ms. Hiwa stood up and looked at Nirvana calmly. "What? Are you planning a robbery?" Nyuli found a seat at random and sat down. "Yunmen, why don't you hurry up and get some tea?" "Yes, Lord Yuri," Kaide said in a dull voice, then walked aside and poured a cup of tea for Nirvana. Bang! Nyuli pushed the tea that Nyunmen had just poured to the ground. "I asked you to pour tea for Anohana-sama." "Yes, Lord Yuli." Nyanimu walked aside again and poured a cup of tea for Anohanaretsu, then silently squatted on the ground to collect the broken teacup. "I'm sorry, Captain Ms. Hiwa, my subordinates are ignorant and made you laugh," Nirvana said casually. Uajawa took a deep breath and forcibly controlled her anger. Captain Nirvana is indeed very powerful. She picked up the tea that Nyunmen had just poured and took a sip. "Where?" Nyuri smiled and waved his hand carelessly. "Captain Uajika, I'm really sorry. The thing you mentioned before is deemed useless by the Technology Development Bureau, so it's all locked in the warehouse." "I don't know. Do you know if you can still find it?" The underlying meaning of this sentence is "I have it, why should I give it to you?" Haha, okay then, farewell. Anohanaretsu put down the teacup in his hand, patted himself gently, stood up, and left. There was a hint of astonishment on Nirvana's face, not knowing what Anohanaretsu meant. Anohanaretsu didn't look back and continued walking out the door. Walking to the door, she suddenly stopped listening and said coldly, "I heard that the virtual behavior around Jinglingting has been weird recently and has different abilities. I think such virtual people are too dangerous. Once discovered, we should kill them quickly. It's better, are you right, Captain Nye?" Nirvana's eyes narrowed slightly, and she could tell that Anohanaretsu was using the experimental subjects he was researching as a bargaining chip. Wait. Nirvana thought for a while, but still stopped Anohanaretsu. Immediately, he turned his head and scolded Nyunmen, "Why don't you go to the warehouse to help Captain Uzawa find a spiritual pressure suppressor? Trash, do you want to ask me about this little thing?" After saying that, he looked up at Anohanaretsu again. "Captain Anohana, I will have someone send the spiritual pressure suppressor to the 4th Division later." Anohanaretsu turned his back to Nirvana and nodded, then left the main hall of the 12th Division. Nyuli's hand clenched his fist tightly, and then loosened it. If other squad captains came to ask him for something, he might not give him face. But the person who came was Anohanaretsu. Nirvana thought for a while and still compromised. He remembered a piece of historical information he accidentally saw while browsing technical information in the Great Spirit Book Corridor. It contains detailed records of the names of successive captains of the Godai 13th Division. Captain of the first generation of the 11th Division, Anohana Kenpeki. Chapter 13 First Teaching. Not long after Anohanaretsu returned to Division 4. As expected, Niriyuri asked Division 12 to send over the spiritual pressure suppressor as promised. This is a bracelet-style suppressor. It is completely black and does not look anything special from its appearance. Anohanaretsu tried to put the bracelet on her right wrist, and then silently released her spiritual pressure. She wanted to test the strength of this bracelet's suppression of spiritual pressure. As the spiritual pressure was released, Anohana felt part of her spiritual pressure being swallowed by the bracelet. This devouring intensity was as high as nearly 70%. 70%. Ms. Hiwa once again increased the intensity of her spiritual pressure release, from 1% to 1/10. 1/10 may not seem like much. But don't forget, Ms. Hiwa is an antique-level captain. Buzz. The furniture in the room gradually began to vibrate. A breathtaking and terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings. The captain's house of the 4th Division has a radius of 10 meters. 15 meters. 20 meters. 25 meters. The scope of this coercion is still expanding as the intensity of Anohanaretsu's spiritual pressure release increases. Within a moment, the entire 4th Division had noticed this spiritual pressure. Some team members turned their heads and looked in the direction of the captain's house in astonishment. At the same time, most of the division captains, vice captains, and stronger chief officers seemed to have noticed something, and looked in the direction of the 4th Division without knowing why. No wonder they were surprised. If this spiritual pressure came from other divisions, they might not care. But this spiritual pressure comes from the 4th team, which is a bit strange. In the eyes of most Shinigami, Division 4 Shinigami is the equivalent of a field doctor, and his combat power is approximately 0. He should be considered the weakest among all divisions. A sudden outbreak of Ryatsuo among a group of doctors? What do they want to do? Don't you fight Kaide with bayonet? However, this attention did not last long. First, the intensity of the spiritual pressure burst by Anohanaretsu is not high. After being suppressed by the suppression bracelet, the actual spiritual pressure she unleashed was less than 3% of her own. Second, after confirming the effectiveness of the suppression bracelet, Anohanaretsu stopped the release of spiritual pressure. This burst of spiritual pressure did not last long. After this test, Anohanaretsu has basically confirmed the efficacy of this suppression bracelet. It can effectively suppress 70% of the spiritual pressure released by the wearer. This 70% is constant. In other words, no matter how much spiritual pressure is released while wearing it, it will suppress it by 70%. It is currently unknown whether there is an upper limit to this suppression effect, because it is impossible for Anohanaretsu to release all the spiritual pressure in the Silent Spirit Garden. The next day, Anohana appeared at Shiba's house again. This time, Jinyan and Yanyan recognized her and respectfully led her into the house. After a while, Tianying, who had just taken a shower, appeared in front of her. "Take it with you, I will teach you how to release spiritual pressure now." Tianying held the bracelet and looked at it for a while. Then casually put it on his right hand. "Teacher, come as soon as you come. What gifts can you bring me? I'm so embarrassed." Anohana rubbed Akio's little head. "How is Kaide's control? You can use it on yourself at any time, but you can't use it on others yet." The corners of Uajawa's eyes twitched slightly. "Well, now I'll teach you how to release spiritual pressure." To learn to release spiritual pressure, you must first understand that spiritual pressure and spiritual power are two different concepts. Respiratory power refers to the power that Shinigami absorbs the spiritual energy particles existing in the world through practice and then stores it in the body. Ryatsu refers to the density of a person's soul. The level of spiritual pressure reflects the intensity of oppression. Of course, it does not mean that the higher the density of a person's soul, the stronger his spiritual power. For example, your spiritual pressure is stronger than your brother Shiba Kaien's, but he has practiced for nearly 100 years more than you. Do you think your spiritual power is stronger than his? Skyhawk shook his head. Anohanaretsu continued, "Yes, spiritual pressure can be changed through practice. Some people are talented and have high spiritual pressure since they were born, but if they don't make progress or practice seriously, they will accomplish nothing in the end. There are also people with average talents, but they practice hard and can achieve extraordinary things in the end. Do you understand? Tianying nodded in understanding. Teacher, what you mean is that no matter how talented you are, as long as you practice seriously, you will eventually become successful and famous, right? Uzhua smiled happily. Talked for a long time. She just wanted to tell Tianying this truth. Well, let's get to the point now. I'll teach you how to channel your own spiritual pressure. Half an hour later, Anohanaretsu stared blankly at the scene in front of him. That's right. Tianying successfully released his spiritual pressure. His spiritual pressure is not strong, he is about the same as an ordinary Shinigami, and there is still a little gap between him and the vice-captain. Really just a little bit. Anohanaretsu glanced at Tianying's right hand with the corner of his eye, and there was indeed the suppression bracelet he gave him there. That bracelet that can suppress 70% of spiritual pressure. In other words, if Skyhawk took off the suppression bracelet, his spiritual pressure might have surpassed that of his elder brother Kyan. 25 years old soul age, deputy captain level spiritual pressure. For a moment, Anohanaretsu even felt that there was something wrong with the world. How could such a monster appear in soul society? Teacher Anohana, the bracelet you gave me is so strange. I always feel like a lot of my spiritual pressure has been eaten away by it. Can I take it off? After releasing his spiritual pressure, Aquila could already feel the restraint effect of the bracelet. He shook the right hand with the bracelet on it, looked at Anohanaretsu in confusion, and wanted to take off the bracelet. No. Anohanaretsu hurriedly stopped Skyhawk's movements, and at the same time was grateful that he had given Skyhawk a restraining bracelet first. She knew that once Tianying's talent was discovered by the outside world, it would cause an uproar. And some people would be unable to sit still. As Tianying said, some people don't want to see the Shiba family rise. Shiba Ishin is already the captain of the 10th Division, and Shiba Kyan is also designated by Jushiro as the captain of the 13th Division. If Skyhawk has the potential to be a captain again, then these people will definitely strangle Skyhawk in the cradle. They would not allow 3 captains of the Godei 13 to appear in the Shiba family at the same time. Put away the spiritual pressure. Uajawa slowly said to Tianying. Oh. Tianying put away his spiritual pressure obediently. Ms. Hiwa looked at Tianying, with a mix of love and hate on her face. What she loves is Amaji's talent. If Amaji grows up, he might be able to defeat Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake, allowing her to avenge her previous humiliation. What I hate is Amazon's background. If Amazon is not directly related to the Shiba family, even if he is a commoner in Rukanga, Anohana will not worry too much about Amazon's growth. This bracelet is for you to practice. You must not take it off unless your life is in danger. Mao's Hiwa decided to tell a lie, a white lie. At this moment, she finally realized how difficult it is to be a teacher. On the one hand, he is afraid that Tianying will waste his cultivation because of his talent, and on the other hand, he also has to think about how to ensure Tianying's safe growth. In fact, he didn't have to do this, because Tianying had already guessed what she was thinking. After releasing his spiritual pressure, Tianying has become aware of his talent. Although he has never seen other Shinigami release their spiritual pressure, don't forget that he has a vice-captain and a 3rd seat at home. He could feel that the spiritual pressure he had just released had exceeded Shivadu. Teacher, please teach me how to control this spiritual pressure first. I understand what you mean. I will not take off this bracelet easily. Tianying has been able to appreciate Anohanaretsu's good intentions, and respects Anohanaretsu more and more. Next, Anohanaretsu did not teach Skyhawk other skills, but concentrated on teaching Skyhawk how to control the intensity of spiritual pressure release. Before leaving, she told Tianying the Shinigami's practice of absorbing spiritual power and left him homework at the same time. Swinging your sword 50,000 times a week. Practice Shunpo every day until you are exhausted. Chapter 14 Hitsugaya Toshiro. In the following time, Tianying practiced hard every day. Kendo, boxing, kicking, Shunpo, he didn't fall behind. Compared with the training set by Ms. Hiwa for him, he constantly forced himself to break through the limits, because he knew that what he lacked most now was time. Fortunately, he has a bell pattern that can delay the passage of time, so that he can have more time to practice than others. He originally completed the practice of swinging the sword 50,000 times a week, but he completed it in 4 days. In the next 3 days, he continued to swing the sword 40,000 times. The practice of boxing and kicking is also increasing day by day. Shunpo aspect. Ms. Hiwa asked him to practice until exhaustion. But he used Zhongwen's second ability to go back in time, restore his body to an energetic state again, and continue practicing. Every week after that, Ms. Hiwa would take time to check Tianying's training. While surprised by the rapid improvement of Tianying's combat skills, he guided him in a more severe manner. Compared to Kid, Anohana is more responsible for coaching Amahawk in the way of Kendo, and Shunpo is becoming more and more skilled in such battles. Tianying can feel that his actual combat ability is increasing sharply every day. This life lasted for nearly half a year. Anohana Retsu is becoming more and more satisfied with his apprentice. Neither arrogant nor impetuous, modest and prudent is her evaluation of Tianying. During the past 6 months, Tianying continued to pay attention to the situation of the Kokaki family of the great nobleman, focusing on Byakuya Kokaki's wife Kokaki Hyojin. Certainly, he is not going to steal his wife from Byakuya Kokaki. Instead, he wants to use Kokaki Hyojin to judge the occurrence of some events, which are related to the lives of his eldest brother and sister-in-law. Tianying didn't know when Shiba Du and Shiba Kyan would be killed. He only remembered that when Kyan was killed, Kokaki Rukia had already joined the 13th Division. It was Kokaki who killed Shiba Kyan herself. He didn't know how to find Kokaki Rukia, so he could only stare at Kokaki's house. If he remembered correctly, after Kokaki Hyojin passed away, Byakuya Kokaki would find Kokaki and Rukia would accept him as his adopted sister, and later Rukia would join the 13th Division. Once Kokaki Rukia joins the 13th Division, Taka will have to keep an eye on his sister-in-law. Alas, Sky Eagle feels very tired. He obviously wanted to join the 4th Division as a salted fish, but God made him join the Shiba family. It's a new day. In the morning, Tianying completed training in Kendo, boxing, and kicking. After having lunch and saying hello to Shiba and Kaku, Amaji threw on a piece of clothing and walked out of Shiba's house. Before leaving, I ran to the kitchen and packed a lot of food. I have been a good baby for half a year. Kyan and Konghi have lowered their restrictions on him a lot, and they won't control his time and whereabouts when he goes out too strictly. Tianying often runs to Rukonga Junjun Rinan in the west recently, because he found a very interesting person there. A cold-blooded kid with white hair, he is also the genius Shinigami who will succeed his uncle Shiba Ishin as the captain of the 10th Division in the future, Hitsugaya Toshiro. After learning that Toshiro had not yet joined the Godi I-13 or entered the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, Amaji often took time to wander around Rukonga near the Siraidii. The purpose is self-evident, naturally it is to find Hitsugaya Toshiro. But Seoul society is too big. Plus Aquila doesn't remember which neighborhood Toshiro originally lived in. So it took nearly half a year to find traces of Toshiro in Junranan, Zi Street. However, Toshiro was too aloof and cold. Although Tianying wanted to get close to him, he was repeatedly rejected. Tianying's brain changed and he immediately changed his thinking and prepared to start from other places. For example, Toshiro's family. As far as he knew, Hinamori Momo had gone to study at the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, and only he and his grandmother were left to depend on each other in Toshiro's family. And Toshiro's grandmother is the target of Sky Eagle's current strategy. Knock knock knock. the Sky Eagle gently knocked on the door of Toshiro's house. "Who?" A cold and childish voice came from inside. "Me." Gate of opening quickly. Squeak. The door opened a corner, revealing a small white head. With quick eyes and quick hands, Tianying quickly squeezed in through the crack in the door. In the room, two little guys, one with black hair and one with white hair, looked at each other. Toshiro's spirit age should be nearly 60, but he still looks like a child of about 10 years old. He had white hair and was wearing light blue linen clothes. He frowned and looked at the uninvited guests who crowded into his home, with an unkind look on his face. "Why is it you again? What do you want to do? Get out of the way, I'm not here to see you, I'm here to see Grandma." For a cold-blooded guy like Toshiro, Tianying has learned from experience that before he can't defeat him, it's okay to be a little more domineering than him. Just as the two were confronting each other, a kind voice came from the compartment in the house. "Who is it, Toshiro?" "It's me, Grandma, Sky Eagle." Before Toshiro could open his mouth, Aquila shouted out first. After a while, the door curtain of the compartment was opened, and an old man with a cane and a kind-hearted face walked out. It is Grandma Hitsugiya who lives with Toshiro. "Oh, it's Sky Eagle. Are you here to play with Toshiro again?" After a few days, Tianying has become familiar with Grandma Hitsugiya, and Grandma Hitsugiya also likes this lively and naughty child. Of course, the most important thing is that she hopes Toshiro can have friends. Hearing what Grandma said, Tianying pushed Toshiro away, then quickly stepped forward to help Grandma Hitsugiya to the table. "No, what's the point of looking for this piece of wood? I came here specially to see you, and I even brought you delicious food." He put the food packed from home on the table, unpacking it one by one, and placing all the treasures in front of Grandma Hitsugiya, like a boy offering treasures. "This is fresh fish sashimi, this is chicken sushi, and by the way, the weather is so hot, I also brought you iced watermelon, please try it." Although the Shiba family has declined, the aristocratic heritage is still there. Moreover, both Shiba Kyan and Shiba serve in the 13th Division, and Shiba Kyokaku is the first pyrotechnics master in Rukanga. He is not short of money, and the food at home has always been good. The aroma of the food immediately spread throughout the room. Toshiro stood aside and stared coldly, but he couldn't help but swallowed after seeing the ice watermelon. Grandma Hitsugiya was a little flattered when she saw the food on the table. There were some things she had never eaten before. But even though she had never eaten it, she knew it was expensive. "You're just here, why are you spending so much money on something? Children, don't spend money randomly, you know? You can take these things back and eat them yourself." After saying that, she wrapped the food and pushed it back to Sky Eagle. He had brought the Sky Eagle belt, but he was still willing to take it away, so he quickly pushed the food in front of Grandma Hitsugiya again. "Grandma, these things are all brought by my family. I think it would be a waste to throw them away, so I brought them here to honor you." "That's it." Grandma Hitsugiya heard this, thought for a moment, and then refused. "Thank you, Sky Eagle." Tianying hurriedly waved his hand. "Grandma, that's right. I have never seen my own grandma. When I see you, I think of her. I don't know if she is as kind as you." After saying that, Tianying sighed sadly. Although these words may seem false from the perspective of Sky Eagle's motives, they are actually spoken from the bottom of Sky Eagle's heart. Regarding elders, Tianying has always had a vague concept in his mind. The first time he met Grandma Hitsugiya, she reminded him of the old director of the orphanage, who was just as kind and kind. Aquila was an orphan when she was on Earth, which means she has no parents in the Shiba family. The old dean is the only impression of elders that Tianying has in his mind, so he unnaturally puts Grandma Hitsugiya into the role of the old dean. Grandma Hitsugiya heard Sky Eagle's heartfelt words and reached out her hand to touch Sky Eagle's head kindly. "Aquila, you and Toshiro are both good boys. Grandma's behavior aroused Toshiro's dissatisfaction. He felt that Grandma was his own grandmother, and Tianying was like a thief trying to steal Grandma's love for him. Hey, if you show your courtesy for nothing, you are either RG or stealing. Toshiro muttered angrily. The sound was not loud, but it happened to be heard by the eagle. Tianying turned his head and stuck out his tongue at Toshiro. Hey, 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 I want you to take care of it, but I won't steal your things. You. Toshiro trembled angrily, but he could only stand aside and stare. That's right, he can't beat Sky Eagle. Grandma watched the two brats bickering kindly. After Hinamori Tao left, the family had not been so warm for a long time. And Toshiro has not been so active for a long time. Grandma Hitsugiya waved to Toshiro. Since Aquila brought it here, to Hiro, why don't you come over and have something too? Grandma can't eat it alone. Don't you like iced watermelon the most? Hey, I don't want it. Toshiro ran out of the door proudly. Grandma looked at Tianying with some embarrassment and said apologetically, Tianying, I'm sorry, this is the character of Toshiro. He is relatively introverted. He didn't mean it. Don't be angry with him. When you come to see him, I can see that he is still very happy inside, but he doesn't know how to express it. He hasn't had many friends since he was a child. His only friend Dizzy has also gone to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy to study. Grandma hopes you can accept him and continue to be his friend, okay? Seeing this, Tianying hurriedly waved his hand and said like a brat, Grandma, don't worry, adults don't have the same understanding as children. I won't be angry with him. You eat first, I'll go find him and come back. Sky Eagle, I'm sorry to trouble you. Chapter 15, The Back View of the River Bank. Sky Eagle and Toshiro. Number 1 Rukanga Jun Junranan Suburb. It was just afternoon, the sun was blazing in the sky, the temperature outside was very high, and ordinary people were already hiding in their rooms for a lunch break. At this time, no one was moving in the suburbs. Along the river, the blazing sunlight shines on the water, rendering the river water sparkling with gold. Waves of heat waves followed the breeze and blew towards the shore, blowing on Toshiro's face. After being angry with Tianying, he came here. This river bank was his favorite place to come when he was in a bad mood. At this time, it is already the highest temperature of the day. It stands to reason that if someone sits here for a long time at this time, they must be sweating profusely, the heat is unbearable, and they may even collapse from heat stroke. But there were no beads of sweat on Toshiro's face sitting on the shore at this moment, nor was he suffering from heat stroke. He just frowned slightly to express his dissatisfaction with the surrounding temperature. He has been like this since he was a child. Although he doesn't like heat, he is very heat tolerant. He likes cold and ice, which is why he swallowed when he saw the iced watermelon brought by Sky Eagle. Ice is too luxurious for the common people of Rukanga. Toshiro doesn't like summer, he prefers winter. In fact, for the common people of Rukanga, winter is far more difficult than summer, and many people die in the brutal cold every year. But Toshiro didn't care about the severe cold. He is not afraid of the cold. Even if he is standing in the snow wearing only a thin linen garment in winter, he does not feel cold. This also made him an outlier since he was a child. In addition, he had gray hair at a young age, and no one of his own age was willing to play with him. Apart from his grandma, his only friend is Hinamori Momo. But just last year, Hinamori Momo went to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy to study. Toshiro knew about Mao Spiritual Arts Academy because the common people in Rukanga yearned for that place. It is said that as long as you graduate from that place, you can become a high-ranking Shinigami-sama in the Seireidii, and say goodbye to the poor life of Rukanga from now on. Toshiro will never forget that scene last year. At that time, Momo Hinamori jumped up to him and told him happily that she, Momo Hinamori, passed the examination of Mao Spiritual Arts Academy and would become the Shinigami who protects Soul Society in the future. Shinigami, that is the pursuit of many common people. At that moment, Toshiro felt that he saw light in Hinamori Momo's eyes, which seemed to be the light of hope for a better future life. The light was so warm and dazzling that it reflected Hinamori Tao's entire face with radiance. Hinamori Momo has found her pursuit, and Toshiro is happy for her only friend from the bottom of his heart. But Toshiro was very confused, he didn't know what he was pursuing. To protect the peace of Seoul society? No. His ideals are not as lofty as Hinamori Momo. He just wants to protect his grandma, who is his only support. Thinking of his grandma, Toshiro's hateful face appeared in his mind. Damn Shiba Skyhawk! He angrily picked up a stone next to him and threw it into the river. Plop! There were high splashes on the river, and Toshiro felt much better. Toshiro is actually very conflicted about Sky Eagle. On the one hand he was delighted. After Hinamori Momo left, Toshiro longed for a new friend to appear in his life, and Akio appeared at the right time. Tianying opened the door of Toshiro's heart that was closed after Hinamori Momo left, and lit up his life again with a beam of light. But on the other hand, Toshiro was very angry. He was angry that Tianying would look like an elder looking at a junior from time to time. He was obviously older than that guy, so why? If he hadn't been unable to defeat him, Toshiro would have really wanted to repair the Sky Eagle. Hey, I wonder if that guy is gone. Toshiro put his head in his hands and stared at the river in a daze. Plop! There was another splash on the river. Toshiro woke up instantly. Who? He glanced left and right, trying to find the prankster. At this moment, a joking voice sounded behind him. Hey, little Shiro, it's not good for you to hide here secretly and say bad things about others. Hearing this, Toshiro quickly stood up and looked behind him. Shiba Tianying, what are you doing here? Isn't it enough to take over my home and my grandma? After saying that, Toshiro frowned and looked at Tianying arrogantly. He seemed to have forgotten what Tianying had just called him, Shiro. This was a name that only Hinamori Momo would call him. Tianying ignored Toshiro, walked to Toshiro's side and sat down on the grass. Ah! The scenery here is quite nice, but it's a bit hot. I wish I had a piece of iced watermelon to eat. After saying that, Tianying took out a piece of watermelon from the bag and gnawed it himself. He had given the watermelon to Hitsugaya's house before, leaving a few pieces for Hitsugaya's grandma to eat, and he brought out the rest. Ah, the ice watermelon is so delicious. After eating, Tianying threw the remaining watermelon rind in front of Toshiro. The watermelon rind drew a beautiful arc in the air, and fell into the river with a popping sound. What on earth do you want to do? Toshiro clenched his fists and couldn't help but tremble. He didn't notice that as his emotions became more excited, a trace of cold air surged out of his body. This scene was noticed by Tianying, who quietly took a few steps closer to Toshiro. What are you doing? Some people don't like to eat iced watermelon. I think it would be too wasteful to throw it away, so I can only find a place to eat the iced watermelon myself. Then you go eat somewhere else, not here. No, the scenery here is beautiful and the temperature is high, which is perfect for eating ice watermelon. Tianying smiled calmly and took out a piece of ice watermelon from the bag again. In fact, he didn't say anything, there is also free air conditioning here. Toshiro took a deep breath and didn't speak again. She knew she couldn't speak. He glanced at Tianying coldly, raised his feet and prepared to leave. Catch it! Aquila threw the watermelon he had just taken out of the bag at Toshiro. Toshiro subconsciously caught it with his hand. I don't. Seeing the ice watermelon brought by Sky Eagle, Toshiro was about to refuse, but was interrupted by Sky Eagle. If you don't eat it, you will throw it away. Remember, this watermelon was thrown from your hand. Hey, I will complain to Grandma when I get back. I want to tell her that you are wasting food outside. You. Toshiro was about to curse. With quick eyes and quick hands, Tianying pushed the watermelon into Toshiro's mouth. Eat what you have, some of them won't stop your mouth. Ice, sweet. This was Toshiro's first reaction. Goodoo. He subconsciously swallowed the watermelon in his mouth and looked at the sky eagle blankly. Hey, no thanks, go home, Grandma is still waiting for you. Tianying hugged Dong Shilang and pushed him back. Although the difference in soul age between the two is nearly 40 years, their heights are almost the same. River bank. Two people, one black and one white, walked through the willow trees blown by the breeze. The river breeze gently blew through their hair, revealing their equally handsome faces. The black-haired Aquila had a bright smile on his face and hugged the white-haired Toshiro. The white-haired Toshiro had an expressionless face and looked a little cool, but the watermelon juice at the corner of his mouth destroyed his cold temperament. One black and one white. One is cold and one is hot. The two figures' backs looked surprisingly harmonious on the path along the shore. Chapter 16 The Troublesome Nobles. Little Shiro, is the watermelon delicious? Who allowed you to call me that? Grandma, he told me that your only friend used to call you that. Now that I have become your only friend, there is nothing wrong with calling you Little Shiro. Who are you friends with? Isn't it? Then spit out the watermelon you ate. Along the way, Sky Eagle and Toshiro chatted about each other. In most cases, Sky Eagle was talking and Toshiro was listening. Toshiro would occasionally argue a few words, but he was always resented and defeated by Aquila's sharp tongue, so in the end Toshiro simply stopped rebutting. Returning to number 1 Rukanga Junranen, the two of them walked straight to Hitsugaya's house. At this time, many people had gathered outside Hitsugaya's house, and they were pointing inside. Tianying looked forward in surprise, and asked Toshiro with some doubts, "What's going on in front? Isn't that your home?" Toshiro seemed to have noticed something, and hurriedly pushed aside the crowd in front and squeezed in. At this time, Toshiro's body was already radiating a faint chill. When he squeezed into the crowd, the people in front subconsciously gave way to a way. Seeing this, Tianying wanted to squeeze in with him, but Toshiro's movements were too fast, and the crowd of onlookers crowded together again, blocking Tianying's way in. Tianying could only push aside the crowd and squeeze in alone. At this time, the crowd of onlookers was still talking about the Hitsugaya family. Isn't this family usually quite poor? Why are there so many expensive foods today? I remember that there is only an old man and a white-haired kid in their home. Yet, who knows? Maybe it was stolen. I have seen a black-haired kid frequently appearing in this house before. He seems to be idle. I'm afraid the white-haired kid has followed suit. Tisk, 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 it's really possible to say that. I said before that the white-haired kid was not a good thing. Look, I said it. But the old people in the house are really pitiful. They are scared to death by these unscrupulous guys. Tianying's face became increasingly ugly as he listened to the discussions around him. He probably understood what was going on here. Someone saw that he had brought food to the Hitsugaya family, and was stimulated, so he came to bully the orphans and children. Hearing these people say that Grandma Hitsugaya was frightened, Tianying couldn't help but move her hands a little faster again, faintly using part of her spiritual pressure. Just when Tianying was about to squeeze out of the crowd, a heartbreaking cry suddenly came from the room. Grandmother! Tianying recognized that this was Toshiro's voice and hurriedly pushed aside the last person in front and rushed towards the house. Once inside, Tianying saw that the originally smooth and orderly room seemed to have been smashed, with items smashed to the ground and opened drawers everywhere. Toshiro was kneeling in the living room, and in front of him was Grandma Hitsugaya lying on the floor. Hearing Toshiro's scream, 4 people ran out of the room. The man at the head was dressed gorgeously, wearing a navy blue coat, and he looked like he was a member of the aristocracy. Behind him were 3 young men wearing light gray clothes, who looked like attendants. When the nobleman saw Toshiro and Sky Eagle appear, there was a hint of joy on his face. It turns out you two little bastards finally came back and asked, where did you hide the money you stole from me? You even dare to steal from my Kashimoto family. I think you are getting impatient. Toshiro didn't raise his head, he was still kneeling on the ground and looking at his grandma helplessly. At this time, the chill emanating from his body had already caused the temperature around the house to drop a lot. Tianying didn't speak, looked at the nobleman coldly, and hurried to Grandma Hitsugaya's side. It's not that he's afraid of getting into trouble by dealing with the nobles, but rather than dealing with these scum, it's more important to check on Grandma Hitsugaya's situation first. Phew, it's okay, I just fainted from fright. Tianying checked the condition of Grandma Hitsugaya and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Toshiro with some guilt and said, "Little Shiro, Grandma is fine. I will treat her later and she will be fine." When Toshiro heard this, he raised his head and glanced at Sky Eagle, but the cold air released in his body did not decrease. Seeing this, Tianying narrowed his eyes slightly and secretly screamed something bad. He didn't expect that Toshiro would awaken his spiritual pressure in advance under this stimulation. This exuding cold air is Toshiro's ice-type spiritual pressure exuding. Obviously, Toshiro is now able to release his spiritual pressure unconsciously. Toshiro. Tianying stretched out his right hand, trying to wake Toshiro, but the moment his hand touched Toshiro's shoulder, a biting cold air spread along his right hand towards his body. White frost mist gradually covered his right hand, fingers, and palm. Tianying frowned and activated the spiritual pressure in his body, forcing the cold air out of his body. "Hi Chief!" Skyhawk murmured. "Toshiro is worthy of being the measuring unit for future geniuses. He has just awakened, and his spiritual pressure intensity is already comparable to that of the senior chief officers of the division. No wonder he rose rapidly in the following decades and became the captain of the 10th Division." Tianying was still thinking about how to wake up Toshiro. The noble man on the side saw that the two brats ignored him, and suddenly felt that his noble majesty had been challenged. He turned to the three attendants behind him and said, "Why are you still standing there? My uncle's money probably belongs to these two little untouchables. Go over and search them for me." The three attendants looked at the scene in front of them, with a trace of unbearability flashing in the corners of their eyes. They all knew the noble man was lying. Because the three of them had been following this noble man, watching him gamble at Junranen's gambling house and lose all his pocket money. As for why the Hitsugaya family appeared, it was purely because the man was in a bad mood after losing money. When he passed by Hitsugaya's house, he smelled the aroma of food and saw civilians eating expensive food, so he took the opportunity to come in and vent his anger. Due to the power of this man's family, the three attendants walked up slowly and touched Tianying and Toshiro. "What are you three doing so long? Come on, do it!" the noble man shouted at the door of the inner room. Tianying noticed the movement around him, glanced at the noble man coldly, and remembered the Kashimodaji family in his heart. Immediately, he stood up. He planned to leave here first and take Toshiro and Grandma to Shiba's house. At this moment, Grandma Shiba needs treatment, and Toshiro needs someone to help him suppress the spiritual pressure in his body, but this place is not suitable for doing these two things. When the three noble attendants saw Tianying making a move, one of them said, "Boy, don't even think about running away. Let the young master vent his anger and it's over. Otherwise, this matter will not be finished. What nonsense are you talking to him about? If you don't want to do it anymore, hurry up and hit me." The noble man finally couldn't help it and kicked the noble attendant in the middle. The three noble attendants gritted their teeth and faced Sky Eagle directly from three sides. "Get away!" Tianying shouted loudly, kicked the attendant in the middle away with a forward kick, then jumped on the spot, opened his legs in midair and hit the faces of the other two. He did not use Shinigami's fighting skills, but simply used unarmed combat to defend himself. Because of hesitation and carelessness, the three attendants were hit and flew back to the noble man. The attendant in the middle hit the noble man heavily. The aristocratic man struggled to stand up, but was pinned down by the attendant who knocked him down. He bounced a few times but failed. Tianying glanced at the four of them coldly, but he did not kill them. However, with his current physical condition, these three attendants would not be able to get up for a while. As for the noble, he was not in a hurry to teach him a lesson. The top priority is to treat Toshiro and Grandma Hitsugiya. As for this nobleman, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Amaji held Toshiro on his shoulder with one hand and hugged Grandma Hitsugiya with the other hand. The moment Toshiro put his hands on his shoulders, Tianying felt that the cold air emanating from Toshiro's body was a little stronger. In order not to hurt Grandma Hitsugiya, Tianying silently controlled her spiritual pressure to block the cold air and prevent it from continuing to erode outwards. After doing this, Tianying led the two of them out of Hitsugiya's house. Before going out, he turned his back to the room and said coldly, "Xiaotolu's house, I remember it, see you later." After saying that, Tianying turned his head and glanced at the crowd watching outside the house. At this time, the place was completely silent, and everyone was looking at him fearfully. Tianying's expression was calm and he didn't care. He took Toshiro and the two of them and walked out silently. The moment he started, the crowded crowd seemed to have received an order and consciously cleared a path for him to move forward. Not being afraid of power is the backbone of young people, but it is not the backbone of these people whose blood has been wiped out by the system. For the first time, the boy understood the meaning of the word noble to soul society. It was also the first time to examine whether the idea of bringing the Shiba family back to the five nobles was correct. Maybe soul society would be more harmonious without nobles. Chapter 17 Rescue Toshiro. After leaving Rukanga, head straight to Shunpo from Sky Eagle. At this time, the benefits of normal gradual movements became apparent. Even after using Shunpo to move for nearly 20 minutes, Tianying did not feel tired. Skyhawk felt the breath of Grandma Hitsugiya along the way. She was just frightened and not hurt, so Skyhawk felt relieved a little. But Toshiro's situation was a bit outrageous. The ice spiritual pressure he released continued to increase, and it was almost reaching the standard of deputy captain. The Sky Eagle becomes wise in its desperation. He put the spiritual pressure suppression bracelet on his right hand and put it on Toshiro's hand to hide the spiritual pressure. Finally arriving at the door of Shiba's house, Tianying was a little lucky that Shiba's house was relatively remote, otherwise it would be hard to explain if others would catch him after seeing him like this. As soon as they arrived at the door of their home, Jin Yan and Yin Yan were greeted like two door gods. Seeing Tianying carrying an old man in one hand and a child on the other shoulder, Jin Yan and Yin Yan ran over quickly. "Master Tianying, what are you doing again?" "Jin Yan, stop talking now and help me at the gate of opening. It's important to save people." "Oh." Jin Yan suppressed the words that just came to his mouth and quickly opened the door of Shiba's house. Tianying quickly passed through the stairs and corridors and brought Toshiro to a guest room. In the hall, Kyokaku and Shiba were sitting together and chatting. When they heard something moving outside, they looked toward the door and saw a figure running past. What was that just now? How could someone release spiritual pressure here? Konghe asked in confusion. The two stood up and walked to the door, ready to follow and take a look. It happened that Jin Yan and Yin Yan had just passed through the hall following Tianying. Konghe stopped Jin Yan, Kane Yan, who just passed by. How could someone use Shunpo at home? Is there anyone who dares to invade Shiba's house? No, it's Master Tianying. He brought two people back, an old man and a child. Jin Yan replied quickly. Old man, child? What does he want to do? Hearing this, Konghe hurriedly ran towards the corridor. She was afraid that Sky Eagle would become naughty again after learning some skills. Shiba even heard that Tianying had entered, and followed Konghe into the corridor. She was thoughtful all the way. She always thought that Skyhawk was learning Kaide, but she just discovered that Skyhawk's Shunpo was already so skilled, even stronger than her. Guest room. Amaji first put Grandma Hitsugaya on the bed, used Kide to condition her for a while, and then turned towards Toshiro. It happened that Konghi walked in with Jinyan and Yanyan. Kyokaku found the unconscious Grandma Hitsugaya and Toshiro, and immediately thought of something bad. She thought they were injured by the Sky Eagle. Shiba Tianying, are you feeling itchy? I promised to find you a teacher, but you have been stable for half a year and you are looking for trouble for me, right? You are becoming more and more courageous. Now you dare to kidnap and traffic the elderly and children? What on earth do you want to do? Konghi asked in a bad tone. Tianying was still thinking about how to deal with Toshiro's matter, and did not hear Konghi's words. Konghi's expression became colder and colder, and she slowly walked towards Tianying, ready to teach him a lesson. Shiba walked in, noticed Konghi's movements, and stopped her first. Wait a minute, Konghi, let Tianying explain first. Tianying has been so good these days, he shouldn't do naughty things for no reason. Finished. Shiba all walked to Tianying and reached out to touch Tianying's head. Tianying, tell my sister-in-law who these two people are and why did you bring them home? Tianying was awakened by Shivatu's movements, and when he came back to his senses, he found that the room was already full of people. Hey, eldest sister, sister-in-law, why are you here? Konghi took a deep breath and was about to ask, but was stopped by Shiba's look. Shiba looked at Tianying tenderly, wiped the sweat from his head, and asked the question to Tianying again in a calm tone. Oh, sister-in-law, this is Grandma Hitsugaya, and this is Hitsugaya Toshiro. Toshiro is my new friend I recently met at Junranin. Skyhawk quickly recounted what had just happened. After listening to this, Konghi knew that he had misunderstood Tianying, and was a little lucky that Shiba stopped him and looked at her gratefully. Immediately, she thought of what Tianying had repeated, especially after thinking of what the noble Kazumitalo family had done, she couldn't help but curse. Humph, the Kazumioji family? Damn nobles, scum among nobles, trash among trash. When she scolded, she forgot that she was also a noble. After all, the Shiba family had been excluded from the noble circle for many years. Shiba glanced at her angrily. Konghi, what did you say? Your elder brother will be unhappy if he hears this. He has always wanted to bring the Shiba family back to the status of the top 5 nobles. Konghi carelessly touched his head and smiled awkwardly. Shiba turned to look at Tianying and stretched out his hand to rub his head again. Akio, you did a good job in this matter. We Shinigami must treat nobles and commoners equally. If it were the previous Sky Eagle, after hearing this sentence, he might have found several loopholes and argued with Shiba. But now he was preoccupied with dealing with Toshiro's spiritual pressure, and he didn't think carefully about Shivazu's words. Uzawa did teach him how to control his spiritual pressure, but did not teach him how to deal with such emergencies, because his spiritual pressure was always under control. However, he was reminded by the word Shiba in Shiba's dialect. He vaguely remembered that Hitsugaya went to the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy to learn how to control his own spiritual pressure, and his sister-in-law was a Shinigami who graduated from the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. Amaji looked at Shivazu happily, took her hand and asked excitedly, Sister-in-law, do you know how to suppress the spiritual pressure in Toshiro's body? Shiba frowned when he heard this. She had noticed a cold spiritual pressure since Tianying had just entered the door. After entering, she realized that it was emanating from the white-haired child in front of her, but because she was asking about Tianying, she didn't pay attention to it for the moment. Shiba smiled and said, no need to suppress it, Tianying. This is his own spiritual pressure and will not cause harm to himself. As long as your kid wakes up, the spiritual pressure will return to a controllable state again. But he may have to learn how to control the spiritual pressure in his body, otherwise it may affect others once it gets out of control. After hearing this, Tianying breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had never seen such a thing before, and caring would cause confusion. After all, Toshiro was one of the few people he thought he could make friends with. Seemingly thinking of something, Shiba smiled again and said to Tianying, "Tianying, you are lucky this time. You have made a friend with great potential." The spiritual pressure that this child named Toshiro unconsciously emits has almost reached the level of an ordinary shrine officer. If he is lucky enough to become a Shinigami in the future, he might be very powerful. Tianying laughed innocently, and he was completely relieved after hearing that Toshiro was fine. He was non-committal about what Shivatu said. You must know that Toshiro's spiritual pressure at this moment is suppressed by 70% by the suppression bracelet. If the bracelet is removed, it may have surpassed Shiba himself. But he didn't say much. Shiba is right, Toshiro will indeed be very powerful in the future. If nothing else, it would be appropriate to become a captain in a few decades. Tianying has already begun planning a captain training plan, and his goal is to tightly bind Toshiro to himself. The way of binding is, of course, family affection. Chapter 18 She will be my grandma from now on. Night. Grandma Hitsugaya woke up first, then Toshiro. After learning what happened next, he kept saying thank you to Tianying. Skyhawk once again felt the simple quality from this old man, which was a virtue that was different from the other indifferent civilians in Rukanga. Grandma Hitsugaya did not blame Skyhawk for bringing the food, but instead kept thanking Skyhawk for saving her and Toshiro. Tianying finally understood why Toshiro still had the courage to sacrifice himself for the safety of Seoul society even though he lived in such an indifferent environment. Without him, I will teach you through words and deeds. This also strengthened Sky Eagle's idea to help Toshiro take care of the old man. He feels that good people should not be harmed by this indifferent society. Grandma Hitsugaya wanted to leave Shiba's house. She felt that living here was too disturbing, but Kaku and Shiba persuaded her to stay. First, it was getting late, and they were afraid that it would not be safe for the old man to go out. After all, the Seoul society has not been peaceful recently. The second is Tianying's strong request. After all, Dong Shilang still lives here, and the old man will be at home alone when he goes back. The chill emanating from Toshiro's body had calmed down at this time and did not increase any more. But Tianying did not take off the soul-suppressing bracelet on Toshiro's right hand, because he could feel the chill from the surroundings. At this time, Toshiro's spiritual pressure may have reached the level of deputy captain. Once the bracelet is removed, this spiritual pressure will be exposed. Fortunately, this house has a special structure that can block the release of spiritual pressure below the deputy captain, so Tianying is not very worried about being perceived by the outside world at this moment. Amazon placed Hitsugaya's grandma in another guest room, and then stayed in Toshiro's guest room to guard him. He was afraid that Toshiro-wan would lose control again if he found himself in a strange environment and his grandma was not around. With nothing to do, Tianying started doing push-ups again. This was a habit he had developed. He moved before going to bed so that he could sleep more soundly later. 623, 624, 625. Grandmother. He had just reached the 625th push-up mark when a scream suddenly came from behind Tianying. He turned his head and looked behind him, which was the bed where Toshiro was sleeping. At this time, Toshiro half sat up, as if he had just had a nightmare, with a hint of fear in his eyes. "You're awake." Tianying got up from the ground, walked to the side and poured Toshiro a glass of water. Toshiro looked at the Sky Eagle in confusion, but did not take the water glass. Then, he carefully looked around and asked again, "Shiba Tianying, where is my grandma?" Tianying saw this and sat next to Toshiro. "Grandma is fine. She is resting in the room next to her. She may have fallen asleep." "No, I have to go see her." Toshiro didn't quite believe Aquila's words and struggled to get up. "Shh, I'll take you to see her." Amaji and Toshiro quietly walked to Hitsugaya's grandmother's room, gently opened the door and let Toshiro take a look. At this time, Grandma Hitsugaya had indeed fallen asleep, breathing evenly, and her chest rising and falling gently. Toshiro breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Tianying once again pulled him back to the room he was in. During this period, Toshiro was still a little reluctant to give up and looked back several times. Tianying gently patted his shoulder and signaled him with his eyes not to disturb the old man's rest. After returning to the room, Toshiro sat on his bed with dull eyes, staring at the door in a daze. After a long while, he spoke. "Shiba Tianying, where is this?" "My home." Sky Eagle replied calmly. Toshiro shouted, and the room fell into silence again. After a while, Tianying remembered that Toshiro had not eaten at noon, so he walked towards the door. "Are you hungry? I'll get you some food." Toshiro still didn't speak. About 10 minutes later, Aquila walked back to the room carrying the meal left for Toshiro in the evening and placed it gently on the table. "Eat something while it's hot. You probably haven't had lunch yet." The food was still smoking and had just been heated by Skyhawk. Toshiro looked at the food on the table blankly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. After a while, Toshiro sighed. "Shiba Tianying, why do you want to get involved in my life? Why do you show up at my house so often? What exactly do you want to do?" He had almost recalled what happened at noon, and knew that the cause of the incident was the food brought by Sky Eagle, so after hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help asking Sky Eagle the questions in his mind. Tianying was silent for a moment, and also sighed. "I'm sorry, Toshiro, I didn't expect things to turn out like this." When Toshiro heard this, he clenched his fists tightly, and his mouth turned white from the pinch. He suppressed his voice and said angrily, "Is it useful to say sorry? My life and Grandma's life have been disrupted by you. What on earth do you want to do?" Tianying looked at Toshiro Kide. "I want to be friends with you." "Friend? Why?" Toshiro stared into Tianying's eyes and asked word by word, "You and I are obviously people from two different worlds. What you eat every day may not be possible for me to eat in my life. What you eat I may not be able to live in a house like this in my lifetime. Please tell me, what reason do I, a commoner, have for you to deign to make friends with me?" Facing Toshiro's questioning, Tianying's expression was very calm. "Do you need a reason to make friends? Don't you need it? Do you need it? Don't you need it? No need." Tianying shouted loudly. The quarrel between the two quickly attracted the attention of others, who gathered outside the door of the Sky Eagles. Kaku, Hayashi Shivito, Kane Hiko, Jin Hiko, and even Grandma Hitsugaya also came to the door. Shiba made a slight silence gesture to signal others to keep silent. Inside the house, Tianying had already noticed that someone was eavesdropping outside the door, but at this moment his temper was also rising and he didn't care about the outside at all. Toshiro didn't know there was anyone outside, so he sat on the bed angrily, staring at the Sky Eagle. Tianying sat on the chair beside the table, staring at Toshiro with his big eyes. A long while. Toshiro turned his head first. He pushed the blanket aside and lay down with his back to the Skyhawk. "Shiba Tianying, I will take Grandma away at dawn tomorrow. Please don't interfere with my life again. I don't deserve to be cared about by a high-ranking big shot like you, nor do I deserve to be your friend. You fart." Tianying swore directly. He quickly ran to Toshiro's bed, turned Toshiro over, grabbed Toshiro's collar and picked him up. "I'm telling you, Hitsugaya Toshiro. I, Shiba Tianying, said I want to be friends with you, so I will be friends with you. I am willing to associate with the person I like, whether he is a commoner or a beggar. Same. Anyone I don't like, no matter if they are nobles or Shinigami, get out of here. Do you understand? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, from now on I will go to your house every day and disrupt your life every day. What can you do to me? You. Shameless. Toshiro looked at the sky eagle in front of him and shouted angrily. Outside the door. When Kanghe heard Tianying say such domineering words, he put his right hand on his chest and nodded with his chin. With my old demeanor, I am worthy of being my younger brother, just like my mother-in-law. Shiba glanced at Kanghe angrily, and bowed apologetically to Grandma Hitsugaya. Inside the house, the confrontation continued. Aquila heard Toshiro scolding him for being shameless, and dragged Toshiro to the table. Eat. Eat. Get out of here after you finish eating. To be honest, after what happened at noon today, I quite dislike you. You are just a coward. You are the coward. Toshiro struggled to argue, but he could not break free from the hands of the practicing sky eagle. Tianying pressed him on the table and placed the food directly in front of him arrogantly. I'm a coward? I, a commoner, dare to hit a noble. Do you dare? My grandma was bullied and fell to the ground. What are you doing? Sitting on the ground in a daze. Howling and saying that you are not a coward. If I were you, I would go find a piece of tofu and kill him right now. I would save you the trouble of getting angry at the person who helped you. It's not scary to be weak. What's scary is that you don't even have the courage to punch when facing the enemy. That's really sad. Ah! Toshiro roared, trying to stand up with all his strength. What do you know? What will Grandma do if I do it? Outside the door, Grandma Hitsugaya sighed sadly when she heard this, with unspeakable pain in her eyes. Snap! Suddenly there was a crisp sound in the room. Tianying pressed Toshiro with one hand, and slapped Toshiro on the back of the head with the other hand. Be honest with me. A coward is a coward. What excuse can you make? People like you who look forward and backward will never become a master. They can only live in Rukanga doing nothing for the rest of their lives. If you really care about Grandma, then work hard to make yourself strong, so strong that no one dares to have bad thoughts about her, nip all dangers in the cradle, and let her live a better life. Think about it, if you were the captain of the 13th Division, would anyone dare to have thoughts about Grandma? If you can stand at the top of the Soul Society, will anyone dare to have bad thoughts towards Grandma? Let me tell you, I am destined to become a man on top of the world. My goal is to eliminate all hidden dangers that may cause harm to myself or my family and friends. I dare to say this and I will do it. This is what a man should look like. Toshiro stopped struggling. At this moment, he suddenly felt that what was pressing on his shoulders was not actually a pair of hands. It's a mountain and a sea. It's a snow-white blue sky. It is the vast starry sky. For the first time, he knew what a man should pursue and what a man should have. He thought of the light in Hinamori Momo's eyes when she learned that she had passed the test of Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. And at this moment, he seemed to have found the light he was looking for. Then what should Grandma do before I become a strong man? He asked in a daze. I raised it for you. She will be my grandma from now on. Tianying's domineering kide. Plop. The door suddenly opened, and 3 people squeezed in, lying on the ground. They are Kanghe, Jinyan, and Union. Sister-in-law Shiba and Grandma Hitsugaya stood at the door. Shiba looked pleased. Grandma Hitsugaya looked at Toshiro with tears streaming down her face. When Toshiro saw his grandmother, he also shed tears. He kept mumbling sorry. He was apologizing for his cowardice at noon. Grandma Hitsugaya covered her mouth with one hand and moved the other hand from side to side, as if to say it doesn't matter, Grandma knows. Tianying's eyes felt a little sore when he saw this scene. His nose twitched. Thinking of what he just said, he looked at Kyokako lying on the ground and Shiba standing at the door. Sister-in-law, eldest sister, did you hear what I just said? I want to help Toshiro take care of Grandma, okay or not? Shiba nodded gently. With a heroic smile on his face, Kanghe slowly raised his right hand. Thumbs up. No problem. Chapter 19 Teacher, are you satisfied with the second disciple I found for you? In the next few days, Toshiro's grandfather and grandson stayed at Shiba's house. Shiba doesn't have many family members, and Kyan's personality is very helpful, so he happily agreed to the matter. Of course, it's useless if he doesn't agree. Kyan spent most of his time in the 13th Division, and his family was basically watched by Kyokaku and Shiba. As long as they both agreed, the matter was decided. Originally, Grandma Hitsugaya wanted to leave with Toshiro, but Kyokaku and the others took turns trying to persuade her to stay, so she had no choice but to give up. Konghi comforted Hitsugaya's grandma. In fact, she wanted her grandma to stay, and she also thought that grandma could help her keep an eye on the sky eagle and take care of the rock eagle. This made the old man feel less indebted. During this period, Tianying took Toshiro back to Hitsugaya's house once. I wanted to pack up some things worth remembering for my grandparents, but after I went there I found that the house had been destroyed and in a mess. Tianying asked several times. It turned out that after they left that day, the nobleman brought people from Seattle's house to see them almost every day. Every time he found no one in the house, the noble would vent his anger on the things in the house. His former home was gone, and Toshiro was a little sad, but at the same time he was glad that he and his grandmother had not returned here. This incident made Toshiro even more determined to become stronger, and he silently hid his hatred for Kazumioji's family in his heart. Tianying also guessed Dong Shilang's thoughts and did not offer any words of comfort. He knew that from the moment Toshiro wanted to become a strong man, the Kazumioji family would not have an easy life in the future. Because, he will also help Toshiro. The day came again when Anohanaretsu came to check on Skyhawk's training. Early in the morning, after a little warm-up, Aquila sat in the training room waiting for Anohanaretsu, and Toshiro also sat beside him. During this time, Amagi taught Toshiro everything that Anohanaretsu taught him, and Toshiro practiced hard with him every day. In addition to their previous training, Amagi and Toshiro are already slowly learning Bakud in Kid. Now, Tianying can release Bakud with a sequence of less than 30. Toshiro is a little better than him and has mastered Bakud, which is around sequence 40. Why not learn Had? Had is an offensive skill, which cannot be used at home. It is too noisy, and if the house is broken down, it will be easily beaten by the Kaku woman. Originally, according to their spiritual power, it was enough to release about 60 Kid in sequence. But Kid's training is not that simple, otherwise it would not be listed as one of the 4 basic skills of Shinigami. Kid's cultivation also requires constant practice and continuous proficiency in the way spiritual pressure operates. Moreover, learning Had and Bakud is different from learning Kide. If you want to master it, you need to remember the words of the spirit. Just memorizing these lines of Bakud's words, which are under 30 years old, already makes Tianying's scalp numb, and he can't remember any more. I have to say, Toshiro was indeed better at memorizing these difficult words than he was. After learning Bakud, Tianying finally understood how much effort those strong men who could release Kid without the word spirit had put in to achieve the release of Kid without the word spirit. The first thing is to memorize the words and phrases of the words by heart, then continue to practice chanting silently, increase the speed, and finally replace the words and spirits with silent chanting. Around 9 o'clock, Anohanaretsu arrived at Shiba's house. Amagi respectfully invited Anohanaretsu into the training room. "Little Shiro, hurry up and pour a cup of tea for my beautiful and gentle teacher." As soon as he entered the door, Amagi ordered Toshiro to pour tea for Anohana, and also flattered Anohanaretsu. Anohanaretsu felt the spiritual pressure in Toshiro's body before entering the door. Amagi didn't introduce him, so she didn't ask. She knew that her disciple would tell her later. Really? After Toshiro poured tea for Anohana, Aquila began to introduce it. "Shiro-chan, this is the teacher Anohanaretsu I told you about. She is the captain of the 4th Division of the Godei 13th Division. She will also be my captain and direct boss in the future. Captain Anohana." Toshiro bowed respectfully. He did not follow Akio in calling Anohanaretsu his teacher because he had not yet become a disciple. Ms. Hiwa glanced at Tianying angrily, seeming to blame him for revealing her identity, but she did not speak. Tianying smiled coquettishly, then turned around and started introducing Toshiro. "Teacher, this is Hitsugaya Toshiro, he is my good brother." Uzawa nodded slightly to Toshiro as a greeting. Although she is the captain of the 4th Division, she does not have that arrogant and condescending captain style. After saying hello, she turned to look at Sky Eagle again. "Hee." Tianying covered his head and laughed. Teacher, can you also teach Toshiro how to practice? He is a genius." Toshiro looked at Sky Eagle in shock and hesitated to speak. Sky Eagle had never told him about this before. Moreover, after Tianying asked this question, he felt a little restrained standing here. It's okay that Anohanaretsu agreed, but he would have felt embarrassed if he had refused. Anohanaretsu also frowned and glanced at Skyhawk. She didn't know why Tianying had such a plan, and she even felt that Tianying didn't seem to take her seriously. "Why?" Anohanaretsu put his hand down as he was about to pick up the teacup to drink tea. She didn't refuse directly, which saved face for Tianying and Toshiro. Tianying knew that Anohanaretsu would not agree easily and did not feel anything. After all, it is in the original work. Even if Toshiro is extremely talented, he has never been taught by Yamamoto and Anohana. Fortunately, Tianying had already planned. He pulled Toshiro behind him, and then took off the soul-suppressing bracelet from his hand. Ms. Hiwa looked at Tianying in confusion. She didn't know what Tianying wanted to do. Toshiro was also confused, but he still obeyed and took a few steps back according to Tianying's instructions. "Ryutsu!" Tianying shouted to Toshiro. "What?" Toshiro was puzzled. Tianying walked up behind Toshiro angrily. "Release the spiritual pressure and release it with all your strength." Buzz. Toshiro understood and instantly released all his spiritual pressure. A cold wave suddenly set off in the small training room. And frost gradually appeared under Toshiro's feet and spread outward in a ring. Anohanaretsu's eyes flashed with surprise. This child is also a deputy captain level spiritual pressure, and he looks as young as Tianying. The most important thing is, the spiritual pressure of the white-haired child in front of him seemed to be the same as that of Sky Eagle, which was not fully developed. This cold spiritual pressure didn't appear for long. The moment the spiritual pressure appeared, Tianying was already ready. Click. A second later, Tianying put the soul-suppressing bracelet he had just taken off on Toshiro's wrist. Toshiro looked at Tianying in astonishment, wondering why he was wearing this thing on himself again. Tianying patted Toshiro on the shoulder and said, "Little Shiro, that's it. Put away the spiritual pressure." "Oh." Hearing this, Toshiro nodded. "Then start to slowly reduce the amount of spiritual pressure released." The time he had learned to control spiritual pressure was too short, and he was unable to burst out all his spiritual pressure and recover it instantly. This is why Tianying put the spirit-suppressing bracelet on his hand. While Toshiro was controlling his spiritual pressure, Aquila ran up to Anohana with a flattering look on his face. "Teacher, are you satisfied with the second disciple I found for you?" Chapter 20 Toshiro becomes a disciple. Anohana gently picked up the teacup and took a sip. He glanced back and forth between Aquila and Toshiro. Toshiro had already regained his spiritual pressure within his body. With a calm look on his face, he took the soul-suppressing bracelet off his wrist and handed it back to Tianying. Compared to Aquila, Toshiro never thought that he had to become a disciple of Anohanaretsu. Even if Anohanaretsu is the superior Shinigami captain. So what? If it can be done, that's great. If he doesn't succeed, he won't be depressed. Toshiro firmly believes that as long as he works hard, he will become a strong man. Then follow the Sky Eagle. After this period of time, Toshiro has realized that Tianying is really good to him and Grandma. He secretly made a vow in his heart. Tianying takes care of his grandma for him, so he will repay Tianying's kindness with practical actions, follow him around, and remove all obstacles for him. Even in the face of mountains of swords and seas of fire, keep moving forward bravely. Of course, this oath was hidden deep in his heart. He did not tell anyone, not even his dearest grandma. After a while, Anohanaretsu put down the teacup and looked at the disciple who was almost frozen with laughter and was secretly amused. No. She shook her head. Toshiro was a little disappointed, but also relieved. He didn't want to owe Tianying too much anymore. Why? Tianying frowned, his face stretched. Uzawa spoke slowly, Toshiro's talent is indeed good. In my opinion, he may be a genius that is not seen in a century or even 1,000 years. Then, Tianying was about to ask, but was interrupted by Ms. Hiwa. But, this is not enough. Tianying looked at Ms. Hiwa in confusion. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on his face again. Ms. Hiwa was a little relieved. She knew that Tianying knew her thoughts, so she continued to speak. To become a strong person, talent alone is not enough. I have seen many talented people, but very few of them become strong in the end. Talent, perseverance, and even luck are all indispensable, but they are not the most important. The most important thing is to have a firm heart, a heart that firmly believes that you will eventually become a strong person, and a heart that is not afraid of any difficulties or challenges in order to achieve your goals. Anohana looked at Toshiro, then turned to look at Sky Eagle, and then turned to look at Toshiro again. Toshiro, are you ready to become a strong man? Although this sentence is asking about Toshiro, it is also asking about Tianying. The expression on Tianying's face did not change. Of course he was ready, otherwise he would not have said so much to Toshiro before. Toshiro nodded, cried firmly, "Ready, Captain Anohana." "Okay." Anohana stood up, walked to the side of the training ground, took the wooden sword he used to teach Tianying in his hand, and threw one to Toshiro. "Come on, 10 minutes. We don't have to fight with any Ryotsuha for 10 minutes. As long as you can hit me or withstand my attack, then you will be my second disciple of Anohanaretsu." Toshiro took the wooden sword thrown by Anohanaretsu, took a deep breath, and his eyes became firmer. Then he held the sword in both hands and assumed a fighting posture. "Captain Anohana, please teach me." Tianying stood aside and vacated the space in the middle of the training ground. At this moment, he wanted to take out a cigarette and take a puff. Because he was not worried at all that Toshiro would fail the Anohanaretsu test. From the moment Toshiro had the courage to hold the sword and take a fighting stance against Anohana, the test had been passed. The two goals Anohana set for Toshiro are meaningful. For the current Toshiro, let alone 10 minutes, even if you give him a week, he will not be able to touch the corner of Anohana's clothes. As for withstanding Anohana's attack for 10 minutes. Haha, isn't this nonsense? Anohana must be determined not to let Toshiro pass the test, and one strike is enough. Not to mention Toshiro, even now I probably wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from Anohana in her serious state. The sword in Ms. Hiwa's hand can be called a precise and accurate critical strike, and the sword knows how to hit it. What Toshiro has to do is to fight until the last moment, until he can no longer stand up. Tianying was somewhat grateful to the noble of Seattle family at this moment. If it hadn't been for him, he wouldn't have inspired Toshiro's strong heart in advance. How about interceding with that noble in the future and asking Toshiro to spare his life? Hey. Tianying laughed at his unrealistic idea. He found a comfortable seat and sat down. He looked at Toshiro with the eyes of an old father looking forward to his son's success or failure, waiting for the trial to begin. Anohanaretsu suddenly turned his head. "Akio, go get a wooden sword, you and Toshiro together." Sky Eagle. In order to test Toshiro's perseverance, Anohanaretsu's attacks in the next 10 minutes must be like a violent storm. He was shot as he lay. Tianying regretted why he had prepared a few extra wooden swords in the training room. It's okay now, you're done. Hurry up and get it. Anohanaretsu urged. Oh. Tianying quickly ran to the side of the weapon rack and took a wooden sword, then ran to Toshiro's side. Teacher Ms. Hiwa, please teach me. After getting into a fighting stance, Tianying became serious. Anohana nodded, and used the other hand that was not holding the sword to strike at Tianying and Toshiro. Come on, let's go together. 10 minutes later, Toshiro was already lying on the ground motionless. Tianying was still fighting with Anohana alone, holding the sword. Toshiro has basically passed the assessment, but Anohanaretsu is still tortured Skyhawk, which is a small punishment for Skyhawk secretly finding an apprentice for her. Snap! Anohana's wooden sword hit Tianying's butt again. Tianying subconsciously covered his butt with one hand and jumped away, looking at Uajawa alertly. Now! Tianying felt burning pain all over his body, and even without touching him, he knew that he was probably swollen into a pig's head. Ms. Hiwa often greeted him in the face. However, this is not what makes him most uncomfortable. What really bothered him was his butt. He could no longer feel the existence of his buttocks. Covering his buttocks with his hands after being spanked just now was a completely subconscious behavior. Pain? Doesn't exist. That's obviously numbness. But even so, Tianying still did not put down the wooden sword in his hand. He felt that he could still fight and was not exhausted. However, Uajawa had already put away the wooden sword and inserted it back into the weapon rack. She looked at Tianying with some relief and said with a smile, "Okay, let's stop here." Anohana can feel that Amaji Kendo and Shunpo have made great progress, which proves that he is not lazy because of the addition of Toshiro. But what satisfied Uajawa the most was Tianying's serious fighting attitude. That's what being a Shinigami should be like. No matter what kind of battles you face, you have to fight until the last moment. Call. After hearing Anohanaretsu say it was over, Skyhawk took a deep breath and sat down on the ground. After a while, ouch! He bounced up from the ground again in a weird posture. A spanking on the butt doesn't hurt. It doesn't mean it doesn't hurt to sit down. Seeing this, Anohanaretsu covered her mouth and smiled. Go ahead and treat Toshiro first. Tianying showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and walked towards Toshiro while muttering in a low voice. We like the new and hate the old, the world is in a hot and cold state, and people's hearts are not ancient. When you have a new apprentice, you don't need the old one. But he was still very happy in his heart. Because he knew that Toshiro had passed the Anohana test. Gloriously became his second junior brother. Chapter 21 Black-haired chicken, white-haired dog, the boat of friendship can capsize at any time. Spring passes and autumn comes. 2 years passed quickly. Since this time, the frequency of mutant monsters appearing in Seoul society has increased, and Shiba Kyan and Shiba spend less and less time at home. This made Skyhawk a little worried. He has never forgotten the crisis that the Shiba family will face soon. In the original time and space, the event that really brought the Shiba family to its knees was the death of both eldest brother Kyan and sister-in-law Shiba. Fortunately, there have been no rumors about the death of the wife of the Kukaki family, so Tianying can breathe a sigh of relief. In 2 years, Tianying never dares to slack off in his cultivation. Fortunately, he has the benefit of a time traveler, Bell Pattern. In the past 2 years, his Zhongwen's ability has been continuously strengthened. In terms of controlling the flow of time, Sky Eagle's control over the flow of time can be doubled every year. In the first year, the time flow rate he could control was 3 times. In the second year, now, he can control the time flow rate 4 times. This way he would have more time to practice. After spending 3 or 4 times as much time and effort as others, Tianying has made rapid progress in Kendo, Kid, Shunpo, and boxing. He wants to build himself into a hexagonal warrior, one who can fight several at once. Although Zhongwen's abilities are powerful, they are still somewhat imperfect. His time flow rate cannot affect other people, such as Toshiro, otherwise Tianying would really want to drag Toshiro to enjoy the joy of reinforcing the growth of young people. Now Aquila's spiritual pressure has surpassed Kaien's several times, and according to Anohanaretsu, it is basically close to that of an average captain. Anohanaretsu did not say who this general captain was. Tianying guessed that it was Sui Feng, Dongxian and others. Their spiritual pressure is indeed average among the captains. Of course, Tianying was not secretly happy because his spiritual pressure was strong. He knew that having spiritual pressure close to the captain didn't mean he could fight the captain. To measure the combat effectiveness of a Shinigami, one must consider many aspects. After all, everyone is good at different things. If a captain-level battle is really going to happen, and the spiritual pressure is about the same, if you want to win, the right time, right place, right people, and the right people are indispensable. The so-called timing refers to the weather and restraint. For example, in snowy days, Toshiro has a natural advantage, but when he and Old Man Yamamoto are fighting, it is just to deliver food. If the location is favorable, it means the environment. For example, if Shinigami wants to fight a hollow of the same level in the real world, he will definitely be the loser if the limitation of spiritual pressure is not lifted. Renhi is relatively simple, it is basic combat skills. Whoever has higher basic skills will have the advantage. Toshiro has also grown very fast in the past 2 years. Although his spiritual pressure is not as good as Aquila, he has surpassed most of the current vice-captains of the Godii 13th Division. Kid is still ahead of Skyhawk. Toshiro can already release Kid with a sequence of about 70. And can even cast a Kid with a sequence of less than 40 with the Silent Spirit. But Tianying can't, he can only release Kid with a sequence of about 60, and Kid with an instant sequence of less than 30. But even so, Tianying can still press Toshiro on the ground and rub him. After all, his kendo, shunpo and white hits are much higher than Toshiro's. When Kid failed to hit anyone, Toshiro was immediately turned into a sandbag when Aquila got close to him. Anohanaretsu is very satisfied with the growth of her 2 apprentices. She has seen 2 bright new stars thriving under her guidance. She believes that in the near future, the names Shiba and Hitsugaya will be heard throughout the Soul Society. But before that, she felt that her teaching to the 2 of them needed to come to an end. She has taught everything that needs to be taught, and now the only things Aquila and Toshiro lack are time and Zanpakuto. To obtain the Zanpakuto's original form, Aquila and Toshiro must attend the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy or join the Godii 13. Otherwise, even if she is the captain of the 4th Division, she will not be able to help them obtain the Zanpakuto. Yuazawa is planning to let Tianying and the 2 go to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy this year. She did not set a mandatory goal for the 2 of them to graduate in a few years. In her opinion, the current Godii 13 team does not lack high-end combat capabilities, and the 2 Skyhawks should learn something systematically. For example, Shinigami's requirements, Shinigami's taboos, and some missions that Shinigami must bear. 1 week before admission to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. In the morning, Mao's Hiwa went through his weekly teaching routine and beat up 2 disciples. Then we stayed at Shiba's house for lunch. After meal. The lobby of Shiba's house. Anohana, Kaku, Shiba Miyako, Hitsugaya's grandma, Aquila, Toshiro, and the gold and silver twins were sitting on both sides. The rock vulture is already babbling, and Shiba is holding him in his arms. Uzawa said there was something she wanted to discuss with everyone, so everyone didn't leave after eating. Ahem. Just after finishing the meal, Anohana cleared her throat. Seeing everyone looking at her, she squinted her eyes and smiled softly. Just this smile almost scared Sky Eagle and Toshiro to their feet. They lowered their heads and trembled, thinking carefully about whether they had done anything to make Yuazawa angry. It's not their fault either. 2 years, being beaten every week made them understand a truth. The teacher smiled, but the outcome was unpredictable. If the teacher is angry, there will be consequences at your own risk. Seeing her two disciples shaking for no reason, Uzawa gave them a strange look. She thought these two guys already knew her plan, and she was so excited that she couldn't control her body. Shaking her head, Uzawa picked up the tea that Jinyan brothers poured after the meal and took a sip. Grandma Toshiro, Tou, Kaku, I have something I want to discuss with you. Sister Hawa, please tell me. After being in contact with each other for such a long time, both Shiba and Kaku were used to calling Anohana Sister Hawa. Kyokaku and Grandma Hitsugaya also looked at the Anohana, quietly waiting for the next step. It's like this. In a week, I want Tianying and Toshiro to go to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy to study. I hope you agree. Hearing this, Aquila and Toshiro both raised their heads and looked at Anohana. They wanted to go to Mao Spiritual Arts Academy last year because there was a Zanpakuta there. However, Anohana did not agree with their idea at the time. The two Tianyings thought that this matter would be shelved for a few years, but they didn't expect that Uzawa actually brought it up this time. Toshiro was very happy and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. On the one hand, I can finally get the Zanpakuto's primary form to fight, and on the other hand, I can finally meet my childhood sweetheart, bedwetting Momoko, who I haven't seen for a long time. He knew that Hinamori Momo had not graduated yet. As long as he went to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy to study, he could see Hinamori Momo often again. Bah! Tianying pouted at Toshiro. Little Shiro, put away that ugly face of yours. I can guess with my butt that you are thinking about Hinamori Momo. Then he stood up and said, Teacher Anohana, I want to report Toshiro's impure motives for enrolling in the school. Look, he has a smile on his face even before he enters school. I suspect that his mind has been corrupted. Once he enters school, he will be drunk in the gentle land of his childhood sweethearts and needs to be reinvented. Shiba Tianying, you fart. Toshiro stood up equally angrily. Teacher, grandma, sister-in-law, and eldest sister, you see, Toshiro was so angry that I was right. He has no brother now, and he even said bad words to me. You are younger than me, I am the older brother. Toshiro shouted. Tianying said, Bah! If you want to call me senior brother, I am the elder brother and you are the younger brother. Toshiro said, Bah! I'm older than you, so I'm the older brother and you are the younger brother. Tianying said again, Bah! I am the senior brother and you are the junior brother. Toshiro said again, I am the eldest brother and you are the younger brother. Tianying rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go up and beat Toshiro. What a Toshiro you are! You actually want me to be your little brother. You really should be called White-Eyed Wolf. You black-feathered chicken is my little brother. Toshiro also rolled up his sleeves, not to be outdone. The black-haired sky eagle is the black-feathered chicken. Eagle equals chicken. The atmosphere was tense. Fortunately, the two of them were not sitting together, and there was an aisle between them. Otherwise, they would have probably struggled together. Everyone present was speechless. The two guys, Aquila and Toshiro, share joys and sorrows 1 second, and the friendship boat capsizes at the next second. Uzawa's face turned blue, and she stood up with a frown. What are you doing? Pretend I don't exist. Look at what you look like now. Are you still educated? Do you want others to laugh at me Anohanaretsu for not being able to teach well? When the two Tianyings saw this, they both became angry, like cocks that had lost a fight. The teacher gets angry at your own risk. I will come over again at noon tomorrow. Before I come, you should copy all of Kid S words and spirits 1,000 times. If you haven't finished copying them, don't even want to go to the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. After saying that, Anohana walked out of Shiba's house angrily. She felt that the normalcy she had cultivated over the years was about to burst. In the past 2 years, the two Sky Eagles have rubbed back and forth on the verge of being beaten countless times. Although Tianying was the main instigator, he couldn't do it with just one slap. To these two disciples, Mao's Hiwa's tenderness and anger only lasted for a moment. Just like the friendship boat between the two skyhawks. Just turn it over. Chapter 22. Is this over? Since the afternoon, the Shiba training room has been quiet. There was no sound of the fierce fighting in the past, only the sound of brushes and paper being sanded. In order to complete the mission of Ms. Hiwa, Tianying and Toshiro are both writing furiously. It would take a lot of time for both of them to copy all of Kid's chants 1,000 times. Especially the Skyhawk. He didn't like doing homework when he was studying on Earth, let alone copying and memorizing books. I copied it all afternoon, but I only completed it 500 times. Toshiro is a little better than Aquila because he is much more familiar with Kid chants than Aquila, otherwise he would not have mastered 10 more sequences of Kid. He has copied it 600 times, 100 times more than Tianying. At this moment, the sun is almost setting. Tianying stretched, shook his sore wrists, twisted his neck and stood up. Toshiro raised his head slightly and glanced at him from the corner of his eye, then lowered his head and continued writing. Tianying walked around the house twice and moved around a little. After sitting all afternoon, he felt that his waist was almost stiff. Tianying wandered to the tea table in the corner and poured himself a large glass of water. Gurgling. After finishing the drink, he let out a sigh of satisfaction. Then he turned his head and glanced at Toshiro, and found that Toshiro was still writing with his head down. After thinking about it, he poured another glass for Toshiro. Here, little Shiro. Aquila walked to Toshiro's table and put the water on Toshiro's table, then sat down next to him. Toshiro frowned slightly, glanced at the water glass on the table, and then turned to look at Sky Eagle. Have you finished copying it? Tianying shook his head. No, I only copied half of it. The pen in Toshiro's hand paused for a moment. Then why don't you go quickly? Teacher Anohana is coming to check tomorrow. Do you want to continue being trained? Although Toshiro's tone was cold, he still showed concern. His character is like this, cold on the outside and hot on the inside, hard-spoken and soft-hearted. Even in expressing good intentions, words and actions are cold, which may also be related to the characteristics of the soul. He likes the cold, and his character is like ice in the cold. Fortunately, Aquila has already gotten used to Toshiro's character. He waved his hand and smiled at Toshiro. Hey, what are you afraid of? At worst, I won't sleep at night. If young people don't stay up late, what's the difference between them and salted fish? Playing with Toshiro has become one of Sky Eagle's hobbies. He felt that Toshiro was too calm, so calm that it made him feel a little sick. Tianying didn't want Toshiro to be too cold, as life would be too boring. He felt that an emotional and warm Toshiro seemed more complete. Just in the lobby. Tianying actually just wanted to tease Toshiro, but he didn't expect Toshiro to react so strongly this time. But when I look back and think about it carefully, it becomes clear. An introvert will be very emotional if his thoughts are exposed. Tianying could only swallow the bitter pill silently, admitting that the cost of provoking trouble this time was a bit high. But, although he is the one who stirs up trouble every time, he is also the one who takes the initiative to show kindness every time. This is the truth that if the water is clear, there will be no fish, and if a person is shameless, he will be invincible. Just like this time, he could find a reason to get together with Toshiro again. Aquila knew Toshiro would not take it seriously. Toshiro looked at it and gently put down the pen in his hand, and also moved his neck, waist, wrist, and other parts a little. It was nothing at first, but after Tianying said this, he did feel a little stiff. If you don't stay up late, will you turn into a salty fish? Salted fish and staying up late, are they related? He thought about what Tianying had just said, and the image of a salted fish with black eyes appeared in his mind. What's this mess? Toshiro shook his head and dismissed this image from his mind. He didn't know where Tianying had so many weird logics, but he had gotten used to it in the past 2 years. Toshiro took a sip of the water Aquila poured for him, was silent for a moment, and then turned to look at Aquila. Tianying really laid down next to him in a salty fish position. Toshiro smiled bitterly and sighed. Tianying, don't you want to go to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy to study? Hey! Tianying slowly opened his squinted eyes and stared at the ceiling blankly. Okay, isn't it just to get a Zanpakuto there? I don't have any childhood sweethearts there, so I don't have any other thoughts about that place. Shiba Skyhawk. Toshiro called Skyhawk, put the teacup on the table, and then spoke. Don't talk nonsense, Hinamori Momo and I are just friends, not childhood sweethearts. Tianying glanced at Toshiro. Hey, don't let your ears get red. Do you want to fight again? Toshiro stood up slowly and looked down at the salted fish Sky Eagle. Hey, why can't you take a joke? You're so boring. Tianying sat up, sighed, and then pulled Toshiro's sleeve and pulled him back to his seat. Toshiro shook his head twice, then thought about it and sat down. But this time he didn't care about Tianying anymore, but picked up the pen and continued to complete the tasks assigned by Ms. Hiwa. For a long while, he spoke calmly without raising his head. If you don't want to go to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, then we won't go. Anyway, we already have a teacher now. He thought Tianying didn't want to go to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, so he didn't want to go either. After all, to become a strong person, one does not necessarily have to graduate from Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Hearing this, Tianying felt a little moved. He could tell that Toshiro wanted to study in the academy, but he still chose to give up for him, which proved that his status in Toshiro's heart was already very high. Amaji stood up slowly and asked with a slight smile, Toshiro, if you don't go to the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, you won't be able to get a shallow attack. If you don't get a shallow attack, you won't be able to become a member of the Godai 13th Division team leader. Oh! Toshiro replied coldly. Then he said something that made Tianying's scalp tingle. There are so many Shinigami killed in the battle outside, I don't believe that all the Zanpakuto have been recovered. If we really can't find it, then next time there is a fight between a Shinigami and a hollow, we will go to the scene and keep an eye on it. Once the Shinigami dies, we will take the knife and run away. Tianying raised his eyebrows. And a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. But thinking about it carefully, he understood why Toshiro said this. Original. Toshiro entered Mao Spiritual Arts Academy under the guidance of Matsumoto Rangiku, the deputy captain of the 10th Division. And Matsumoto Rangiku helped him save his grandmother, so Toshiro is grateful to Matsumoto Rangiku. I am also naturally grateful to Shinigami. But now, the trajectory of Toshiro's contact with the Shinigami changed under his own influence. Matsumoto Rangiku did not enter his life. The only Shinigami he knows are teachers Anohanaretsu, Shiba Kyan, and Shivatu. At most, there will be one Hinamori Momo who has not yet graduated. Although Kyan and Kyan both take care of Toshiro and Grandma, this care is based on Tianying's help. Compared to Shinigami, he is more grateful to Skyhawk. Thinking of this, the corner of Tianying's mouth slightly raised. There is a joy of harvesting fruits. Who doesn't want to be rewarded for his or her efforts? Even if a saint has done good deeds, he still wants to be recognized. Tianying helped Toshiro pour a glass of water again, and then walked back to his seat. Little Shiro, we will definitely go to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy next week. Since the teacher has spoken, it means that she has already made this plan. Don't worry, you will be able to play with Dizzy soon. Bang! This is not over yet, is it? Chapter 23 An unexpected incident the night before admission. The next day, early in the morning. Yes, the handwriting is correct. Anohana held the kid words copied by Tianying and the others in her hands. She carefully turned over the pages and put them down after confirming that they were copied by the two. In 6 days' time, it will be the registration day for Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. You should prepare during this period, and don't forget it when the time comes. Yes, Teacher Anohana. Tianying and Toshiro said in unison. Uzawa nodded. I'm not worried about your entrance test, so I won't go and watch it. Yes, Teacher Uazawa. Ms. Hiwa was very satisfied with the attitude of the two today. After thinking about it, she started to give them some relevant instructions. By the way, don't say you two are my disciples after you go to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. I don't want the teachers at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy to give you special treatment. You are here to learn, not to enjoy. And don't take off that soul-suppressing bracelet easily. Although I know you can already control your own power, you are still young after all. Although your current strength may have surpassed that of your classmates and even your seniors who have not yet graduated, I hope you can always maintain a diligent and studious attitude. Shortly after accepting Toshiro as his disciple, Anohana went to the Technology Development Bureau again to ask Niriyuri for a spirit-suppressing bracelet, with the purpose of helping him control his spiritual pressure. Yes, Teacher Uazawa. The two Sky Eagles were like robots, nodding and repeating this sentence. It was repaired by Uzawa yesterday, and they don't want to do it again today. Especially the Skyhawk. He had been copying the spiritual poems until midnight yesterday, and now he was very sleepy. He just hoped that Ms. Hiwa would leave as soon as possible after finishing the examination, and then he could catch up on his sleep. Sky Eagle. Ms. Hiwa suddenly called his name. Arrive. Tianying instantly stood up straight. Teacher, I will definitely obey you. Well, that's good. Uajika stretched out her hand and rubbed Aquila's head, and then rubbed Toshiro. I'm reassured by Toshiro's character and he won't cause trouble, but you and I are still a little reassured. No less. Don't be naughty when you go to Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. Captain Yamamoto will go there if he has nothing to do. Uzawa reminded Tianying, and then continued, Toshiro, go to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy and help me keep an eye on him. If he doesn't obey, tell me with Tenteikangra. When I have time, I will get rid of him. Toshiro nodded obediently. I understand, Teacher Anohana. Forgive me, he glanced at Tianying in a demonstrative manner. Tianying turned his head, with a bitter look on his face, and muttered softly. When a villain succeeds, it is true that the world is declining and people's hearts are not as old as they used to be. It is indeed human nature to like the new and dislike the old. Well, what did you say? Uzawa frowned and glanced at Tianying. Report, I said that Teacher Ms. Hiwa is really a model teacher. You treat students equally and teach students in accordance with their aptitude. My admiration for you is like the endless river, and like the yellow river that overflows out of control. You are the sun in the hearts of students. 4 students pointed out the way forward. You. That's enough, that's enough. Uzawa covered her forehead and gave Tianying a white look. She knew that if she didn't interrupt Tianying, he would probably be able to talk for an hour or two. Straighten the 2 Sky Eagles upright. Uzawa looked at the 2 of them carefully again and arranged their clothes. Time flies so fast, 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. She felt a little emotional. I still remember the first time I met you. She thought about her first meeting with Skyhawk. At that time, Tianying was clamoring to learn Kaide, but the purpose was actually to heal himself. This reason. It actually looks a bit like myself. At that time, Tianying was naughty on the outside, but actually he was calm on the inside. Responsible for the revival of the Shiba family, he tried to hide himself with such stubbornness, but he didn't know that with his talent, he would eventually come to the forefront and shine in the entire Soul Society. Immediately, she thought of her first meeting with Toshiro. This white-haired boy was as cold as a piece of ice when he first met, and he was indifferent to everything. It seemed like the only thing he could focus on in that training room was the Skyhawk. Even after knowing that he was the captain of the fourth team, he did not show any intention of getting close to him. If it weren't for Tianying, he might not be keen on becoming his disciple at all. One is cold and one is hot. It is the portrayal of Aquila and Toshiro. Sometimes Anohana couldn't help but wonder, with a character like Skyhawk's, how could he be so close to Toshiro in the first place? Did he know Toshiro's talent beforehand? However, this idea was quickly rejected by Anohana. Compared to the somewhat metaphysical view that Tianying knew Toshiro's talent in advance, she was more willing to believe that it was because the two were equally excellent that they met in fate. They are all the cornerstones of the future Soul Society and the pillars of the future Soul Society. Ms. Hiwa's only thought now is to protect these two children and let them grow up on a healthy road. It was considered as compensation for the sins he had committed. After a while, Yuajawa stood up and prepared to leave. There have been more and more battles taking place in Soul Society recently. Originally, she didn't have time to come today, but in order to give instructions before the two disciples entered school, she still took the time to come. Now she has to rush back to the team. Before leaving, she said one last word to Aquila and Toshiro. Tianying, sometimes you can be naughty like a child, and sometimes you can be calm like an elder. Teacher knows that you have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. I only hope that you can stick to your heart at all times. Don't go astray. Toshiro, you have a calm personality and like to think, but you don't like to contact and communicate with others. The teacher knows that this may be related to your past, but I still hope that you can open your heart and try to feel the beauty of this world. Yes, Teacher Anohana. Tianying and Toshiro stood upright and respectfully sent their teacher off. Although Mao's Hiwa is very strict with them, they can feel Mao's Hiwa's care for them. They respect Mao's Hiwa very much. Time flies and 5 days pass quickly. One night later. Tomorrow will be the registration day for Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. At this moment, both Amaji and Toshiro couldn't sleep, and they were sitting on the roof of Shiba's house, looking at the stars and chatting. Tianying, are you really going to change your name and sign up tomorrow? Well, starting tomorrow my name will be Hitsugaya Skyhawk. Brother Kyan and sister Kong-hee, do you know? They won't know if you don't tell them. Well, remember to call me brother tomorrow. Temporarily. Let's do this, whoever becomes the captain first will be the big brother. Toshiro said with confidence. Skyhawk pouted. Dreaming. He doesn't want to be the captain, unless he is the overall captain. What's the point of being a captain? Who will be great after graduation? How about who becomes the big brother? It's okay. Toshiro was still confident. The source of his confidence is Kid, and the strong heart he has established himself. It's a deal. It's a deal. Under the stars. Two teenagers, one black and one white, sat on the roof, looking up at the stars, and made an oath that whoever was stronger would be the elder brother. After a while, the two got up and prepared to go back to the room to sleep. Suddenly, a strange roar faintly reached their ears. The sound sounded like the cry of a bird or the roar of an animal, which made people shudder. It's Sue. Aquila and Toshiro also looked in the direction close to Nishiji Rukanga, frowning. Although the frequency of hollows appearing in Soul Society has increased recently, this is the first time a hollow has appeared in Rukanga so close to the Siritii. Tianying was a little nervous because neither Kyan nor Shiba were at home at this time. He was afraid that this hollow was the one that killed Shivatu. Toshiro noticed Tianying's hesitation and said softly, "How about we go and have a look?" Tianying came back to his senses and nodded. Although they have never fought hollows and do not have Zanpakut, with the strength of the two of them, there should be no problem as long as they pay attention. Wait a moment. After finishing speaking, Tianying quickly ran back into the house. After a minute or two, he appeared again with two masks. Give. Tianying handed the blue mask engraved with dragon patterns to Toshiro, and put on a silver mask with dragon patterns himself. Although they are both dragon patterns, the Toshiro one has wings, and the Aquila one is the totem of his own race. Toshiro carefully took the mask. He guessed Tianying's intention, probably because he didn't want to reveal his identity. He put on the mask readily. This is indeed what Sky Eagle thought. But the most important thing is that he doesn't want to be exposed to Aizensuke's sight so soon. He knew that most of the hollows in Seoul society at this stage were experimental subjects put in by Aizen, and there should be Aizen monitoring them around the hollows. Let's go, Blue Dragon, be careful. Under the silver dragon mask, Tianying slowly spoke. Toshiro nodded under the blue dragon mask. He understood what Tianying meant. Well, you should also be careful, Silver, Long. Chapter 24 Encounter with Matsumoto Team. West 2 Rukongashiyun, made up, don't search, suburbs. A strange roar echoed in the woods, and every time this sound came out, it was accompanied by a fierce collision. Hold head high. Under the moonlight, a monster with a pale mask was fighting with 4 Shinigami. The monster was about 3 meters tall, with human limbs and a long tail at the end. It looked like an orangutan. Every time it roars, it can set off a whirlwind. Wherever the whirlwind passes, the trees are generally chopped down by sharp blades. There was another roar, and one of the 4 Shinigami, a male Shinigami with thick eyebrows, was unable to dodge, and was brushed by the strong wind formed by the sound waves, causing blood to fly everywhere. Cover me and trap her. Upon seeing this, the female leader Shinigami made a prompt decision and issued a combat order. Hearing this, the other 3 Shinigami gradually weakened their offensive and widened the distance between them and the monster. They only surrounded it but did not go up to fight. A few minutes later, the leading female Shinigami found an opportunity and quickly released Bakuta's 30-mouth flash. 3 huge yellow beak-shaped beams shot out from her hands, fixing the monster's hands and waist to the trunk of a big tree. The monster struggled for a moment, but still didn't break free. Let out a series of angry roars. All the Shinigami breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. A Shinigami with a bald head wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to the female Shinigami in the lead, Vice Captain Matsumoto, this hollow's condition seems to be very wrong. Hearing this, the thick-browed Shinigami who had just been injured in the arm also stepped forward. Yes, Vice Captain Matsumoto, this monster's spiritual pressure obviously does not reach the Daigzu level, but it seems to have developed intelligence. It is really difficult to deal with. Yet, Shinigami, the remaining silent brown-haired male, also nodded. He fully recognized the views of his 2 colleagues. Hollows are originally monsters created when human souls are swallowed up by emptiness. They have the same powerful physique and weird abilities as the Shinigami. The only difference is that they have no intelligence. It is precisely because of this that Shinigami, who is at a numerical disadvantage, can maintain a balance in the battle with Hollow. I know that the situation of this virtual bird is the same as the information in the recent report. It should be a mutant virus. The one who replied was the female Shinigami leader Vice Captain Matsumoto. She has short wavy orange hair, a peach scarf, and a mole on her lip. She is wearing a somewhat sexy death costume, and a pair of big white rabbits are about to appear. A wooden armband hung on her right arm, with a daffodil pattern engraved on it and a cross written in the middle. If Tianying were here, he would probably be able to recognize this person at a glance based on the above obvious characteristics. It was none other than Matsumoto Rangiku, the deputy captain of his uncle Shiba Ishin, the deputy captain of the 10th Division. At this moment, Matsumoto Rangiku's expression was a little serious, and her brows were furrowed. As the other 3 Shinigami said, this kind of hollow with spiritual intelligence is difficult to deal with, even if it only has a little intelligence. This kind of virtual has its own ideas in battle and can make some unexpected actions. Once there are too many, it will break the balance between Shinigami and virtual. The most important thing is that this kind of void may have the potential to become a high-level void. Matsumoto Rangiku has been the vice-captain for many years. With her status, she has been able to understand some things that ordinary Shinigami has no access to. As far as she knows, in order for a hollow to produce spiritual intelligence, it must break through into a great hollow. And it's not just the ordinary Great Void Jillian, but the intermediate Great Void Chukas. But she did not tell the other 3 people these words, but kept them silently in her heart. The jingling court was already very busy and had no time to deal with the panic caused by public opinion. Seeing that his thick-browed Shinigami was still bleeding, Matsumoto Shunpo appeared beside him and took out a bandage from his pocket to temporarily bandage the thick-browed Shinigami to stop the bleeding. "Are you okay, Damu?" The thick-browed Shinigami shook his head, indicating that it was nothing serious. Matsumoto stood up and turned to look at the bald Shinigami and the brown-haired Shinigami. "Maruans, Hanjian, go kill that hollow. It's getting late. We have to rush back to answer the question." "Yes." Bald Madoka and brown-haired Hanjian both cried. Immediately, they ran toward Apsu, who was sealed in the tree with knives from both directions, and their target was the mask on Apsu's face. They did not choose to attack from the front. Unless absolutely necessary, an experienced Shinigami will not choose to look at the face under the mask when killing a void. They understood that maybe just by looking at that face, they would lose their lives. This is a valuable lesson learned through countless Shinigami blood lessons. The essence of hollow is human. No one knows who the face under the mask is. It may be a friend that Shinigami once knew, or even a relative of Shinigami. A few seconds later, Yuans and Hanjian were already on the left and right sides of Monkey Su, and they were less than 2 meters away from the pale mask. Taking off and swinging the knife, the 2 men's actions seemed to have been rehearsed countless times. The 2 Zanpakuta roared and made a sound of breaking through the air, cutting straight into the head of the monkey. Suddenly, Matsumoto Rangiku's pupils contracted. "No, go back!" she yelled. Yuans and Hanjian on the left and right didn't know what happened, and looked at Matsumoto in confusion. From their position, they couldn't see the face of the monkey, but Matsumoto could see it clearly from the front. The pale mask of the ape seemed to be smiling. "Hold head high!" The ape struggled violently and burst out with a shocking roar. As it moved, the tree that sealed it let out a squeaking cry. Bang! Yuan Haox's 2 hands instantly broke free of the seal. Matsumoto had already reacted at this moment. "Croon, Grey Cat!" As her voice fell, the initial form of the Zanpakuto in her hand changed instantly, and the blade turned into smoke and floated towards the monkey. But she was still a step too late. Yuan Haoxu opened his palms and slapped the red rock on the right. At the same time, its head turned 180 degrees in an incredible state, facing Yuan's on the left. Snap! Hold head high! Both palms fell. And the sound and wind struck. Yuan's and Hanjian were hit almost at the same time and fell from mid-air. Yuan's, who was hit by the sound wind, was covered with wounds, as if he had been chopped by dozens of knives. Hanjian's limbs were twisted and he felt like his bones had been smashed into pieces. "Maruzawa! Hanjian!" Matsumoto let out an angry cry. "I want you to die! Cat Rondo!" At this moment, she felt extremely regretful. She should have killed the virtual creature herself. Because of her carelessness, the life and death of 2 of her subordinates are now uncertain. As her voice fell, the dust on the ground seemed to be aroused by a strange spiritual pressure, forming a grey tornado and hitting the monkey Su. Seeing this, Ape Haoxu showed a humanized tremor in his eyes, and let out a sound blast towards the tornado. But his attack had no effect on the tornado. Immediately, he roared up to the sky again, stretched out his hands and grasped the yellow triangle beam that sealed his waist, and pulled it out hard. After doing this, its aura became much weaker. Before the tornado arrived, it stared at Matsumoto Rangiku coldly, and then quickly fled backwards. "Damn it! Matsumoto Rangiku controlled his Zanpakuto and was about to pursue him, but was stopped by Ogai, who had an injured arm. "Vice Captain, it's important to check on Yuans and Hanjian first." Matsumoto had no choice but to stop the pursuit, and together with Ogai, they carried the two people who fell to the ground on their backs. "Then get out of here." A secret room in Jingling. A large screen in the room was showing the scene of Matsumoto and others leaving. In front of the screen, there were 3 Shinigami wearing Captain Hayori looking at it with interest. One of the captains wearing glasses sat in the middle, and the other captains wearing sunglasses and squinting eyes stood behind him on the left and right sides. "Vice Captain Matsumoto seems a little careless this time, right?" "Silver." The captain sitting in the middle with glasses suddenly spoke. Kide, the captain on the right with squinted eyes, said, "Haha, I think the hollow you're studying, Captain Eisen, is very interesting. It seems to have become different." Eisen nodded. "Dongxian, pay close attention to that Su. I think it has great experimental value." "Yes. Eisen-sama." The captain wearing sunglasses lowered his head. Kide. Immediately, he glanced at a certain red dot on the map, and then quickly left the secret room. Shiba's house is in the forest on the side of Rukongashiyun near Nishiji. 2 teenagers wearing silver and blue dragon-patterned masks were galloping. For a while, they seemed to feel something and looked at each other. "Here he comes, ready to fight." Under the silver dragon mask, Tianying slowly spoke. Chapter 25: The cooperation between Tianying and Dongshilang. Clear. Toshiro, who was wearing a blue dragon mask, nodded slowly. He also noticed something unusual, that strange and chaotic spiritual pressure was approaching. Toshiro glanced around, selected a big tree about 10 meters to his right, and then used Shunpo to appear on the branch of that tree. The location of this tree is very good, not too far or too close, which can maximize the power of Kid. The most important thing is that the field of vision is also wide, so you can pay attention to the situation of the Skyhawk at any time. After arriving at the location, Toshiro made an OK gesture towards Sky Eagle. He learned this from Tianying, and he thought it was very practical in battle. 26 of Bakud Bent Light. Toshiro recited Yanling silently in his heart. After a moment, the light in the space where he stood seemed to be distorted, and Toshiro's body also began to distort. A moment of trance. Toshiro disappeared completely. This is the effect of Bakud 26 Bent Light. Its function is to use the refraction of light to cover an area, thereby achieving the effect of hiding objects. Toshiro uses this effect to hide himself. After Tianying saw Toshiro disappear, he sensed the direction in which the previous hollow was heading. After he determined that his location was the virtual path, he also used bent light to become invisible on the spot. One front and one side. This was the tactic Aquila and Toshiro had just discussed on the way here. It was said that they were discussing, but in fact they just exchanged glances with each other. In 2 years. Although Tianying and Toshiro have never experienced actual combat, under Anohana's training, their cooperation has long been extremely proficient. One is near, one is far, one is on one side. This position of attack is exactly the position that the 2 Sky Eagles often use when training against Anohana. From the front, the Skyhawk has strong melee capabilities. Use bent light to sneak attack first, and if it fails, fight head-on. From the side, Toshiro Kid is stronger. He uses long-range attacks to cover the Aquila for close combat, and can fight in close combat at any time when necessary. As for mentality, the 2 Sky Eagles have long been prepared to fight Su at any time. Tianying was originally engaged in the black boxing profession, and his psychological endurance has long been far beyond that of ordinary people. Even if he knew that he was about to face a monster that looked like a human but not a human, he didn't have a trace of fear. Instead, he felt a little excited in his heart. Toshiro has a cold personality, and it is difficult for anything to affect his emotions, especially worthless emotions like fear, which may have been frozen before they enter his mind. Time passed by minute by minute. The strange and chaotic spiritual pressure just now became looming after leaving the battle with Shinigami. Although the Skyhawk could feel it approaching, it was difficult to accurately determine its distance. He had already guessed that this Kyun came from Aizen's hands. The reason is simple. At this time, except for the experimental hollow created by Aizen, it is impossible for any hollow to be able to escape the pursuit of Shinigami so close to the Seireitei. This is not to say that the hollow created by Aizen is very strong, but because the hollow he created has some strange abilities. For example, a virtual person with the ability to devour and fuse, another example, a virtual person with the ability to transform into a camouflage, etc. Especially the two abilities mentioned above, they have extremely impressive kill records. Tianying didn't know what the coming hollow was capable of. He could only try to control his spiritual pressure and calm down his emotions to avoid being sensed by the coming hollow. Su-su. Su-su. A sound of grinding ground came from far to near. After a while, a huge black shadow appeared in the direction Tianying was facing. It was the monkey hollow who had just escaped from the hands of Matsumoto Ranjaku and the others. Coming. Tianying frowned and held the katana imitated Zanpakuto tightly in his hand. 50 meters. 40 meters. 10 meters. This disgusting spiritual pressure made Tianying slightly uncomfortable. After all, it was the first time for him to be in such close contact with a creature like Hollow. Through the cold moonlight, Sky Eagle could already see the spit flying in the mouth of this virtual creature and the hole in its chest. Tianying's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw that the Su was injured. Its waist seemed to have been penetrated and it was still bleeding. This is good news. Tianying guessed that the wound on this virtual waist was caused by the Shinigami team just now. Seeing that the distance between Su and Tianying was getting closer and closer, Toshiro took the lead. Had S-31 red cannon. Had 33, blue fire pendant. Within 1 second, 2 words of abandoned words called had were shouted from Toshiro's mouth. Immediately afterwards, 2 blazing balls of light, 1 red and 1 blue, were shot at the running hollow on the ground. The target of the red fire cannon is behind Su's body, and the target of the blue fire cannon is Su's mask. Boom! Bang! There was an explosion on the ground, and the running virtual mask was also hit. It covered the mask and let out a shocking roar. Toshiro succeeded with 1 blow. Seeing this, Sky Eagle stepped out of the bent light, jumped, swung the knife, and slashed in 1 go, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. In an instant, Skyhawk released his own spiritual pressure, becoming Deputy Captain level. The terrifying spiritual pressure shocked the hollow to the ground. A sword flashed with blue spiritual pressure. Tear. The katana slashed from Hollow's head to the solace of his feet. Under the instantaneous burst of Akio's spiritual pressure, the katana exerted more power than the Zanpakuto. Hold head high. The hollow, which severely injured Matsumoto's team of 4, let out a scream and fell to the ground in pain, holding his head. Its mask has been damaged, revealing a young face. Tianying looked at the unfamiliar face under the virtual mask indifferently, without any mercy in his eyes. He has never taken a class at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, and he doesn't know the nonsense of killing Su without caring about his face. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Because he doesn't know many people, and they are all still alive and well. What he wants to do is to prevent his relatives and friends from becoming monsters like Su. A few seconds later, the virtual creature turned into blue spirit particles and dispersed in the air while struggling. Sky Eagle Shunpo appeared next to Toshiro. The two of them did not feel the joy of defeating Su for the first time, and looked at each other as if everything was normal. Let's go, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Tianying said slowly. Yes. Toshiro nodded. Immediately, the two got up and returned to Shiba's house. Amagi and Toshiro didn't know that shortly after they killed the Hollow, Izansuke and Ichimaru-jin in a secret room in the Seireitei looked at the disappearing red dot on the map at the same time. It has to be said that the two Tianyings were very lucky. The place where they killed Su was the blind spot of the secret room's video surveillance. So much so that the people in the secret room couldn't determine who killed the experimenter. The corners of Izan's mouth raised slightly. With an interesting look on his face, he pushed up his glasses with his hand, as if he had discovered something interesting. He turned his head and looked at Ichimaru-jin behind him. Silver, it seems that there is some information in Seoul society that we don't have, which is interesting. You and Dongxian should go look for it together and give me an answer as soon as possible. Yes, Captain Izan. Ichimaru-jin squinted his eyes, nodded slightly, showed a strange smile, and left the secret room. Looking for someone? Find it. It's important to go see Matsumoto first. Chapter 26. Afterwards, Dongxian and Yin's pursuit. The suburbs of Linrunan. Not long after the two Tianyings left, the captain of Division 9, Tsun Kaname, appeared at the place where they had just ambushed Su. In the middle of the night, Dongxian was still wearing a pair of sunglasses, which made people feel very strange. Logically speaking, given the ample light in the woods and the sunglasses on his nose, he shouldn't be able to see it. But he can walk normally and avoid every obstacle accurately. If Tianying was here, he would definitely not be surprised, because he knew that Dongxian was actually blind. At this moment, Dongxian frowned and used his spiritual pressure to sense his surroundings. On the way here, he noticed the fluctuations of fighting in this area. Unexpectedly, he had already sped up and rushed over, but he still missed it. He sniffed it carefully and murmured doubtfully. Burnt smell? All around, the air was filled with the smell of burnt earth and trees, as if it had been hit by artillery shells. Dongxian followed the smell and walked about 200 meters west. Sigh. He noticed that something on the ground seemed to be crushed by his feet. Then he squatted down, fumbled and picked up a handful of black powder, put it in front of his nose and smelled it. After a moment, he stood up and released part of his spiritual pressure to sense the surroundings. Red cannon. Blue fire pendant. Who is it? While he was deep in thought, a sound suddenly came from behind him. Dongxian wants to put his hand on the knife silently. Silver, did Lord Izan ask you to come here? Under the moonlight, Ichimaru-jin, with white hair, walked out of the woods behind Tsun Kaname like a lion majesty. It's really boring. You discovered me so quickly. Dongxian didn't look back, but still stood there waiting for Yin's answer. Jin used Shunpo to appear next to Tsun Kaname and looked at the ground. Is the experimental subject dead? It seems that Captain Izan's guess is correct. Hearing this, Dongxian lowered his hand holding the knife. He thought for a moment. There are traces of the use of red fire cannons and blue fire pendants at the scene, but judging from the situation, the experimental subject probably did not die at the hands of these two kid. The power of these two kid is not enough to kill it. Someone should have used these two kid to sneak attack and hurt it first, and then killed it using other means. It has to be said that although Tsun Kaname is blind, his thinking is very quick. In a short period of time, he has guessed exactly how the two Sky Eagles killed Su. Yin smiled and nodded. As expected of Captain Dongxian, he figured out how the experimental subject died so quickly, but there's one thing you didn't guess. Yin paused, walked to the side, and pointed at the knife marks on the ground, which were the marks that Tianying had just struck the ground without restraining its force. The experimental subject was killed with a knife. Silver squatted down and touched the knife mark. It's so cruel, killing him with one knife. When did the Seoul Society have such a master? Upon hearing this, Dongxian silently walked to Yin's side, also stretched out his hand to touch the knife mark, and then showed an expression of sudden realization. He felt kid, but could not feel some featureless traces on the ground. With such intensity. Could it be those guys from Division 11? The knife marks on the ground are very deep, probably nearly 1 meter deep into the ground. Without an explosion of spiritual pressure, usually only the deputy captain's full blow can do it. Apart from the ordinary vice captains, there were only those reckless men from the 11th Division who were practicing physical training. No way. Silver shook his head, then continued to smile. If it were those guys, Kid would not be released. Dong Xian was silent. Although he didn't speak, he agreed with Yin's point of view. As we all know, the 11th Division is a group of reckless men who call themselves fighting madmen. They believe that only close combat is the way a Shinigami should fight, so they disdain to use Kid in battle. Of course, it's understandable that their Kid sucks. After a while, Yin stood up and turned around to return to Jingling Ting. After he noticed that Yin didn't return, he asked with some confusion, "What? Why don't you go back and tell Lord Eisen?" He. Yin patted the dust on his clothes and stood up. He looked back at Dongxian and continued to squint and smile. "Captain Eisen asked us to investigate the cause of the death of the experimental subject. It would be too hasty to just go back and take orders. I'll wait to go to Vice Captain Matsumoto up front to see if there are any clues. After all, our relationship is not ordinary. We still need to show proper care. Well, I'll leave first. The two of us appearing together will easily make them suspicious." Dongxian nodded kide. As he said, he is the captain of the 9th Division. The 9th Division is the prison team and is responsible for guarding the prison. It is not reasonable to appear here. Ichimaru-jin is the captain of the 3rd Division, and the 3rd Division is the support division. It is normal to support the place where the battle just took place. In the woods, Matsumoto, Ranjaku, and Daiki carried Yuansawa and Hanjian on their backs and rushed towards the Siraidii. This direction is exactly the direction where the Virtual One escaped just now, so they are all alert. Matsumoto and Omyo kept their hands on the swords so that they could take action at any time. Suddenly, Matsumoto saw a figure in front of him, stopped and assumed a vigilant posture. "Who? Come out." The white moonlight shines on the ground through the gaps between the leaves, and Ichimaru Silver, dressed in white Captain Hayori, steps out of the shadows. "Oh, Ranjaku, am I late?" Matsumoto breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the person coming. She glanced at Yin with some reproach. "Why did you come here?" Then she glanced at Silver again. "Are you the only one? Where are the others?" Yin stepped forward, still squinting his eyes, as if those eyes were born like this. "I came here alone. I thought you were patrolling tonight, and I noticed there was a fight here, so I came here alone." When Yin saw Matsumoto still carrying Madoka, who was half a head taller than her face showed a hint of distress, and she stretched out her hand to take Madoka over. "Are you, a weak woman, tired of carrying such a big man?" Matsumoto freed his hand to wipe the sweat from his head and shook his head. "Go back quickly, they too need treatment." After a while, she asked again, "Where's that Su? Did you see it?" "No." Yin shook his head. "There were signs of fighting on the way here. He may have died." "Has anyone been here before me?" "Dead." Matsumoto frowned slightly, then shook his head. "Except for you, I didn't see anyone else supporting him." "Forget it, go back first, they won't be able to hold on if it's too late." "Good." Under the leadership of Jin, Matsumoto no longer needs to guard against hollow attacks, and his speed is much faster. Half an hour later, they sent the two injured Shinigami to the 4th team, and then went to the 1st team to report together. At Shiba's house, the two Skyhawks who had just killed Su were already sleeping soundly. It seemed that the battle just now calmed their mood a lot. Next, they waited for dawn and then went to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy to take the entrance test. A new life is about to begin. Chapter 27 Changes in Tattoos, registration begins. Early the next morning. The Skyhawk was still sleeping. He had an incredible dream, dreaming that he was floating in the vast starry sky of the universe. The stars in the sky are as small as sand, and only a scale emitting golden light firmly occupies the sky. The scale looked familiar, similar to the scale on his back, except that there was a clock missing from the tray on the left. Although the left palette of this scale is empty, a black spot can be vaguely seen in the right palette. Bathed in the golden light emitted by the scale, this black spot looked extremely weird, as if even light could not change its nature. Tianying tried to reach out and touch the golden scale, but a strange feeling came to his heart. He and the scale seemed very close, but he could not touch it. It was like there was a chasm between the two of them, so close to each other. All night long the skyhawk struggled to overcome this obstacle. Unfortunately, they all came back in vain. Just when he gave up, a pale mask suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, with a big mouth trying to bite him. The style of this mask instantly reminded Tianying of the hollow he killed with Toshiro. That hollow mask is exactly the same as this mask. Tianying subconsciously punched out, trying to repel the false mask that suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Just when his fist was about to hit the mask of the void, golden light flashed, and the scales suddenly shone brightly. Under this light, this false mask gradually turned into black spirit seeds. Immediately afterwards, as if being attracted by gravity, the spirit child turned into a black torrent and rushed towards the black spot on the right side of the scale. After a while, it disappeared. Tianying lowered his head and breathed a sigh of relief, but soon discovered something was wrong. In his sight, his body turned out to be the same as the false mask, slowly transforming into spirits starting from the soles of his feet. A burst of gravity came and he woke up. Tianying jumped up from the bed, beads of sweat falling from his forehead, and his clothes were already soaked. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Toshiro's voice came from outside the door. Sky Eagle, hurry up and eat. We have to go to White Way Gate to register. I heard there will be a lot of people there today. Hearing this, Tianying got down from the bed. But instead of gate of opening, he faced Kite at the door. You go and eat first, I'll take a shower and then go out. Then hurry up. Toshiro's footsteps outside the door gradually faded away. Skyhawk took off his clothes and walked to the bathroom. He felt that his dream last night was related to the tattoo on his back, so he decided to take a closer look after taking a shower. After a few minutes, Skyhawk walked out of the bathroom with a frown on his face. As he expected, his scale tattoo did undergo a slight change. There was a black spot in the empty tray on the right side, which was exactly the same as the black spot he saw in his dream. A black hole. Skyhawk murmured and put on his clothes, then pushed the gate of opening and walked out of the room. During breakfast, Tianying behaved a little strangely and was very silent. This makes Konghe and others a little strange. Shiba asked with concern, Tianying, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep last night? Konghe laughed loudly. I think he is afraid that he will fail the test at the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy and suffer from insomnia. Toshiro was silent and looked at Tianying worriedly. Only the two of them knew about the killing of Su last night. He thought that Tianying was too stressed by killing Su for the first time. Toshiro stood up and walked to Sky Eagle, gently patted Sky Eagle on the shoulder. Are you okay? Sky Eagle. Tianying came back to his senses. He was still thinking about the Libra tattoo just now, so he didn't hear what a few people said. What's wrong? I've finished eating and can go. After saying that, he stood up silently and walked out the door first. Seeing this, Toshiro turned around and said goodbye to Konghe and others, then quickly followed Tianying. The two walked out of Shiba's house side by side and embarked on the road to take the entrance exam for Mao Spirituality Academy. Along the way, Toshiro turned his head and looked at the silent Sky Eagle with concern from time to time. Tianying, were you okay last night? Ah. Tianying was interrupted from thinking, what did you say? Toshiro asked again. Tianying smiled and waved his hand, it's okay. Maybe it's the first time you kill that thing and you're not used to it. It'll be fine later. After saying that, he looked up at Lin Runan's entrance, where there was already a sea of people. Come on, Toshiro, there are so many people. Tianying gave up thinking about the tattoo for the time being and pulled Dongshalang and ran towards Lin Runan's street. Seeing that Tianying returned to normal, Toshiro breathed a sigh of relief. The two trotted all the way and soon appeared on the side of Lin Runan near Jinglingting. At this time, the originally empty intersection was already overcrowded. At the junction of Rukonga and Siraidai, a wall stands tall in the middle, seeming to separate the inside and outside of Siraidai into two worlds. There is a wooden door dozens of meters high outside the wall, which is now half open. At the door, a huge man was maintaining order. Hey, stand in line. Do you guys from the countryside know the rules? When you sign up, you have to come one by one like a battle. If you don't obey me again, don't blame one of my 4 heroes, Si Danfang, for taking action. At this time, a man in yellow seemed unconvinced. He walked towards Seidenfang with his head held high. Hey, you're not a Shinigami. What kind of hero are you? Don't stop here. Laozi wants to go in and sign up. After saying that, he was about to jump in line. After Si Danfang heard his words, several black lines appeared on his forehead. Stretch out your right hand and pick up the man in yellow with your index finger and thumb, just like picking up a mouse. Go, don't make trouble here. If you make trouble again, don't blame Mr. Seidenfang for being rude. He threw the man onto the road on Lin Runan's side. The man hit Tianying right at his feet. Si Danfang took one look at him and ignored him. At this time, a strong spiritual pressure suddenly came from the entrance of White Way Gate. Everyone, line up for me. Didn't you hear what Seidenfang just said? Anyone who is thrown out by Seidenfang later will be disqualified from applying. The person who spoke was a Shinigami, and the scene suddenly became much quieter after he spoke. He is a teacher at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy and is responsible for registration here today. His words were obviously more shocking than Si Danfang's simple threats. Soon, a long queue formed outside White Way Gate, and the scene became orderly. The man in yellow who fell in front of Tianying also struggled to get up. Although he was still complaining, he honestly joined the queue. Skyhawk smiled. Then he said to Toshiro next to him, have you seen it? That's Si Danfang. He looks fierce, but he's actually hard-spoken and soft-hearted. He's just a big, naive guy. Jidenfang has a good relationship with the Shiba family, so Tianying knows him. Toshiro nodded. He saw it too. Si Danfang's seemingly rude and embarrassing move just now actually didn't use much force. While talking, Si Danfang happened to glance over here. He seemed to have spotted Tianying and waved with a smile. Aquila and Toshiro both smiled and nodded in response. Tianying even raised his right index finger to his mouth and made a hissing gesture. Queuing is boring. The two Sky Eagles stood in the queue one behind the other and waited quietly. Toshiro closed his eyes and rested his mind. Tianying was observing the surroundings, wanting to see if anyone he knew would show up. Chapter 28 The Genius Brothers of the Hitsugaya Family. 3 hours later. In front of White Way Gate. The Shinigami in charge of registration was already a little impatient. He shouted to the crowd who were still queuing behind him. Let me tell you again, Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy only recruits people with a soul age of less than 100, and only those with a soul age of less than 100 can take the spiritual power test. For the rest of you, if your soul age is over 100, please stop queuing and waste everyone's time. Also, don't try to falsely report your soul age. We have professional testing tools. If I find someone with a soul age of more than 100 coming to sign up later, I will let Seidenfang teach him a lesson. Si Danfang nodded cooperatively, and then shouted loudly, those with a soul age of more than 100, leave quickly, otherwise don't blame the axe in the hand of Si Danfang for being rude. After saying that, he took off an axe from his waist. Boom! The axe struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This axe is extremely huge, its height alone has exceeded 5 meters, and it looks particularly scary. Many people silently exited the queue, and the queue became a lot thinner for a while. Si Danfang nodded with satisfaction, then leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, there were less than 10 people in front of the two Tianyings. They finally saw the specific registration process. First of all, applicants must go to the registration teacher to test their soul age. The thing used to test the age of the soul is a strange instrument with a stone placed in the middle of the instrument. The applicant reaches out and touches the stone, and the instrument will make a sound to inform the applicant of his soul age. It looks a bit advanced. Tianying pendulum should be made by the Technology Development Bureau. After the soul age test, the applicants walked to the middle of the White Way Gate to participate in the spiritual power test. This is the same as the spiritual power test that Uzuki Flower put on the two of them. Applicants walk into a barriers made of 6 crystal stones and use all their strength to unleash their spiritual pressure. Those whose soul age does not exceed 100, as long as one of the crystals lights up, they will be eligible for admission. The more crystals that light up, the stronger the applicant's talent is. Sky Eagle's eldest brother Kyan made 6 crystals light up at the same time when he signed up, and Kyan completed 6 years of study at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy in 1 year. Yes, Mao Spiritual Arts Academy has a 6-year system. After all, it is not easy to train a Shinigami who can fight hollows. When registering, the teacher of applicants with more than 4 crystals lit up will make a special note, and then select the best candidates to join a class, which is the top class. Tianying deeply hates this evil class classification mechanism, which reminds him of the days when he served as the right protector next to the podium. Whispering sound. Obviously they are all students, so there are no grades. Drink, Tui. Next. Soon, it was Toshiro's turn to sign up. Name: Hitsugaya Toshiro. Yes. The admissions exam silently wrote Toshiro's name on the paper. Reach out and touch the crystal on the machine. Oh. Toshiro followed the teacher's instructions and stretched out his right hand to touch the stone in the machine. Soul age, 73. The admissions teacher nodded. Go to the barriers over there and release the spiritual pressure. Toshiro looked back at Tianying, and then touched the black bracelet on his right hand. Skyhawk smiled and nodded at him. Toshiro's eyes gradually became firmer and he walked directly towards the spiritual power test barriers. Buzz! In an instant, 6 crystals lit up at the same time. 6, wait! The admissions teacher stood up in surprise, then quickly picked up a pen and wrote the words 6th grade behind Toshiro. The people in the queue behind all looked at Toshiro. Some are envious, some are jealous, and some are longing for them. Toshiro silently exited barriers, and the admissions teacher quickly stepped forward and explained, asking him to wait aside. It has to be said that no matter where you are, you can feel the differential treatment between good students and poor students. Next one. It was Tianying's turn, and he stepped forward silently. Name: Hitsugaya Skyhawk. The admissions teacher wrote it down and then said the same thing again. Tianying stretched out his hand towards the spirit stone in the machine. Soul age, 27. After hearing about Tianying's soul age, the people lining up behind started talking. Are you kidding? You are here to take part in the test with a soul age of 27. Maybe here to try your luck. Hey, what a waste of time. The admissions teacher frowned and couldn't help but look up. Hitsugaya Skyhawk. After seeing this surname, he turned to look at Toshiro thoughtfully. With the same surname, maybe the two are related in some way. He was just a little surprised as to why the Sky Eagle was so big. Generally, people who come to participate in the test have grown up in soul society, and very few people who have been reincarnated in this world join Shinigami. 27 should be a child of only 4 or 5 years old for the average age of people in the soul society, but Aquila is already about the same age as the 70-year-old Toshiro. Tianying ignored the comments behind him and slowly asked, "Teacher, can I go over there?" The admissions teacher nodded and looked at the test barriers with some anticipation. He had a hunch that the talent of this person with a younger soul age would not be bad. After seeing the Shinigami teacher agree, Tianying walked towards barriers on his own. Like Toshiro, he also wears a soul-suppressing bracelet. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to control the amount of spiritual pressure released and destroy the crystal barriers. Buzz. 1% of the spiritual pressure is released. The 6 crystals instantly lit up at the same time, and Tianying quickly stopped his spiritual pressure upon seeing this. He possesses an average captain-level spiritual pressure, but he only released 10% of his spiritual pressure and received a 6th level rating. Another 6th grade. The admissions teacher couldn't help but wipe his eyes. In previous years, it was rare to see a single 6th level person, but this time 2 of them appeared at once. Still suspected to be brothers? If it hadn't been confirmed that there was no surname Hitsugaya among the nobles, this teacher would probably have regarded the 2 Aquila's enrollment as a prank by a big noble to stimulate the applicants. No, even among the nobility, few have such a high talent at this age. The people in the queue at the back were even more stunned. They even wondered whether the test barriers were broken. At the front of the team, a red-haired woman shouted urgently, "Sir Shinigami, it's my turn, let's start quickly." Shinigami, the recruiter, naturally saw this person's little thoughts. He frowned and waved his hand. "Wait a minute, I have something to do with this." He picked up the registration book and took a look at it. He quickly wrote the words 6th grade behind Hitsugaya Skyhawk, then raised his head and said, "I have something to say with Hitsugaya Skyhawk." Then he walked towards Tianying, with a hexy smile on his face. "You are Hitsugaya Toshiro's younger brother, right? Just like your older brother, wait a moment over there. You have tests coming up." Tianying nodded, ignoring the strange looks from other people at the scene, and silently walked to Toshiro. Toshiro smiled slightly. "Brother, call me brother." Tianying rolled his eyes at Tohiro and looked away from Toshiro. He is very annoyed, and it seems that he will really have to pretend to be Toshiro's younger brother in the next few years. After a moment, he rolled his eyes and called Toshiro brother. With a half-smile. "I'll be able to see sister-in-law Tao soon. I'm really looking forward to the next college life." His words sent a chill down Toshiro's back, as if he had a very bad premonition. Toshiro suppressed his uneasiness and showed an ugly smile. "Brother, you have to be obedient." "Hey hey." What responded to him was an extremely weird smile. Tianying was actually looking forward to the life ahead. Soon. The news that the White Way Gate registration office of Mao Spiritual Arts Academy has recruited the black and white genius brothers of the Hitsugaya family swept through the Seireii like the wind. The names Hitsugaya Toshiro and Hitsugaya Akio spread throughout the Godii 13 team. Tianying didn't know that actually what he did was a bit unnecessary. Given the attention paid to Shiba's family, others will know his identity whether he changes his surname or not. But it doesn't hurt. After joining the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, even if someone wanted to do something to him, they would have to consider the old man who was sitting firmly on the Diao Yute of the Godii 13 team. In the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, he, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, has the final say. Chapter 29 Kaien's Anger. The 13th Division Team Building. Captain Jushiro and Vice Captain Shiba Kaien are discussing things. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Jushiro looked at the door in surprise. No one except Kaien would come to him at this time. "Please come in." He tightened his grip on Captain Yuri and coughed lightly. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and when they saw the person outside, Jushiro and Kayan showed surprised expressions at the same time. The visitor turned out to be Shivadu, the third seat. Shiba apologized and bowed respectfully to Jushiro. "Sorry, Captain Jushiro, I have something to talk to Vice Captain Kayan." "Oh." Jushiro became interested after hearing this. He looked at the two of them with a half-smile, then joked with a teasing expression, "Let me guess, is the Shiba family finally having a next generation?" "Captain." Kayan suddenly stood up with a look of shame and anger on his face. Shiba was so embarrassed that he turned red from his ears to his chin. "Ha ha ha, cough 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 cough." Jushiro laughed happily, but the movement was too big and he couldn't control his coughing. He waved. "Go on, Kayan, just come back later." Kayan hesitated for a moment, seemed to have figured out something, and sat down again. "If you have anything to do, just say it in front of Captain Jushiro, he is not an outsider." Shiba's expression was slightly astonished. After a while, she walked to the door and knelt on the ground. "Can I come in? Captain Jushiro." She will not step into this room without Jushiro's permission. This is the most basic upbringing. Seeing this, Jushiro waved and motioned for Shiba to sit next to Kayan. Shiba glanced at Kayan. Kayan nodded slightly. Shiba came in and sat down on his knees again. She glanced at Jushiro, then at Kayan, and spoke slowly. "I just received news that the admissions office of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy at Whiteway Gate admitted 2 6th-level geniuses within one day." Shivadu's words attracted the attention of both Jushiro and Kayan. Shivadu continued, "One of them has a soul age of 73, and his name is Hitsugaya Toshiro. Another soul age is 27, named Hitsugaya Tianying. Vase." Kayan stood up again. "What's it called?" Jushiro looked at Kayan's abnormal performance thoughtfully, but he did not speak and continued to wait for Shiba to speak. Shiba rolled his eyes at Kayan angrily. "Hitsugaya Toshiro, Hitsugaya Skyhawk." After hearing this, Kayan rolled up his sleeves and walked out without noticing that Jushiro was looking at him. Shiba even pulled him back. "What are you doing? Hit him!" Kayan shouted angrily, "I'm going to beat up this little BD Hitsugaya and ask him what he's thinking. What makes him dislike my Shiba family? He even changed his last name. This BD didn't even discuss such a big matter with us. What does he want to do? Betray the family? Sit down!" Shiba suddenly shouted loudly. Then he blushed and gave Jushiro an apologetic look. Jushiro looked at the two couples with interest, a gentle smile on his face. He probably understood. Kayan's younger brother Shiba Tianying changed his name to Hitsugaya Tianying and took the test of Mao Spiritual Arts Academy and was admitted with 6th-level spiritual talent. "Sit down, Kayan." Jushiro spoke. Kayan sat back down in his original position angrily, but his face was still filled with anger. Kayan, who shoulders the responsibility of reviving the Shiba family, has always valued the glory of the Shiba family more than life. Normally, no matter how naughty Sky Eagle is, he can turn a blind eye. Only this incident touched his bottom line. Jushiro turned to look at Shiba. "Tou, please go get Kayan a glass of water and I'll talk to him." "Yes, Captain Jushiro." Shiba stood up obediently and walked aside to first pour a glass of water for Jushiro, and then a glass of water for her husband. "Captain Jushiro, Kayan, I'm going out first, there are still things outside." She bowed and exited the room, leaving the space inside to Jushiro and Kayan. "This is Shivadu, Wen Wanru," she wisely chose to leave here. Jushiro advises Kayan that she shouldn't be there. The door slowly closed. Jushiro chuckled lightly, lifted the water that Shiba poured for Kayan just now, and handed it to Kayan. "Drink some water to calm down, Vice Captain Shiba." Kayan sighed urgently, took the glass of water and drank it in one gulp. After a while, his anger seemed to have not subsided, and he said angrily, "Captain, why do you think so? Why did that boy Tianying change his last name? Is the Shiba family so miserable for him? He clenched his fists tightly and dug his nails into his flesh. Jushiro touched Kyan's head, something he hadn't done in a long time. Kyan has always been mature and steady, and Jushiro rarely has the opportunity to enlighten him. Under Jushiro's touch, Kyan's mood gradually calmed down, but there was still a sense of loss in his eyes. Kyan, you have always been calm, why are you so impulsive this time? You might as well think about this issue from the perspective of a skyhawk, then it will be clearer. Although Skyhawk is naughty, he has never done anything out of the ordinary that is detrimental to the Shiba family. Maybe he did this because he didn't want to cause trouble to the Shiba family. You are so outstanding, but many people are already jealous. Jushiro pointed out Tianying's thoughts in just a few words, and I have to say that he was indeed wise. You mean he's worried? Kyan came back to his senses, frowned and spoke slowly. Jushiro nodded, after all, he is different from you. You are an adult, but he is still young. The glory of the Shiba family's revival presses on your shoulders and forces you to work hard, but it is a burden for him. After such a long time, you should understand how difficult it is to revive the Shiba family. Of course Kyan understood that he couldn't help but work so hard. He must be good enough to prevent the Shiba family from being forgotten, but Tianying doesn't have to be like this at all. After a while, he thought about it and sighed. Let it be. Jushiro nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, an interesting idea appeared in his mind. Maybe it would be a good idea to bring Shiba Skyhawk to the 13th Division, so that he and Kyan would be a lot more relaxed. But he didn't know. Tianying's ambition is not here, the 4th Division is the place he has longed for. At the same time Kyan left Jushiro's room, Anoha Naretsu also walked out of the captain's office. She went to Yamamoto for one thing. Claim sovereignty. She didn't want the 2 cabbages she had just cultivated to be missed by thieves. Not even if this thief is the captain. Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, just be afraid of thieves missing you. Chapter 30 Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Noon. The registration office outside the White Way Gate entered the lunch break, and Amaji and Toshiro were brought into the Seiridai in advance by Shinigami, the man in charge of admissions. All the way west. Soon, they finally saw the gate of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. It has to be said that Mao Spiritual Arts Academy is indeed the only vocational school in Seiridai that trains Shinigami. The door alone is very grand and unique. The door is made of wooden boards and is completely black, the same color as the Death Lord. It is nearly 10 meters high and has Shinigami's unique symbol, the Zanpakuto, hanging on the top. There is a plaque underneath the Zanpakuto logo. Someone wrote the characters Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy in vigorous calligraphy on the plaque. I don't know if it looks good or not. Anyway, the characters for this country look weird. There are also a few small words in the lower right corner of the plaque, Yamamoto Genryu Saishige's national certificate. Tianying's first reaction was that this plaque must be very valuable, and it would 100% ward off evil spirits. Gate. Shinigami, a black-haired woman with round hair, stood at the door, as if waiting for them. Really? The male admissions teacher waved to her, and then walked over with the 2 Tianyings. Teacher Yuluo, I will leave these 2 children to you. I have to rush back. There are still many people waiting in line outside the White Way Gate. The teacher known as Yuluo nodded slightly and bowed to the admissions teacher. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Miyamoto. Only then did Tianying suddenly realize that the teacher who brought them here was named Miyamoto. Then they smiled and waved to Miyamoto and said goodbye to him. Haha. Miyamoto smiled heartily, and then patted the 2 sky eagles on the shoulders seriously. 2 little guys from the Hitsugaya family, remember, my name is Miyamoto Daizo. See you in the academy later. After saying that, he smiled and waved to Asuka. Goodbye, Teacher Yuluo. After watching Miyamoto Daizang leave, Yuluo looked at the two Tianyings with interest and spoke slowly. Are you two the talented freshmen recruited this year? It is really rare for two students with 6th level spiritual talents to enroll in 1 year. I heard that your surname is Hitsugaya. Are you brothers? Toshiro nodded. Hello, Teacher Yuluo. I am my elder brother, Hitsugaya Toshiro, and this is my younger brother, Hitsugaya Tianying. Just before Miyamoto left, he called the female Shinigami in front of him Yuluo, and Toshiro also called her Yuluo teacher. He eagerly spoke first for this kind of answer that could make him a Sky Eagle brother in vain. Hey! Tianying saw Toshiro's little thoughts and rolled his eyes at him. Adults are very steady, only children can rush to answer. Yuluo pursed her lips and smiled. She thought these two brothers were very interesting. It seemed that the academy would add a lot of vitality in the future. Let's go, let me show you around our Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy first. If nothing unexpected happens, freshmen with 6th level talents like this will graduate early and join the Godi I-13 as chief officers. The teachers in the school are also happy to have a good relationship with them. This world is like this, good talent means strong strength in the future. Being strong is the foundation of a person. Yuluo first raised his hand and pointed to the top of the gate of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy and began to introduce the gate of the academy. The logo on the gate is our Shinigami's unique Zanpakuto, but this is only a superficial state. After entering the academy, you will all get your own Zanpakuto. Also, in the future, when you become stronger and master Shikai or Bankai, the Zanpakuto will undergo unexpected changes. Did you see the plaque below the Zanpakuto logo? The words on it were hand-engraved by His Excellency Yamamoto Genryon Agasai Jokuni, the principal of our Mao Spiritual Arts Academy and the current captain of the Godi I-13. He values students like you very much. Yuluo blinked, as if there was something in his words. Hearing this, the two Sky Eagles looked up at the plaque again. A trace of longing flashed in Toshiro's eyes. But it was quickly hidden by him. His eyes became determined again. He believed that he would eventually become such a strong man in the future. Tianying stared at the plaque for a long time, observing the words on it. Every stroke has the unique sharpness of the Zanpakuto. He seemed to see an old man carving words on the plaque with his Zanpakuto, each stroke showing his sharpness. If he remembered correctly, Yamamoto, who is known as the strongest Shinigami in the history of Soul Society, seems to be also a top swordsman. Thinking of this, Tianying suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. He was curious. Who is the stronger swordsman between his teacher Anohanaretsu and Captain Yamamoto? After a while, he laughed. The answer is unquestionable. According to common sense, Captain Yamamoto must be stronger in swordsmanship. Otherwise, why would the captain be Yamamoto and not Anohana? I heard laughter coming from behind me. Yuluo suddenly turned around. When she saw Tianying looking at the plaque and snickering, her eyes suddenly froze. What are you laughing at? Her voice lost the kindness it had before, and had a hint of sternness. The teachers at Mao Spiritual Arts Academy all have a natural respect for Captain Yamamoto. In their eyes, it was Captain Yamamoto who gave them the status they deserved. So they will never allow anyone to disrespect Captain Yamamoto in any way. Even if this person is a student with extremely high talent. Even if this student just disrespected the plaque written by Captain Yamamoto. Absolutely not. Toshiro pulled Sky Eagle's sleeve and looked at Sky Eagle worriedly. He didn't expect that Tianying would start causing trouble before he even started studying. But his worries were unnecessary. The most powerful thing about Tianying's body is its mouth. He noticed the unkindness in Yuluo's eyes, rolled his eyes, and then sighed in frustration. Hey, Teacher Yuluo, I think the words on this plaque are really beautiful. I wonder if I can write such beautiful words in the future. But I think it's impossible. After all, I don't even want to write a word, and I may have no chance in this life, so I can only laugh at myself for overestimating my capabilities. Pfft! Yuluo was amused by Tianying's funny expression. He stretched out his finger and flicked Tianying's forehead, and the gloom on his face disappeared instantly. "You kid is really interesting. Come on, it's getting late. Let's take you inside to familiarize yourself with the academy." After saying that, Yuluo took the lead in stepping into the gate of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. The two Tianyings followed Yuluo, one on the left and the other on the right, and also walked into the academy. Along the way, every time they passed a building area, Yuluo would introduce the name and function of this area to the two of them. With such detailed explanations, the two Tianyings finally had a general understanding of the various areas of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. The entire college is divided into 4 blocks according to functions. They are the teaching area in the northwest, the training area in the northeast, the student dormitory area in the southwest, and the teacher's rest area in the southeast. The teaching area is actually composed of classrooms, where teachers give theoretical lessons to students, mainly teaching them the history of Seoul society and instilling their loyalty to the Seireidii. In short, it is brainwashing. The training area is where students learn the 4 basic skills of Shinigami: cutting, punching, ghosting, and walking. Compared with the teaching area, this area is wider and covers the largest area among the 4 areas. As the name suggests, the student dormitory area is a place for students to rest. Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy adopts a dormitory system, and students can only go home once a year for 20 days at a time. So once enrolled, students will spend most of their time here. Needless to say, the classroom rest area is naturally a place for teachers to rest. In Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, not all teachers are full-time, there are also some part-time teachers. These part-time teachers are either Shinigami of the Godei 13 or KID members. They will come to the college to teach in their free time. While chatting, time flew by quickly, and before they knew it, the 3 of them had walked through the entire academy. At last, Yuluo brought the 2 Tianying people outside a quaint courtyard located in the deepest part of the college, and then stopped. "Go in. Principal Yamamoto is waiting for you inside." "I won't go in. I will take you to the dormitory when you come out." Finished. Yuluo respectfully pushed open the wooden door of the courtyard and motioned for the 2 of them to enter. Toshiro frowned, with no expression on his face. But Tianying was confused. His experience in his previous life told him that once the principal comes to find you, it's either you or you who have something to do with you. Anyway, he is here to cause trouble. He was a little confused. Didn't it say that the assessment will be conducted later? Why the hell did no one tell me that I need to see the principal before I'm divided into classes? Chapter 31 Principal Yamamoto, did you call me? I didn't move. Outside the quaint courtyard, the sun is shining freely and the temperature is a bit high. A breeze blew out from inside, bringing a bit of coolness. Tianying looked at the antique wooden house in the courtyard and couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Beside him, Toshiro took the lead and walked towards the yard. Seeing this, Tianying could only bite the bullet and walk inside. Perhaps because he already knew the identity of the person in the wooden house, Tianying became a little restrained. After all, unlike Toshiro, he already had a rough idea of how terrifying this principal was. Before the 2 of them got close to the wooden house, the door of the wooden house suddenly opened. It seemed that the owner of the house knew that someone was coming and greeted them in advance. The sun was a bit dazzling, making Tianying unable to see the scenery inside the house. But now that he has come here, Tianying has calmed down. "What are you afraid of? It's just meeting the principal and you haven't caused any trouble." Tianying followed Toshiro and slowly stepped into the open wooden door. Entering the wooden house, a scent of ink first wafted into the sky eagle's nose. Because the picture in front was blocked by Toshiro, Tianying looked around curiously. The wooden house is not big, about 40 square meters. Because the doors and windows are open, it is very bright inside and you can clearly see the scene inside. There is a tea cabinet on the left side of the door, with tea sets and a kettle on it. It seems that the owner of the house likes drinking tea, because there are a lot of tea leaves in the cabinet. A traditional samurai sword hangs against the wall on the right, similar in style to the zanpakut at the top of the academy gate. Apart from these, the skyhawk saw nothing else. He took a step to the right and looked up at the place where the ink fragrance came from. Upon entering, a bald old man in a black death suit stood behind a wooden table with a writing brush, lowering his head and writing attentively. The fragrance of ink came from the inkstone placed on his table. There was another person standing behind the old man, looking at him and Toshiro. Tianying narrowed his eyes slightly, and he recognized the identities of the two people at a glance. The old man writing with the pen is the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society, the principal of Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, the captain of the Godei 13th Division and the captain of the 1st Division, Yamamoto Genryon Agasai Jokuni. The person standing at the table looking at the two of them was his deputy, the deputy captain of the first team, Takubio Kojiro. Yamamoto holds the brush and writes very slowly, and you can see that he is very serious about every stroke. Kojiro raised his right index finger to his mouth, making a silencing gesture. Upon seeing this, the two Tianyings stood respectfully at the door without making a sound. Time passed by minute. I don't know how long it took, but Yamamoto finally finished writing. He gently picked up the rice paper on the table, blew on the words he had just written with a brush on it, and then put it aside with satisfaction. A long while. He finally turned to look at the two sky eagles. Although Yamamoto's eyes were not wide open, there seemed to be two rays of light shooting out of them. For a moment, the two sky eagles felt like their hairs were exploding, as if they were being targeted by an unknown giant. Especially Tianying, under Yamamoto's gaze, he felt like he was being seen through. Hitsugaya Toshiro, Hitsugaya Skyhawk, Shiba Skyhawk. Interesting. Yamamoto whispered their names in a low voice, with a sense of vicissitudes after countless years of accumulation. From the moment the name was spoken, Tianying knew that he seemed to have done something superfluous. That's a name change. He thought that his identity could not be traced through Soul Society's household registration system. But he didn't know that with the attraction of his Shiba family, it would be in vain for him to do so. But now he feels a little calmer, since he can no longer hide the little tricks. If you simply stop hiding it, you will be called your parents, or you will drop out of school. Tianying smiled and bowed to Yamamoto. I have met Principal Yamamoto and Vice Captain Sasakaibe. Toshiro also bowed. Yamamoto was not surprised that Tianying could recognize his identity. He knew that someone must have introduced him to him on the way here. As for Sasakaibe, it's hard for people not to recognize the shoulder badge of the vice captain with such a big shoulder. Sasakaibe nodded slightly towards Yamamoto, then turned and walked out. Before going out, he glanced at the two skyhawks with admiration in his eyes. Squeak! The door closed, and only Yamamoto, Aquila, and Toshiro were left in the room. Yamamoto coughed lightly. The Aquila moved, and under the stunned eyes of Yamamoto and Toshiro's shocked eyes, he moved. He quickly ran to the chair next to the wooden table, picked up the white Captain Hayori draped on the chair, and handed it to Yamamoto respectfully. Grandpa Principal, you are prone to catching cold as you get older, so put it on quickly. Yamamoto subconsciously freed up a hand and took over his Captain Yuri. Tianying turned around and moved the chair next to the table behind Yamamoto. Because Yamamoto had just been writing calligraphy, the chair was moved to one side next to the table. He had to move a bit if he wanted to sit down. Grandpa Principal, please sit down quickly. Don't stand for a long time at such an old age. Looking at Tianying's somewhat flattering face, Yamamoto raised his white eyebrows that drooped to his mouth. 2,000 years. In the past 2,000 years, since he founded Yuanzi School and then changed its name to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, he has never seen such a student. Others were respectful to him, but the child in front of him was completely flattering to him. It has to be said that Skyhawk's operation disrupted Yamamoto's plan. According to the previous plan, Yamamoto should give a lecture to the two Skyhawks next. However, Yamamoto was at a loss for words to avoid hitting the smiling man. Toshiro stood motionless, but his slightly twitching cheek still exposed his inner activities. He was too familiar with Tianying's routine. Every time Ms. Hiwa gets angry, Skyhawk will assume this posture, and then Skyhawk will be punished lightly. Tried and tested. Toshiro's eyes followed Aquila's body as he moved quickly. After seeing Yamamoto sit down, Tianying quickly ran to the tea cabinet at the door and made tea by himself. Gulu gulu. A cup of tea was quickly prepared by him. Looking at the skilled Skyhawk, Yamamoto suddenly had the illusion that he was not the owner of this room. But he soon realized something was wrong. The problem is not that his movements are skillful, but that this kid is spoiling his tea leaves. Get a cup, pour tea, boil water. Is this good? According to Tianying's tea drinking habit, this is no problem. But in Yamamoto's eyes, tea art is also noble and requires a sense of ritual. Moreover, your own tea leaves are very precious. The most irritating thing is that the boy in front of me actually picked the most expensive tea that he put in the tea cabinet and wasted it. Dong dong dong. Hitsugaya Toshiro, come here. Who gave you permission to mess with things in my office? Yamamoto hit the ground heavily with the wooden pole in his hand several times, and then shouted loudly. His heart ached a little. Toshiro looked at a loss, but he still walked up to Yamamoto obediently. Principal Yamamoto, did you call me? I didn't move. Chapter 32 Violent Spiritual Pressure. Tianying slowly walked over with the freshly brewed tea and placed it gently on the wooden table in front of Yamamoto. Grandpa, Principal. Have a sip of tea to calm down your anger. Did Toshiro make you angry? I'll teach him a lesson later. He glanced at Toshiro reproachfully, as if blaming him for being ignorant. Toshiro was innocent and had a look of helplessness on his face. He rolled his eyes at Skyhawk. Principal Yamamoto was clearly blaming Tianying for touching things in the room, but he was just scolding the wrong person and made himself take the blame. But he couldn't refute, after all, the old man's face had to be taken care of. Yamamoto raised his hand and pointed toward the center of the room. You, Shiba Tianying, stand there for me. From now on, you are not allowed to touch anything in the house without my permission. Oh. Tianying took a few steps back angrily. Yamamoto nodded slightly, and then he asked Toshiro to stand next to Tianying again, but this time his tone was much better. After the two sky eagles stood still, Yamamoto inadvertently glanced at the teacup on the table with the corner of his eye, his cheek twitching slightly. Pain. Feeling distressed. After a while, he squinted his eyes and looked at the two sky eagles. Shiba Tianying, tell me, why did you change your name and join the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy? What are your intentions? Still, the surname Shiba is something you despise. Yamamoto opened one eye slightly and locked it on Skyhawk. Tianying smiled awkwardly. What are you talking about, Grandpa Principal? It's just a name change. I didn't steal, rob, or kill anyone. Boom. The wooden stick in Yamamoto's hand hit the ground again. Don't be playful with me. Also, you have to call me Captain Yamamoto and Principal Yamamoto. Don't call me Grandpa Principal. I don't have a grandson like you. Toshiro wanted to step forward to help Tianying out of the siege, but Yamamoto opened his other eye and glanced at Toshiro. Just this glance made Toshiro stop in his tracks. At this moment, he felt as if a huge burden was pressing on him. Yamamoto spoke again. Anohanaretsu has already come to see me about the matter between you two. Shiba Tianying, Hitsugaya Toshiro, I give you a choice. Sky Eagle and Toshiro were slightly startled when they heard this. They didn't expect that their teacher Anohanaretsu would find Principal Yamamoto in private. Amagi still remembered that Anohana warned the two of them a few days ago, asking them not to reveal their identities as Anohana Retsu disciples. Of course they didn't know that Anohana was going to declare sovereignty, and they didn't know that Yamamoto was still a little angry because of this. The two Sky Eagles quietly waited for Yamamoto's next words. You two have two choices. First, give up your identity as a disciple of Anohana Retsu and become a disciple of Yamamoto, so that I cannot pursue the matter of Shiba Tianying using a pseudonym. I have to say, this option is very tempting. Yamamoto only had two disciples in his life. These two disciples are different from other students in the academy. They have been trained by Yamamoto himself. These two are Captain Kirako Shunsui of the 8th Division, and Jaishur Yukatake, the captain of the 13th Division. There are only 13 captains in the Godei 13th Division. And Yamamoto's disciples are the only two. In terms of status, Kiraku, Jushiro, and Anohana are on the same level. It can be said that as long as the two Tianyings change their families, they will definitely be inseparable as captains in the future. But Aquila and Toshiro didn't care, they waited quietly for Yamamoto to say his second choice. 2. Reject the first choice I gave you, and you will be expelled from Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy together. Remember, as long as one of you refuses, both of you will be expelled from school. This move was a bit cruel. No matter who Tianying or Toshiro refused to become his disciple, neither of them would be able to enter the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. These two choices not only test the two people's loyalty to Mazhiwa, but also test the righteousness between them. As long as one person cannot stand the temptation, both of them will enter a passive situation. But he underestimated the two Sky Eagles. Aquila and Toshiro glanced at each other, then smiled at each other at the same time. Then they turned their heads and saluted Yamamoto with fists in their hands, without even bowing this time. Tianying slowly said, Principal Yamamoto, I'm sorry. Although Teacher Anohana is very strict with us, she is also good for us. We are very proud to be her disciples. Toshiro nodded. Although they did not explicitly say that they refused to become Yamamoto's disciples, their words revealed their refusal. Yamamoto's half-closed eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation and a bit of regret. For some reason, he seemed to see the shadows of Kiraku and Jushiro in Aquila and Toshiro. One black and one white, one quiet and one lively. He admired their determination and loyalty to Mao's Hiwa, but also regretted that he did not discover these two people earlier. But his test wasn't over yet. What, don't you want to become a Shinigami? Or you don't want to get a Zanpakuto? Zanpakuto. The two of them came here just to get the Zanpakuto, and Yamamoto was tempted by the red fruit. Tianying and Toshiro glanced at the wall on the right inadvertently, and there seemed to be a shallow hammer hanging there. This small gesture was seen by Yamamoto, and a smile flashed in the corner of his eyes, but Toshiro's next words made his face freeze. Principal Yamamoto, as far as I know, many Shinigami are killed in battle every year, and there are also many Zanpakuto that are lost. There are even more Shinigami who are not graduates of the Mao Spiritual Art Academy and join the Godei 13. I think that even if we don't join the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, we can still obtain the Zanpakuto, we can still join the Godei 13th team, and we can still become the captain, right? Aquila secretly gave Toshiro an appreciative look. I don't usually know, which makes sense. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual pressure was released from Yamamoto's body, and the two Skyhawks suddenly felt that their surroundings were shaking. For a moment, the spiritual pressure in Aquila and Toshiro's bodies was stimulated at the same time and continued to increase, trying to offset the shock of Yamamoto's spiritual pressure. Yamamoto slowly stood up, and the white captain Haori Wufeng was draped on his shoulders automatically. What? You still want to steal the Zanpakuto? His spiritual pressure continued to increase. Tianying gritted his teeth and suppressed the discomfort and said, It's obviously picking it up. How outrageous! The Zanpakuto is a Shinigami-specific weapon. If you intend to possess it without permission, you are stealing it. Tianying said nothing and continued to control the spiritual pressure in an attempt to resist Yamamoto. Toshiro was also struggling to hold on. Yamamoto spoke again. Shiba Akio, you pretended to be a fake person and tried to sneak into the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. I now suspect that your Shiba family is plotting something against the Godi I-13. I will take down Shiba Kaien and Shiba for interrogation later. As soon as these words came out, Tianying's back scale was touched. The reason why he had been practicing so hard was to protect his relatives. If you want to incriminate yourself, why bother? Click. The soul-suppressing bracelet Tianying wore on his right wrist suddenly shattered. A violent spiritual pressure shot into the sky. Vice Captain level, General Captain level. Tianying's spiritual pressure continued to rise. A trace of astonishment flashed in the corner of Yamamoto's eyes. His house was destroyed. At the same time, all the Shinigami in the Seireii raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. Above the school, the clouds seemed to be torn open, like a whirlpool pouring in. Chapter 33 Where is my sword? Where is my Zanpakuto? 2 days later in the morning. Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy Student Dormitory. This is a 2-person dormitory, divided into 2 rooms, inside and outside. The one inside is a bathroom and toilet. The one outside is the bedroom. The bedroom is a bit simple, with only 2 beds, 2 desks, and 2 cabinets, but the items are placed neatly and orderly. At this time the sun has risen to mid-air. Logically speaking, the students of the college should go out at this time and go to the teaching area or training area for classes, but there are not many of them in the bedroom. A black-haired boy lay quietly on a bed on the east side. His eyes were closed, his breathing was even, and he looked like he was still sleeping. On the side of his bed by the window, a white-haired boy was sitting on a chair, looking out the window in a daze. Needless to say, the 2 are Sky Eagle and Toshiro. 2 days ago, Tianying fell into a coma due to excessive release of spiritual pressure. Yamamoto immediately stopped the test on the 2 of them and announced that they would join the special class. After that, Tianying has been in a coma until now. It's been 2 days and I haven't woken up yet. If he hadn't been breathing evenly, Toshiro would have thought something had happened to him. During this period of time, Anohana visited them once in the name of treatment. She confirmed that Tianying was fine, which made Toshiro breathe a sigh of relief. However, Toshiro went to Principal Yamamoto after hearing that Anohana left here. Help Principal Yamamoto clean up the courtyard that was just cleaned up again. Toshiro was a little relieved, but at the same time he was worried about Anohana. After all, she and Yamamoto have always had a superior-subordinate relationship. The matter has become so big that it has completely deviated from the original intention of Uzawa's previous attempt to hide the master's identity. It also made everyone know Sky Eagle's true name. Hitsugaya Toshiro and Shiba Akio are currently the most popular names in Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. Fortunately, no news came out about what happened in the house that day. Yamamoto found an excuse to hide the situation. He said that he and Sasaki were sparring inside that day and accidentally released too much ryotsu. This excuse can be regarded as ending the rumors about this matter in Jingling Court. This was also due to the fact that there were not many people in the academy that day. Yuluo, the only one present outside the courtyard, was repeatedly asked by Yamamoto not to discuss what happened inside with others. The academy also granted Toshiro the 2 a few days' leave, naturally for the purpose of allowing Toshiro to greet the injured Sky Eagle. The 2 of them also became the students of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy who had not attended classes for a few days since the school started. Why? Toshiro sighed. Almost all the students who came in with them had already received their Zanpakuto. And he and Tianying missed the time to receive the Zanpakuto because of that incident. He turned his head to glance at the Sky Eagle, and then looked out the window again in ecstasy. After a while, there was a sudden knock on the door. Toshiro frowned and looked at the door. Little Shiro. Hearing this crisp and lively voice, Toshiro suddenly showed a slight smile on his face. Come in, bedwetting Dizzy. The door is unlocked. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and there was a pretty girl standing outside the house. It was Toshiro's childhood sweetheart Hinamori Momo. Hinamori Momo has a petite figure, a pair of big brown eyes, and her hair is tied back in a bun. She looks very cute. It seemed that because she heard Toshiro call her a bedwetting peach, her face was slightly angry at this moment. Humph, how many times have I told you not to call me that? Pushing the gate of opening, Momo Hinamori walked in with some food in her hand. She put the food on the table angrily. In the past 2 days, Toshiro has not been out of the house, and Hinamori Momo brought the food for him. Seeing Tianying still sleeping on the bed, Hinamori Tao showed a trace of concern on her face. Isn't Sky Eagle awake yet? Toshiro shook his head. Hinamori Momo walked up to Toshiro and gently touched his head, then comforted him. It's okay Hiro, Tianying will wake up soon. Yet. Toshiro replied uninterestedly. The two of them just stood by the window quietly, touching their heads. After a while, Toshiro seemed to have thought of something, and angrily grabbed Hinamori Momo's hand from his head. How many times have I told you, don't touch my head again, don't call me little lion again. Hinamori Momo was held by Toshiro's hand and smiled lightly. Then I've told you many times, don't call me that name. After a while, Hinamori Momo found that her hand was still held by Toshiro, and she twitched slightly, with a blush on her face. Toshiro also noticed that there was something wrong with this action, and his eyes flashed unnaturally. He let go of his hand and looked away from the window. The two fell into silence again. One person lowers his head and the other looks out the window. The scene feels a bit like a campus romance movie. Neither of them noticed that the Sky Eagle lying on the bed was already awake and looking at them with his eyes open. Ahem. Tianying thought about it, but felt that it would be unethical for him to destroy such an atmosphere, so he could only cough lightly. Hearing the noise coming from the side, Toshiro and Hinamori Momo looked at Aquila lying on the bed and said in unison, "Are you awake?" They looked at each other and suddenly said in unison, "When did you wake up?" Tianying struggled to sit up, leaned against the wall and chuckled, "I woke up when Daisy knocked on the door, but you two were too immersed in it and didn't notice." During the 2 years that Toshiro lived at Shiba's house, Abula had already gotten to know Hinamori Momo, so they started joking without hesitation. Hearing Akio's teasing, a look of uneasiness flashed across the faces of Toshiro and Hinamori Momo at the same time. Sky Eagle, little. Toshiro, the food is on the table. You can eat it yourself. I'll leave first if I have something else to do. After saying that, she ran out of the dormitory like a gust of wind. Bang! The door was slammed shut, leaving the two Sky Eagles alone in the room. Tianying glanced at Toshiro with a half-smile, "You're so quick. We've already made an appointment in the dormitory. Don't talk nonsense. I'm here to take care of you. I haven't been out for 2 days and Hinamori came to deliver the food." "Oh, thank me for your thanks," Tianying said with a smile. After finishing joking, Tianying looked around curiously. "Are we in the dormitory of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy?" Toshiro nodded, and then slowly told him what happened after he fainted that day. After hearing what happened recently, Tianying ate the food that Toshiro had given him, his face surprisingly calm. So we were exposed." Toshiro nodded. Tianying continued, "Is teacher Yuajawa so brave? Even Mr. Shan dares to offend him. You are indeed my teacher, you are just one word strong." When Toshiro heard Tianying address the principal, he covered his head and had a headache. Hey, it's Principal Yamamoto, not Old Man Shan. Don't talk about your name outside, otherwise I'm afraid you'll have to go back here and lie down. Don't get me into trouble then and I won't be able to get my Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto. Tianying heard that the Zanpakuh became interested. He put down the food and climbed up from the bed. Can I get the Zanpakuh? Where is my sword? Where is my Zanpakuh? They came here just to get the Zanpakuh. Cut, punch, ghost, walk. Except for cutting. The other three basic Shinigami combat skills, Aquila, have both reached the level of graduation. Because there is no Zanpakuh. Anohana never taught them the practice of Zanpakuh, only the way of the sword. But Kendo is the foundation. Shikai and Bankai who have learned Zanpakuh are the most intuitive way to measure the strength of a Shinigami's combat power. To become a captain, you must learn Bankai. This is an iron rule. In Akio's memory, except for the perverted fighting maniac Zaraki Kenpeki, no Shinigami can become the captain without learning Bankai. Therefore, the Zanpakuh is currently what the two Skyhawks hope to obtain most. Not 1. Chapter 34 A quick win. What? You said everyone else got the Zanpakuh but we didn't. Hearing that Toshiro hadn't brought the Zanpakuh yet, Aquila suddenly felt that the food didn't taste good. He quickly put on his shoes and ran out dragging Toshiro. Toshiro, tell me about you. When will you be as shameless as me? Who stipulates that you have to be present to collect the money? Isn't it possible to collect it on behalf of others? Is it okay to sign and draw a deposit? You took care of me when I was in a coma? This is no excuse. Teacher Uajawa has already come to see me. She said I'm fine. Why are you watching over me? Knife, Zanpakuh. Wouldn't it be nice if you brought the Zanpakuh first and let it sleep with me for 2 days? What if it develops feelings for me in these 2 days? Do you know that I graduated 2 days late just because of your stupidity? Let me tell you, I have decided that I will be the fastest graduating student in the history of Shenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Along the way, Tianying kept whispering in Dongshalang's ears. The strange behavior of the two also attracted many students on the roadside to watch. After all, Toshiro's white hair is indeed a bit conspicuous. Besides, neither of them dressed like everyone else. There are very few other people coming to the Shenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, except for the teachers in Death Tyrant uniforms and the students in student uniforms. The two of them didn't receive their Zanpakuh, and naturally they didn't receive their clothes either. Tianying dragged Toshiro and ran all the way, his legs like clockwork, passing through the white brick streets of the academy, kicking up a cloud of dust. Finally, the Sky Eagle chattered like a fly, successfully stimulating Toshiro's inner dissatisfaction. Shiba Tianying, shut up. Deo Deo Deo. I want a Zanpakuh too. If it weren't for you, I would have brought the Zanpakuh here. You are indeed shameless. Even if you don't thank me for taking care of you for 2 days, you still blame me for half a day. You call me stupid. You took me around the academy for a long time. Aren't you stupid? Do you know where to get the Zanpakuh? Yes, where is it? Tianying stopped and looked at Toshiro blankly. Did we go the wrong way? Nonsense. The place where you get your Zanpakuh is in the reserve in the training area. Are you a pig? I don't know if you don't tell me. Come on, take me there. Toshiro sighed, holding back his anger and trotting towards the training area in the northwest with Sky Eagle. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination. The structure of the reserve is somewhat different from other buildings in the college. Because the Zanpakuh is stored, the walls are not made of wood but of stone. The gate is entirely made of fine iron and is completely black. Call out. A breeze blew by, and a few crows seemed to fly across the sky. The time to receive the Zanpakuh has passed, and the door to the reserve is now closed. Tianying lay down at the iron door and took a few hard glances into the door. I patted the iron door lightly with my hand a few times. Dong dong dong. The iron door made a dull sound. From the sound, it must be very thick. Is anyone there? Is there anyone in there? Skyhawk shouted several times. Seeing no one responded inside, Tianying knocked on the door a few more times. Still no one responded. Why? Toshiro sighed, shook his head, and turned to leave silently. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice came from the left side of the two of them. Hitsugaya Toshiro? Hitsugaya, oh no, Shiba, what are you two doing here? Hearing this, the two sky eagles looked to the left in confusion. Miyamoto-sensei. The person who came was an acquaintance. It was Miyamoto Daizo who was in charge of admissions that day. Sky Eagle quickly greeted him. Miyamoto Daizo appeared at the entrance of the reserve. Even if he is not the person in charge here, he should be able to enter. Mr. Miyamoto, are you responsible for managing the reserve? Tianying asked. Miyamoto Daizo glanced at the two of them and suddenly realized when he saw that they were still dressed as they were on the day they signed up. Oh, you're here to get your student uniform and a light slap, right? Skyhawk nodded hastily. Okay, come with me. Miyamoto waved his hand, smiled cheerfully, took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and walked towards the reserve. You guys are really lucky. The reserve is rarely open to begin with. It just so happens that you can go in when I come over to find something. As he spoke, Miyamoto rubbed the key into the lock. Shiba Tianying, how is your health? I heard that you fainted when you saw Principal Yamamoto. You're really good. You were still unconscious for 2 days. I guess your glorious deeds will be recorded in the history of our college in the future. Hearing this, Tianying looked at Toshiro in confusion. Meeting the principal? Excited? Fainted. Toshiro suppressed his laughter and nodded expressionlessly. Tianying's face twitched slightly. He knew why the school was so generous in granting him leave. It was because of this reason. He took a deep breath and forced to control his facial expression. Yes, Mr. Miyamoto, Mr. Shan. This principal is so famous that I was so excited that I couldn't control myself for a moment. Haha, Principal Yamamoto is of course very famous. He is the strongest Shinigami in the history of our Soul Society. Miyamoto Daizo proudly puffed up his chest. Remember, from now on you will all be regarded as Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. I am proud to be a student. Click. The door to the reserve was opened, and Tianying followed Toshiro numbly and walked in. Some time passed. The two Skyhawks walked out of it. At this time, Skyhawk had forgotten what happened just now, because he had received a shallow attack, which was an authentic Zanpakuto. In addition, Miyamoto gave them the student uniforms that they had not received before. Student uniforms look relatively simple. The tops for both men and women are uniformly white. The trousers on the lower body of male students are blue, and the trousers on the lower body of female students are red. After receiving a light beating, the two of them were in a good mood. Especially Tianying, he smiled and waved goodbye to Miyamoto Daizang who came out of the reserve room. Mr. Miyamoto, thank you. Goodbye. Wait a minute. Miyamoto Daizang was locking the door and called out to the two of them. Is there anything else? Teacher Miyamoto. The two Skyhawks stopped in confusion. You haven't had class for 2 days, right? Remember to go to the training area for class in the afternoon. Miyamoto said with concern, although you have good talents, you must not slack off in practice. You must know that if you work harder now, you will be better at fighting against the void in the future. It's less dangerous. It can be seen that Miyamoto's words came from the bottom of his heart. Aquila and Toshiro bent down and said respectfully to Miyamoto. You've learned a lesson, Miyamoto-sensei. In the afternoon, the neatly dressed Tianying walked out of the dormitory with his chest puffed out. It has to be said that after changing into a student uniform and holding a Zanpakuto, Skyhawk already looks like a quasi-Shinigami. The same goes for Toshiro who followed behind him. The classes at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy are very regular. Half of the students take theoretical classes in the teaching area, and the other half take skill classes in the training area. This afternoon it was Tianying's turn and the special training class 1's turn to take skills classes, so the two Tianyings once again set foot on the road to the training area. On the way, happy nursery rhymes sounded again. The sun is shining brightly, the flowers are smiling at me, and the birds are saying morning, 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 why are you carrying a bag of explosives? Chapter 35 A Sudden Invitation to Fight. Afternoon. Training Area. The training area of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy is actually a courtyard surrounded by dojos. After all, there are many classes in the academy. In order to prevent different classes from influencing each other in the same space, the academy specially separated the training area with a dojo. It was past noon, but the scorching sun did not weaken the intention of releasing ultraviolet rays. The blazing sunshine shines on the training area, and the breeze blows across the ground, setting off a billowing heat wave. Dojo number 2. The students from class 3 formed a circle and sat on the ground. In the middle of the circle, a red-haired boy and a yellow-haired boy were fighting with wooden swords in their hands. The two were fighting inextricably, which attracted cheers from many onlookers. The red-haired one is Abarai Renji, and the yellow-haired one is Kira Izuru. They are the two strongest swordsmen in the 3rd grade. Kokaki Kirikawa, the kendo teacher in today's class, asked the two of them to compete, and he also served as his assistant. Kokaki Kirikawa stood aside, commenting on the battle between the two to the watching students from time to time. On the field, Abarai and Kira were fighting back and forth, and wooden swords kept making clashing sounds around them. There was another confrontation. Kira Izuru suddenly bowed, and the wooden sword he held changed from a sweeping sweep to an upward swing, and the target was Abarai Renji's sword-holding right hand. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he had seen the wooden sword in Abarai's hand being knocked away. When Abarai saw this, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he turned sideways with his left foot as the axis and retracted his right hand. A strong wind blew in front of him, and Kira Izuru's wooden sword touched his forehead against the tip of his nose. At the same time, two voices sounded in the yard at the same time. Kira lost. The one with yellow hair lost. Really? As soon as he finished speaking, Abarai took advantage of the fact that Kira and Izuru had no time to retract the sword and quickly stabbed Kira in the throat with the wooden sword. The wooden sword stopped steadily less than a centimeter away from Kira Izuru's throat. Haha, Kira, if you want to defeat me, you have to work harder. After saying that, Abarai put the wooden sword back, and then looked at the teacher Kokaki Kirikawa. At this time, Kokaki Kirikawa's attention was not on the Abarai too. He was looking at the door in confusion. He remembered that another voice had just said that Kira had lost at the same time as him, and the voice came from the doorway of the dojo. Hey! Kokaki Kirikawa frowned slightly, who are you two? Hearing Kokaki Kirikawa's words, the students in the 3rd grade class all subconsciously followed his eyes and looked towards the door of the dojo, including Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru who were walking back to their seats. Outside the door, there were two teenagers holding punches. The black-haired boy was half leaning on the door, and the white-haired boy was standing straight. Shiba Skyhawk. Hit Shugaya Toshiro. Two young men holding shallow bats spoke at the same time. They were Aquila and Toshiro who came to class. It's just that the training area is too big, and there are many dojos. They just heard that the afternoon class is in the training area, but they don't know what dojo number it is. I heard the sound of fighting here, so I was attracted here. In class 1 of grade 3, Hinamori Tao saw a surprised expression on the faces of two people. She didn't expect the two of them to appear here. However, she didn't make any other moves, because the sudden appearance of Tianying seemed to disturb the progress of her class. Toshiro also saw Hinamori Momo, and a smile appeared on his originally expressionless face. Tianying happily waved to Hinamori Momo, Momo. Hearing Tianying call him, Hinamori nodded, but his face was a little red. After all, because of the cry of the sky eagle, many people in his class looked at him. On the side, Kokaki Kurikawa was slightly startled when he heard the two Aquila announce their names. He thought for a moment and showed an expression of sudden realization. You are the only 6th class freshman in this class, Hitsugaya Toshiro and Shiba Akio, right? The two Sky Eagles nodded slightly. Kokaki Kurikawa smiled slightly and said gently, it seems that Miyamoto Daizo is very lucky. You two seem to be not only talented in spiritual power, but also have a good foundation in kendo. I heard that you are the direct disciples of Captain Anohana. What do you think? Are you interested in competing with the seniors? Although Kokaki Kurikawa is a member of the noble Kokaki family, he has a gentle personality and does not have the domineering behavior of the nobles. He was not unhappy that the two Skyhawks were interrupting his lecture. Furthermore, he has a good relationship with Miyamoto Daizo, and he wants to help his friend test the skills of these two thorny freshmen who have taken leave since the beginning of school. Of course, he also wanted to see how his students compared with Captain Anohana's disciples. Behind Kokaki Kurikawa, Abarai, who had not yet sat down, heard his teacher's words and showed an expression of eagerness to try. He took 2 steps forward and said, Are you the junior students that Hinamori has been visiting frequently these past 2 days? Do you dare to come and give it a try? When the other male students in the class heard that Hinamori had recently visited the two Skyhawks, their faces showed a look of shared hatred. Hinamori looks cute and has a lively personality, but she is loved by them. How could 2 newcomers steal the peaches that my group had not picked for 3 years? Aquila didn't care, but Toshiro shook his head. He didn't want to cause trouble for Hinamori. Teacher, where is the training place for the first-year class? We promised Mr. Miyamoto to go to class in the afternoon. Kokaki Kurikawa was about to give 2 hero directions when Abarai, a militant, tugged on his sleeve. Kokaki Kurikawa understood the meaning in Abarai's eyes and knew that he wanted to have a fight, but the 2 children in front of him were freshmen after all, and he could not force them. So he said, let's let Renji take you there. Renji smiled slightly and gave Kurikawa a grateful look. He has been practicing hard in order to become a strong man in the future. He does not believe that talent can determine his future strength. He only believes that practicing hard can determine his future. He has no hostility towards the 2 Skyhawks who were rumored to be very talented when they first entered school. But when he heard that the 2 were disciples of Captain Anohana, Abarai's inner desire to win was aroused. Come on, let's have a fight, win or lose, I will take you there. He hooked his hand. You 2 can go up together, just use the Zanpakuta in your hands. Chapter 36 The Fight with Abarai Renji. Hearing this, Sky Eagle lazily got up from the door he was leaning on. Toshiro saw that he wanted to go up and fight, and stretched out his hand to stop him, but thought that the 2 of him seemed to be looked down upon, so he took back his outstretched hand. Be careful, he warned in a low voice. Tianying nodded slightly, moved his hands and feet, and slowly walked towards the crowd of Class 3. Before enrolling in school, he had his name changed and was found out, and then took Yamamoto's test of loyalty and bravery. Tianying's mentality has slowly changed. Especially after seeing Renji and the others, he felt a sense of urgency. If he remembered correctly, Kokaki Rukia also entered school in the same year as Renji, which meant that she would join the 13th division soon. Tianying doesn't dislike Kokaki Rukia, but just thinking about her makes him worry about the safety of his family. According to the original direction, Kokaki Rukia would be forced to kill Kyan shortly after joining the 13th division. Now, what Tianying has to do is to prevent that from happening. The surname was exposed, and the identity of Mao's Hiwa's disciple was exposed. Since we can't hide anymore, it's better to rise strong. Just as Yuluo said at the beginning of the school year, Old Man Yamamoto attaches great importance to Jinnu Spiritual Arts Academy. Since he has Yamamoto and Anohana as his backers, what small tricks is he afraid of? He set a small goal for himself, to graduate from Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy within 1 year. This year he has only one mission, and that is to learn Shikai. Tianying walked up to the weapon rack in the number 2 dojo, pulled out a wooden sword, and then threw his shallow attack to Toshiro. Then he walked into the circle surrounded by Class 3, holding a knife and holding his fists. "Senior Abarai, please enlighten me." Abarai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, held his sword and raised his fist in return, saying, "Junior Shiba, although you are the only one here with a wooden sword, I won't let you offend me." Everyone around looked at the two of them with interest. Half a minute later, the two were still standing face to face. Abarai frowned slightly. As a senior, he was waiting for Tianying to make the first move, but Tianying did not move at all. "Junior Shiba, since you don't take action, I will do it first." The moment the words fell, Abarai stamped his foot on the ground, and his whole body was like an unsheathed Zanpakuto heading towards Skyhawk. Bang! He left a deep shoe mark on the solid ground in the courtyard of the dojo, causing mud to splash everywhere. Kira Izuru sighed deeply. From this momentary outburst, he could see that Renji had not tried his best in the competition with him just now. Tianying looked at the fierce Abarai Renji and nodded slightly. "I have to say that purely in terms of physical talent, Abarai Renji is indeed strong. However, he is not bad either." Tianying's body sank slightly, and he raised the wooden sword with his right hand to the top of his head. Snap! The two wooden swords collided and made a crisp sound. Tianying stood on the spot and blocked Renji's powerful and heavy sword. Good! The first confrontation between the two immediately attracted a round of applause, and the onlookers could see that Renji had no intention of letting off steam with his sword. Renji's eyes changed slightly, and he looked at Tianying more seriously. He took advantage of the forward momentum of this sword and did not let the young boy in front of him retreat even half an inch. Then he showed a war-loving smile. As expected of the young man who became a famous figure right after he entered school, "Come again." Abarai sheathed his sword and swept sideways, but was held by Sky Eagle again. Next, the sounds of clashing wooden swords and cheers continued to be heard in the dojo. Each of Abarai's sword swings made a strong sound of breaking through the air. Skyhawk was also intrigued by Abarai's passionate fighting style, and gradually turned from defense to offense. The two wooden swords were swung faster and faster, and the expression on Tianying's face became more and more serious. 20 minutes later, the two separated after a confrontation. Hey, hey, hey! At this moment, Abarai was out of breath. His hair and clothes were much messy than before. Drops of sweat were falling from his jaw. Soon after they landed on the ground, they were evaporated by the blazing heat. His hand holding the wooden sword was trembling slightly. After a short battle, he felt as if his hand was tied to a huge boulder, and even holding the sword was difficult. Recalling the battle with Sky Eagle just now, Abarai felt a little sad. Every time he resisted Sky Eagle's slashing blow, he felt that the muscles of his entire arm were shaking. In the last few minutes, he felt several times that his hand could no longer hold the wooden sword. Abarai looked at the black-haired junior in front of him with somewhat complicated eyes. He had a feeling that this junior didn't try his best. Compared with him, Aquila opposite him was neither blushing nor out of breath, and his jumpsuit kakuzu was not messy. Although he didn't want to admit it, he lost. Tianying also noticed Abarai's situation, sheathed her sword and clasped her fists with a smile. Senior Abarai has superb swordsmanship, but the junior is still in a hurry to go to class, so why not stop here? Abarai also put away his wooden sword and waved his hand. "You don't have to be like this, Shiba. If you lose, you lose. I, Abarai, am not someone who cannot afford to lose." Then, he looked at Kurikawa and bowed deeply. "Teacher Kurikawa, I'm sorry for living up to your 3 years of teaching." On the side, Kokaki Kurikawa nodded slightly. "Get up, Renji, I'm very satisfied with your performance. No matter you win or lose, you must behave like a Shinigami. If you lose, you will have to work harder in your future cultivation, do you understand? Yes, Mr. Kurakawa, I will definitely practice harder in the future, and I also ask you to know me better. Kokaki Kurakawa is very satisfied with Abarai Renji's attitude. Being strong is not a temporary struggle. Only those who are not arrogant in victory and not discouraged in defeat can become more courageous with every setback and eventually join the ranks of the strong in Seoul society. Then Kokaki Kurakawa looked at Tianying again, his eyes full of admiration. He has a degree of advance and retreat, is experienced in dealing with things, and has great potential as his evaluation of Tianying. Okay, let's stop here. Captain Anohana really has a unique vision. Let's go, let Renji take a rest, I'll take you to your class's dojo. Hearing this, the circle formed by the 3-year class naturally separated a road, allowing Kokaki Kurakawa and Tianying to go out. Before leaving, Tianying made a naughty face to Hinamori. Then he pointed at her and Toshiro teasingly. It made Hinamori blush. In the number 3 dojo, Miyamoto Daizo was wearing sunglasses, and his posture was completely different from when he met Tianying and the two at noon. He sat on the recliner comfortably holding a whip, squinting at the 28 students below holding their zanpakuto and fighting postures. Comment from time to time. Hey, that red-haired female student, your name is Matsui-sana, right? Don't shake your hands. At your age, I can stand still for a whole day holding a sword. Who else is that? Tsuruta, right? Aren't there just a few rocks hanging down there? Why are you shaking? You're still not a man. The corners of Matsui-sana's eyes twitched slightly when her name was called. She wanted to speak out and refute Miyamoto. There are many other reasons to object. But she didn't dare. Tsuruta, who was the last one to challenge Miyamoto's authority, now had 5 rocks as big as human heads hanging under his zanpakuto. He was shaking worse than himself. Suddenly, a burst of noisy cheers came from the nearby dojo. This sound immediately affected the students in Class 1, causing their bodies to swing wider and wider. Miyamoto saw that the students were not focused. His brows furrowed slightly. If he remembered correctly, next door should be the training dojo for Class 1 of the 3rd grade. Okay, let's take a rest. After receiving his instruction, the students in the first-year class all collapsed on the ground. They had been standing here for almost an hour. The scorching sun and the combination of holding the sword made their mouths dry, and their hands and legs were also sore. After all, this is the Serenity Garden, and the concentration of spirit seeds is much higher than that of Rukanga. After 2 days, they are still a little uncomfortable with it. Seeing his students' actions, Miyamoto looked a little ugly. Stand up, what do you all look like? How can you hold a zanpakuto and fight against hollows like this? Once we Shinigami fight against hollow, will it be over in a short time? The strongest class? The weakest class is almost the same. While he was reprimanding the students, the door of the dojo was gently pushed open. Kokaki Kurakawa appeared at the door. Chapter 37 The Training of the Zanpakuto. I saw the teacher from the dojo next door appear in my dojo. Miyamoto Ozo was slightly startled. But he rushed forward quickly. After walking a few steps, he discovered that Kokaki Kurakawa was followed by Tianying and Toshiro. Miyamoto showed a surprised expression. The first thing that came to mind was why his student was brought here by Kokaki Kurakawa. The second reaction was that Kokaki Kurakawa wouldn't be here to investigate. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with Kurakawa. He didn't show any special respect because Kurakawa was a noble of the Kokaki family. Instead, he made a joke. No wonder a cloud came from the sky just now to help me cover the dazzling sunshine. I was wondering why God was so good to me, but it turned out that you are here, Kurakawa. Kokaki Kurakawa pretended to snort, pointed at the 2 Aquila and said to Miyamoto. Daizang, Didn't you tell these two children the number of the class dojo? Miyamoto Daiso realized that he seemed to have forgotten about it at noon. He scratched his head in embarrassment. They have been asking for leave before, I forgot, ha 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 ha. When can you have some snacks? Kokaki Kurikawa sighed. Hearing that the teacher who had tortured them for 2 days was ridiculed, many students in Class 1 sat nearby and suppressed laughter. Several black lines appeared on Miyamoto's forehead. Oh, Kurikawa, please save some face for me, I'm in class. After saying that, Miyamoto quickly winked at the two sky eagles and asked them to come behind him. By the way, are these two boys causing trouble for you? I'll criticize them later. Although he said this, he quickly opened his hands to protect the two eagles behind him, just like an eagle catching a hen among its chicks. Kokaki Kurikawa glared at Miyamoto. He finally figured it out. The palace thought he was here to cause trouble, so he said angrily, they did cause some trouble for me. How about I detain them? That won't work. They haven't had class for 2 days. I think they may no longer need to follow you. Why? Miyamoto looked confused. Why? On the first day I came to the training area, I went to the wrong dojo and picked my strongest kendo student. Do I still need to take first-year kendo lessons? Kurikawa didn't shy away and directly kaied. Miyamoto was a little surprised. You mean Abarai Renji? Kokaki Kurikawa didn't answer, turned around and said, let's go. Sometimes I really envy your luck. After saying that, he stepped out of the dojo directly, leaving only a group of people looking at each other. Most of the freshmen who were taking a rest remained silent and stood up silently to start training again. Class 1 is an elite class, and most of them are arrogant people. This group of people has been stimulated by Kurikawa's words just now. I was still holding my sword and posing, and the two guys who were late in front of me ran to the 3rd grade to cause trouble. Can you bear it? Can't bear it. Seeing his students training spontaneously, Miyamoto's face gradually revealed the news. He circled around the two sky eagles and looked at them from top to bottom. Immediately, he patted his forehead. A perfect teaching plan appeared in his mind. Hitsugaya Toshiro, Shiba Tientaka, you two go to the team and hold the sword like them and put on alert. The two Tianyings looked at each other. Although they felt a little bored, they didn't say anything. Under the strange gazes of all the classmates, the two of them stood at the end of the team. Miyamoto clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. What are you looking at? Give me training and hold your sword on guard for 2 hours. His words did not elicit a big reaction. When the other students heard that the two Tianyings had joined the training, they all felt a sense of comparison. Well, this looks good. Miyamoto nodded with satisfaction. While the students had already started training, Miyamoto walked around the dojo courtyard a few times. After a while, he walked up to the two sky eagles holding 2 large rocks half as tall as a man. You two were late on the first day of class and ran to the wrong dojo. The rocks are my punishment for you. You stood there with the rocks hanging for 3 hours. Any comments? The two Tianyings shook their heads. This set of training methods was not used on them last year. The students in Class 1 looked at the stones that Miyamoto had moved, and their pupils shrank. Compared with these 2 stones, the 7 stones hanging on Tsurada's sword can only be regarded as younger brothers. Under the shocked gazes of all the classmates, Miyamoto hung the stone on the zanpakuto of the 2 skyhawks. Well, not bad. He gently patted the zanpakuto of the 2 skyhawks, using a little more strength in his hands. But the zanpakuto of the 2 skyhawks didn't move at all. Miyamoto nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, he turned around and walked to the steps of the dojo and cleared his throat. Okay, now that everyone is here, and you have all received the light attack, while you are free, I will talk to you about what a zanpakuto is and how to practice it. A piece of zanpakuto history attracted the attention of all the students present. Compared with boring theoretical brainwashing, this kind of story-based teaching is obviously more acceptable. Before I knew it, 2 hours had passed. Except for the two Tianyings, the other students had fallen to the ground. They could no longer hold their zanpakut, but they were still listening to the lecture attentively. Through Miyamoto's teaching, Tianying also gained a new understanding of the zanpakut in his hand. He had always thought that the zanpakuto was made by the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy or the Godi I-13 using an assembly line, but today he learned that this was not the case. It turns out that every zanpakut was made by a Shinigami named Nigia Oue. Because he forged the zanpakut, he won the title of Sword God. And now, Sword God Namiya Wang Yu has been specially approved to join the royal agent and is now accompanying the Spirit King. Spiritual King. Hearing this title, Tianying thought of Aizen, the man who intended to replace the Soul King. Amaji doesn't know if Aizen has paid attention to him. He just wants to learn Shikai and Bankai quickly and then join the Godi I-13. He doesn't have time to stay in this academy for long. After talking about the history of the zanpakut, it was rare for Miyamoto to start talking about the practice of the zanpakut, sword zen, so early. Most of the students listened in confusion, only Tianying and Toshiro listened with gusto. Because they come here mainly to learn this. Originally, Miyamoto would not start talking about the practice of sword zen so early, but today the two Tianyings gave him face. And he was in a good mood, so he spoke up in advance. Miyamoto lectured on the practice of sword zen for an hour. At the end, it was time for get out of class to end, so he waved his hand to announce the end of get out of class. Students from the Gate of Life were already walking out in 2s and 3s, looking at the two sky eagles with curious eyes from time to time. Because the two of them were still holding their zanpakut, like unconscious machines. Miyamoto's practice of sword zen really pointed the way for the two of them. Toshiro thought of the dream he entered when he fainted. In that dream of ice and snow, there is always a voice calling its name. He didn't know if that was the artistic conception of zanpakut. Because when he fainted and entered that dream for the first time, he had not yet obtained the zanpakut. But this gave him some inspiration, and he couldn't wait to go back to practice sword meditation. Tianying thought of the tattoo on his back. He still remembered the dream he had when he killed Su for the first time. He wondered if the scales in his dream were related to his zanpakut. But he really hopes that his zanpakut can have the ability that Libra brings him. He has a hunch that the ability must be very strong. Night. The two of them held their zanpakut and each practiced sword zen. A hint of chill gradually emitted from Toshiro's body. The skyhawk has started snoring. Chapter 38. Damn it, Aizensuke. The next day. Early in the morning, Toshiro woke Tianying up and forcibly dragged him out of the dormitory. There is a calligraphy class this morning. Although it is an elective class, Toshiro still wants to take a look. He is very envious of Yamamoto's fine calligraphy carved at the entrance of the college. He felt that he must learn calligraphy well, and he would definitely have such an opportunity in the future. As for why Tianying was dragged here by him? Good brothers should naturally learn together. In the teaching building number 1 in the teaching area. Tianying was drowsy with dark circles under his eyes. He really didn't want to come. He always felt that calligraphy in this place was similar to painting, and there was nothing to learn, but he couldn't resist Toshiro and he forced him to follow him. Last night, Tianying practiced sword zen and sat cross-legged with his zanpakut in his arms for most of the night, staring at the sword with his big eyes for most of the night. Coupled with the time delay granted by the bell pattern, he stared at the zanpakut for nearly 10 hours. 10 hours. The artistic conception has not entered, but the dream has. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep on the bed, not even noticing that his zanpakut fell to the ground. Toshiro, why did you wake me up so early? What's the point of taking a calligraphy class? It can't make you stronger. With this time, I think I should sleep with my zanpakut for a while, maybe it will recognize me. After saying that, Tianying squinted his eyes and put his zanpakuto against his face and rubbed it affectionately. Toshiro rolled his eyes at Tianying. You still have the nerve to say that you didn't even know you dropped your zanpakuto on the ground while you were sleeping. He will never recognize you in this life. Woo-oh. Before he could finish speaking, Sky Eagle covered his mouth with his hand. SHHH. Tianying made a silencing gesture. Don't talk nonsense. What if he hears you? Hey. Toshiro's cheek twitched slightly. You are so shameless. You have done it and you are still afraid of others saying it. You take care of me. I can't control you, why don't you let teacher Uajawa take care of it? Toshiro glanced at Tianying speechlessly, and continued, Teacher Uajawa seemed to have asked me to contact her using Tenteikungra before. Come on, should I tell her that you don't even want to go to class? Tianying hugged Toshiro and said, Come on, aren't I on my way to class? I think as a strong person, I must have good calligraphy. What if someone asks me for an autograph in the future? Haha. Toshiro sneered, and then said mysteriously, I heard that our calligraphy teacher is also the captain of the Godii 13th team. The captain is here to be a teacher, or a calligraphy teacher. Is he full and has nothing to do? The Sky Eagle screamed, attracting the attention of many people in the teaching building. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. This voice was slightly smiling. This classmate, your name is Shiba Tianying, right? The captain of the Godii 13 is here to give you a calligraphy lesson. Is there any problem? Tianying subconsciously replied. Of course there is a problem. As he spoke, he turned back. There are so many voids outside now. If you don't purify the void and teach writing, is it sick? Tianying saw the person standing behind him, and his voice became weaker and weaker. Immediately, his pupils vibrated. I couldn't help but say FK. Aizen-suk. The person behind him is Aizen-suk, who is wearing black-rimmed glasses and wearing a white captain's haori. At this time, Aizen-suk still looked gentle wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses. He looked at Tianying with a smile, and waved to the students who greeted him next to him from time to time. Although Aizen looks like a spring breeze now. But Tianying knows that in a few decades, this guy will crush his glasses that have been with him for many years, comb his hair like an adult, and transform into the ultimate boss. At this moment, Tianying secretly scolded the scriptwriter of Shinigami anime for being lazy and didn't even tell himself that this guy was actually a teacher. Bah, the screenwriter got me wrong. Although he was ridiculed by Tianying, Aizen did not show any anger on his face and still stared at Tianying with a warm expression. He once again asked gently with a voice like a subwoofer, Shiba-san, is there any problem with the captain of the Godii 13 having classes at the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy? This time he said the word true very seriously. No. No problem. Skyhawk shook his head like a rattle. Isn't this a joke? You stand in front of me and I dare to say there is something wrong. You don't want face or I don't want my life. Haha. Aizen smiled with satisfaction and reached out his hand to touch Tianying's head. Tianying subconsciously wanted to hide, but held it back. He was afraid that hiding would make him look unnatural. No matter whether he hides or not, Aizen has already set his sights on him. Shiba-san, I heard that you are very talented in kendo. Yesterday you defeated third-year student Abarai. How about it? Are you interested in joining our 5th division after graduation? Sky Eagle. Come on, give me a hammer. I won't let you kill me when I come. He felt as if he was exposed, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Teacher, are you the captain of the 5th division? He did not answer Aizen's question directly, but showed an innocent smile and pretended to ask Aizen. But this smile is really a bit fake. A trace of doubt flashed across Aizen's eyes, and he felt that the child in front of him seemed a little afraid of him. He thought about it and realized that he didn't seem to have done anything to frighten the child just now. But he didn't think much about it, he just thought it was the student's reverence for the teacher, not to mention that he was still a captain. It never occurred to him that Sky Eagle knew that the hollow was created by him. After all, how could a child know about his own great experiment unless he could predict it? Aizen stretched out his right hand and continued to smile with gentle eyes like sunshine. Yes, Shiba-san, I am Aizen-suke, captain of the 5th Division. Hello. Skyhawk was confused. To hold or not to hold? That is the question. But he thought about it carefully, and it seemed that the handshake would not be affected by Kaika Suijutsu hypnosis. So, you still have to hold on. Tianying stretched out his little hand and held it with Aizen. Hello Captain Aizen, my name is Shiba Skyhawk. After saying that, he wanted to take his hand out of Aizen's hand. But Aizen held his hand with no intention of letting go. But stared at his wrist thoughtfully. There was the soul-suppressing bracelet that Ms. Hiwa had brought to him again. Shiba-san, your Shiba family lives in the suburbs of Linrunan now, right? Ah? Yes. Tianying realized that Aizen had begun to test him. Not surprisingly, he probably suspected that he had killed the hollow. But he couldn't lie about this question, and he couldn't lie. The Shiba family had been there for a while, and Aizen could definitely investigate it. For the first time, Tianying blamed Konghe for not demolishing his home, otherwise he could have moved to another place. Hearing that Amaji was not lying, Aizen let go of his hand, inadvertently glanced at Toshiro's wrist from the corner of his eye, and then spoke again. It's not very safe outside Jingling Court recently. Did you encounter any dangerous things before school started? Although he was not worried about his conspiracy being exposed, Aizen became more and more suspicious that his experimental subject was killed by the Skyhawk. No. Skyhawk shook his head like a rattle again. The place where they killed the hollow was still some distance from Shiba's house, so it was impossible to hear the hollow's cry. Aizen heard this and straightened his clothes with a smile, as if he didn't care about Tianying's answer. Okay, hurry up and go to class. Have you chosen the calligraphy class? No, goodbye Captain Aizen. When Tianying heard Aizen asking them to leave, he quickly dragged the confused Toshiro into a random classroom. But he didn't see a sign hanging on the open door of the classroom, calligraphy classroom. Chapter 39 Meeting the nobles of the Kashomio Road family again. After a class, Tianying was in a very unhappy mood. Cause? Of course it's because of Aizen. One second he said he didn't sign up for the calligraphy elective course, and the next minute he was caught by Aizen in the calligraphy classroom. Looking at Aizen's half-smiling eyes, Tianying regretted not giving himself a few big words. If I had known earlier, I might as well have just confessed. If you don't just skip class, the worst thing you can do is be sued by Toshiro to Anohana. It was better than being noticed by Aizen. During class, Tianying felt that Aizen's eyes basically never left her. At most, he occasionally glanced at Toshiro. With just these few glances, Toshiro thought that the teacher was paying attention to him because he was listening carefully. The body is still sitting upright. Tianying wanted to tell him. Ziobai, please grow some sweets. If you don't take good care of your peaches, Aizen will come and steal them. But he knew that saying this would be of no use. Toshiro wouldn't believe it, and neither would anyone else. Based on Aizen's current performance in Soul Society, no one would believe it. Besides, what if a small number of people believe it? Aizen also holds Kaika Suijutsu. To him, the fact is nothing more than an image that can be tampered with. You know, even Urahara Kisuke, the most powerful brain, was forced away by Aizen's design. Aquila doesn't think he is smarter than Urahara Kisuke and can fight Aizen. So he had to endure it first. Just like Aizen now. At the beginning, Urahara was in the light and Aizen was in the dark. Urahara was forced to leave. Now, Aizen is in the light and he is in the dark. He wants to force himself to be stubborn. The only thing Tianying wants to do now is to protect his elder brother and sister-in-law first. He believed that as long as he did not commit suicide, Aizen would not attack him. At most, it's just a game of chess with him. But Skyhawk didn't know that. He was wrong about this. Aizen did have plans to use him as a pawn, just like Abarai, Hinamori Momo, and Kira Izuru. But after careful consideration, Aizen gave up the idea. After all, Tianying's identity is different from that of Abarai. The Skyhawk has a background. The identity of the Shiba family is too sensitive and can easily attract attention from the outside world. Once something happens, if someone else finds out the clues, it might lead to fire. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most critical thing. Amaji has a teacher, her name is Anohanaretsu. Aizen is one of the few people in Seoul society who knows the past of Anohanaretsu. Therefore, he does not want to provoke this terrible woman Anohanaretsu. After class, Tianying smiled and respectfully watched Aizen leave the classroom. After waiting for a few minutes, his face almost froze with laughter. Once he was sure that Aizen should have gone far, he immediately pulled Taoshiro up and ran out. He didn't want to listen to the next class. The classes in the teaching area are all theoretical classes. It's nothing more than the history of Seoul society. It's Shinigami's responsibility. The operation of soul burial and so on. He didn't want to hear any of this. He doesn't care about history, he only cares about the future. As for Shinigami's responsibilities, he is not Shinigami now. So he does not need to abide by Shinigami's responsibilities. As for the operation of soul burial, Tianying's personal opinion. As a Shinigami, as long as you beat Su to death, it can be regarded as a soul burial. It is better to give Su a funeral than to give oneself a funeral. The two Sky Eagles had just rushed out of the classroom, and before they had even run a few steps, a slightly angry shout sounded from behind them. Stop! The white-haired kid and the black-haired kid in front of you. Tianying originally didn't want to look back. After all, the black-haired kid might not be called him by so many people. But there were many black-haired brats, and Toshiro was the only white-haired brat. Toshiro grabbed hold of Sky Eagle. Tianying had no choice but to stop. He turned back to look in the direction of the sound. Not far away from the door of the classroom, 4 male students happened to be standing staring at the two of them. Among them, the one on the far left has eyes blazing and full of hostility. Tianying was a little confused. He didn't even know who these 4 people were. However, he always felt that the hostile guy looked familiar, and he seemed to have seen it somewhere. Tianying recalled it in his mind. After thinking about it for a long time, he didn't expect where he had seen this face before, so he wondered. Who are you? As soon as he finished speaking, Tianying suddenly noticed that the temperature around him was dropping rapidly. He quickly turned his head to look in the direction of Toshiro, and was shocked to find that Toshiro was also looking at him with an angry face at this moment. Immediately, a picture flashed through Tianying's mind, Hitsugaya's house 2 years ago. Immediately afterwards, the two faces slowly overlapped in Tianying's mind. One is the face of the hostile guy opposite at the moment. The other one is the face of the Hitsugaya family member who claimed to be a noble of the Kazumioji family. The next moment, the words of the man opposite confirmed his thoughts. "UBD, you beat me in Lin Runan 2 years ago and you don't remember it now. If I hadn't suddenly seen this white-haired kid next to you today, I really wouldn't have been able to find you. You are really unlucky. You didn't expect to meet me here. Tell you, I have to give you a good repair today. No, as long as you are in this academy from now on, I will beat you every time I see you. I'll beat you until you drop out of school. When you quit Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, ha ha ha. Remember, my name is Kazumioji Kazama." It was the hostile student opposite who spoke. His tone was exactly the same as at Hitsugaya's house at that time. When he opened and shut his mouth, it was me. Skyhawk frowned slightly. He had noticed that Toshiro was about to lose control of his murderous intent. Although the target on the other side was himself, he had hurt Toshiro's grandmother that day. Toshiro has always kept this incident in his heart and has never forgotten it. If this is outside, the worst possible thing is to find an opportunity to kill him and then bury him somewhere. But this is Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, and killing people will be judged by Central 46. Once Toshiro takes action here, the consequences will be disastrous. Hearing the shouting from the other side, Aquila took action one step ahead of Toshiro. He directly used Shunpo to appear in front of Kazumioji Kazama, and hit his abdomen with his right fist. This punch Tianying did not use all his strength, but only used less than 20% of his strength. He just wanted to knock Kazumioji Kazama out, and then take Toshiro away. He didn't want to kill him here. Snap! Before his fist hit Kazumioji Kazama, a brown-haired student next to him reached out and stopped him. Tisk, 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 are all the brats from the Shiba family so rude? It's really uncultured for you to take action before someone has finished speaking. Tianying frowned slightly and increased his power output. The brown-haired student's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt that his palm holding Tianying was almost unable to withstand it. For a moment, Tianying's fist burst out with astonishing force for the second time, hitting Kazumioji Kazama's abdomen hard through the brown-haired student's palm. Vomit! Kazumioji Fengma knelt on the ground, covering his abdomen. Yellow-white liquid kept spitting out of his mouth. Fortunately, Tianying flashed quickly and Shunpo returned to his original position again. The yellow-white liquid that poured down did not touch his body. But the brown-haired student was in a worse situation. There was a lot of vomit everywhere on the hands and sleeves of the students' uniforms. For a moment, the whole person exuded an unpleasant smell. The remaining two of the four covered their noses with their hands and subconsciously distanced themselves from Kazumioji and Kazama. Seeing this, Tianying exhaled with a smile and blew his right fist as if to demonstrate. What? Do you have any objections? If you keep making noise, believe it or not, I'll beat you up too. The brown-haired student's face became increasingly ugly. This was the first time he had been provoked like this. He glanced at the two people next to him with an angry look on his face. Go ahead, kill him. If anything happens, Tsuneya will be responsible for Nagano. After saying that, he took the lead in drawing out his Zanpakuto and rushing towards Sky Eagle. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared on the left side of Tianying. He held a Zanpakuto and rushed towards the brown-haired student Tsuneya Shiro Nagano. Senior Tsuneya Shiro, isn't it wrong for you, a 6th-year student, to bully a first-year freshman? The majority bullies the minority. How about I, Abarai Renji, be your opponent? The person who came was none other than Abarai Renji. He just passed by after class when he saw Tsuneya Shiro Nagano and 3 others rushing toward Akio and Toshiro with knives. As a person with a strong sense of justice, Abarai did not hesitate to draw his sword to help. He knew that Tsuneya Shiro Nagano and others were nobles, but he didn't care. Because he, Abarai Renji, is destined to become the top powerhouse in Seoul society. A mere nobleman could not bend his back. Chapter 40 Byakuya Kukaki appears. Bang! Bang! There were bursts of fighting sounds in the corridor of the teaching area, which attracted the attention of male and female students wearing red and blue school uniforms. But when they saw the people fighting, they all looked sideways. There were 6 people fighting. 3 against 3. The lower grades fight against the upper grades, and the common people fight against the nobles. On the civilian side, Abarai Renji, the 3rd-year kendo leader, and 2 first-year freshmen known as the Black and White Twin Stars. On the noble side, there are 3 6th graders from the Tsuneya Shiro family, the Kazumioji family, and the Mada family. The lineup is unprecedentedly luxurious. Needless to say, the attraction is natural. Fights are relatively rare in Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, not to mention that the people involved are all prominent figures in the academy. The most important thing is that the 3 noble students who are about to graduate have been being suppressed and beaten. Especially the leader, Tsuneyashiro Nagano, was pinned to the ground by the black-haired boy at this moment, and even his zanpakuto was thrown aside. The black-haired boy was Tianying Shiba Skyhawk. Tsuneyashiro Nagano calls him an uneducated guy. At this moment, he is indeed doing something uneducated. Amaji is riding on Tsuneyashiro Nagano. A pair of white fists kept greeting Tsuneyashiro Nagano's face. It can be said that the fists touch the flesh and the palms can see blood. You are the only one who calls me a noble. Education? If education can be a meal, what do you need Shinigami for? Even if I didn't pay attention to you, why the hell did you come to fight me yourself? I don't think you are Tsuneyashiro, are you out of your mind? Idiot! The onlookers looked at the scene in front of them, their mouths opened in an O shape. Physical and mental dual attacks? What's this? It's heartbreaking to kill someone. Not to mention that the person lying on the ground was a member of the noble Tsuneyashiro family. Even an ordinary person would probably be eager to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. The other 2 nobles originally wanted to rush over to rescue Tsuneyashiro Nagano, but they were stopped by Toshiro and Renji, and they could only use verbal threats in vain. Shiba family BD. You are dead. The Tsuneyashiro family will not let you go. Now, let go of Mr. Nagano, so that you can still choose a decent way to die. The 2 of them had just finished speaking. As if Tianying didn't hear it, he punched Tsuneyashiro Nagano twice in the face again. Hey, do you think I will die first or you? Tsuneyashiro's breath was very weak at the moment, and his eyes were staring at the eagle riding on him with hatred. He knew that his future in the family was over, and now his only thought was to kill the hateful kid in front of him. He, if you dare, kill me now, otherwise what else can you do to me? Tsuneyashiro Nagano's voice was very hoarse, and his words were a little leaky. It was obvious that several teeth had been knocked out and blood had filled his throat. Come on, take out your zanpakuto and cut my neck, he. He stretched out his right hand and made a beheading gesture towards his neck, with a hint of morbid joking in his eyes. Tsuneyashiro Nagano was convinced that Tianying would not dare to take action. Indeed, he guessed correctly. Sky Eagle did not draw his sword. He is not stupid. If he kills a nobleman here, not even Yamamoto can save him. Amaji chuckled lightly, patted Tsuneyashiro Nagano's face with his hand, stood up from him, and looked down at him. You have no brain, are you really mentally ill? If the so-called nobles are all like you, then I'm really glad that the Shiba family has withdrawn from the nobles. Haha, a bunch of worms from the Soul Society are worthy of being called nobles. Tianying sneered, and then said disdainfully, if you want to die, just find a void to be your nourishment. I am not responsible for cleaning up the garbage. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual pressure appeared at the door of the teaching building. Under this spiritual pressure, the onlookers, including the nobles who were fighting just now, were all shocked to the spot and did not dare to move. Some of the weaker ones fell to their knees directly on the ground. Abarai Renji held his zanpakuto and wanted to turn his head to look in the direction where the spiritual pressure was coming from. He struggled several times but failed. Throughout the corridor, only Tianying and Toshiro were not shocked by this spiritual pressure. The temperature around Toshiro began to gradually drop again, and the ice spiritual pressure that had been controlled just because Kazumi Daiji Kazama was knocked down by Tianying was activated again. Sky Eagle, on the other hand, acted more naturally. His spiritual pressure automatically circulated on his body, as if forming a barrier, blocking out the shock of the outside world. Although this spiritual pressure made him feel a little uncomfortable, it did not have much impact on him. Fortunately, the sudden burst of spiritual pressure at the door of the teaching building did not last long. It lasted for 2 or 3 seconds and then suddenly disappeared. Tianying and Toshiro looked at each other, then turned to look at the door of the teaching building, which was the end of the corridor. Da-da-da-day. Da-da-da-day. At the end of the corridor, 3 footsteps were walking towards inside. 2 light and 1 heavy. Toshiro immediately locked onto the person on the far right, who was Kazumi Aji Kazama, who had just escaped from the teaching building without making a sound. He subconsciously took a step forward. Sudden. A hand stretched out from his left side and stopped him. Toshiro was a little confused, but he still turned to look at the sky eagle on the left. "Don't go, look at the man in the middle," Tianying said to Toshiro in a low voice as if facing a powerful enemy. Hearing this, Toshiro turned to look at the door again. Immediately, his expression became like that of a sky eagle. Just now, his attention was all on Kazumi Kazama, and he didn't notice the other 2 people, but now he can see it clearly. Among the 3 people walking at the door, there was nothing unusual about Kazumi Daji Kazama and the other woman, both wearing student uniforms. But the man in the middle is handsome, with long black hair neatly combed behind his head. He wears the star clamp hair accessory that only the nobles have the right to wear. He is wearing a Death Overlord outfit, and there are also wearing a Snow White Captain Yuri. Even if Toshiro didn't recognize this man, he still recognized the Captain Hayori in him. Like his teacher Anohanaretsu, this man is also the captain of the Godai 13th team. Behind Aquila and Toshiro, they didn't notice, and Abarai Renji looked shocked when he saw the person coming. Especially when he saw the female student, a trace of pain and fascination flashed across his face. He murmured, "Rukia." Tianying heard Renji's murmuring voice, and his pupils immediately shook. Of course he knew the man named Captain Yuji. Who else could it be besides the current head of the Kokaki family, Byakuya Kokaki, the captain of the 6th Division? It's just that he didn't recognize that the person behind Byakuya Kokaki was Rukia. There are still many airports at Shenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Aquila just didn't expect Byakuya to find Rukia so quickly. While the 3 people in Tianying were silent, Byakuya Kokaki slowly stepped forward. He stared at Tianying indifferently, with no expression on his face. "Shiba Skyhawk, did you just call the nobles the worms of Soul Society? Do you want to die?" Chapter 41 Skyhawk's Rebuke, Byakuya's Blow. Skyhawk frowned. Byakuya Kokaki, it was exactly what he thought. Arrogant, cold, and paranoid, he values his noble title more than anything else. He only said that nobles were worms in Soul Society, but this guy dared to say that he wanted to kill him in front of so many people. What? Isn't it? Tianying sneered. He knew that if he showed weakness at this time, Byakuya Kokaki would be looked down upon even more. Just be tougher. Ha 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 ha. Before Byakuya could speak, Kazumi Aji Kazama behind him suddenly laughed. "Lord Byakuya, you see, I told you that this guy is an arrogant person and doesn't take our nobles seriously at all." Cough 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 cough. After saying the previous words, he seemed to start coughing because he was laughing so wildly. It looked like he was injured by Tianying's punch just now. Hearing this, Byakuya showed a hint of displeasure. He doesn't like people interrupting while he's talking. But right now he didn't rebuke Kazama. "Shiba Tianying, after seeing you, I finally understand the reason for the decline of the Shiba family." Byakuya stared at Tianying and said coldly. "When a nobleman spurns the honor of being a nobleman, then this honor will also leave him." Ha ha ha. Tianying suddenly laughed. "Glory? What you nobles call glory is nothing more than putting on a superior face and taking everything from the common people." As he said that, Tianying indifferently glanced around the corridor of the teaching building. Then he tightened his grip on the Zanpakut. "Right. Substance. Resource. Even life. What do commoners mean to you nobles? They are just objects that can be exploited and exploited without limit. Why don't you ask Kazumi Aji Kazama behind you what he did in Rukanga before? Also, do you know what the guy under my feet did without his head? He openly drew a knife and attacked his classmates in the teaching building. In Rukanga you nobles ignored the law. In this academy you nobles still ignore the law. Hee. The glory of the nobility? Isn't it just that twisted sense of superiority? Every time Tianying said something, the faces of the troublemaking nobles became darker, and Byakuya Kukaki's eyes turned colder when he glanced at them. Byakuya values his honor as a noble, but that does not mean that he can accept some evil behaviors. But at this moment, he still represents the aristocracy as a whole. Shiba Skyhawk, that's enough. Byakuya said coldly. No matter what you say, it can't change the fact that you insulted the nobles. I will investigate and report all the things you said to Central 46, but you must also be responsible for your behavior of insulting and beating the nobles. After saying that, Byakuya turned around and walked towards the door of the teaching building. Come on, I'll wait for you outside. As long as you can kill me, I'll let you go. While Byakuya was still there, the two noble students who were confronting Abarai and Toshiro quickly picked up Tsuneyashiro Nagano who was on the ground and ran out with Byakuya. Kazumioji Kazama turned around and sneered, and then followed Byakuya out. Before Rukia left, she looked back at Renji and gently shook her head to signal him not to get involved. But Renji didn't take it into heart. In fact, his move this time was also related to Lucia. Last night, Rukia tells Renji that Byakuya Kukaki intends to adopt her as her adopted sister. She was confused and wanted to seek Renji's opinion. Of course Renji didn't want her to go. But Renji understands that only by joining the Kukaki family can Lucia have a better life in the future. Therefore, Renji encouraged Rukia to join the Kukaki family. He personally gave away the last softness in his heart. Gave it to the great nobles. It was also from that moment on that Renji decided that he would no longer be cowardly or fearful. He is single and has no worries. He vowed to use the Zanpakuto in his hand to fight for a future for himself. A future worthy of Rukia. Renji held his Zanpakuto tightly and walked to Skyhawk's side. Let's go, I'll go with you. Toshiro didn't say anything, and walked directly to Tianying, making his position clear with actions. Tianying felt a little warm in his heart. Needless to say, Toshiro, he just didn't expect that Abarai Renji would be able to stand firmly with him this time. No need, just watch from the sidelines. Tianying chuckled. What if that guy can't kill me with one knife and you find excuses to kill me with 2 more blows? After saying that, he walked towards the door with a fearless expression. It was just one sword. He didn't believe Byakuya Kukaki could be stronger than Anohanaretsu. Renji wanted to say something, but Toshiro stopped him. Toshiro shook his head at him and said softly, "It's okay, trust him." Toshiro was a little more analytical than Aquila. He knew that Byakuya would definitely not be able to use his full strength against a student. And he knew Tianying's swordsmanship, and it was only stronger than him. Not to mention spiritual pressure. Anohana has said before that Aquila's spiritual pressure is almost the same as that of an ordinary captain, but he doesn't know Shikai and Bankai. 5 minutes later, on the white stone road outside the teaching building, Aquila and Byakuya stood opposite each other. Toshiro and Renji stood not far behind Aquila. The 4 nobles and Rukia were standing behind Byakuya. Compared to the nervousness on the faces of Toshiro and Rukia, the faces of the 4 nobles were full of viciousness. They wished Byakuya Kukaki could kill Skyhawk with one blow. A breeze blew. Byakuya's cold voice drifted around in the wind. Draw your sword, Shiba Skyhawk. When Tianying heard this, he was not polite and directly pulled out the Zanpakuto from the scabbard. Come on, let me see how strong the captain of the 13th Guardian team is. He waved to Byakuya. The moment he finished speaking, Byakuya disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! Tianying's pupils contracted. Fast, so fast. It was so fast that it almost left an afterimage on the spot. Without thinking, Tianying quickly leaned back with his right foot and held the knife in his right hand to block. At the same time, a harsh gust of wind came out from the direction where his Zanpakuto was sweeping. Hearing where the strong wind appeared, a smile gradually appeared on Tianying's face. Really? He was right. Byakuya really used flash flower for this sword. This move was originally the move Byakuya saw used by Ichigo for the first time. Unexpectedly, he used it on his cousin Ichigo decades earlier. Fortunately, I was prepared. Clang! The blade of the Skyhawk Zanpakuto blocked the tip of the Byakuya Zanpakuto, making a harsh sound. There was a flash of surprise in Byakuya's eyes. Ah, blocked! Rukia couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Hearing Rukia's exclamation, Byakuya shook his head slightly. Although this knife was blocked, it was not over yet. Zhi! There was a slight sound where the two Zanpakutos met. Tianying's pupils gradually contracted. Where? Penetrated. Byakuya's sword tip penetrated his own blade and was stabbing him. Skyhawk knows. If this knife is stabbed, his knot and soul sleep will be destroyed. His only choice now was to let go of the Zanpakuto and use Shunpo backwards. But he didn't want to do that. He could accept that he accidentally dropped his Zanpakuto under the bed while sleeping. But he would never accept that he would take the initiative to let go of his Zanpakuto hand during a battle. Toot! Byakuya's knife tip was getting closer and closer to him, but Tianying felt the sound of heartbeats. He was sure it wasn't his own heartbeat. This heartbeat sound seemed to come from the Zanpakuto in his hand. He felt the rhythm of the knife. Chapter 42 Reversal, Time. Toot! Toot! A feeling of blood connection appeared in Tianying's mind. At this moment, he felt that the Zanpakuto was the continuation of his soul. He felt the Zanpakuto's emotions. Its unwillingness. Its shame. Its anger. The tip of the knife that pierced the body seemed to have trampled on its dignity. It roared silently. It, followed by this rapid heartbeat, wanted to express something crazily. Time seemed to be frozen in an instant. The scenery before Tianying's eyes changed in vain. He returned to the previous dream and found himself in a vast starry sky. Stars as small as sand and huge scales shining with golden light appeared in front of him again. Toot! Toot! Skyhawk heard the familiar heartbeat again. The heartbeat was getting faster and faster. The golden light on Libra also flickered faster and faster. After a while, Tianying finally discovered that the frequency of the heartbeat was actually synchronized with the frequency of the golden light of the Libra. That is to say, this heartbeat sound actually comes from the scale in front of me. Aquila seemed to feel Libra's emotions. It seems dissatisfied. Suddenly, the golden light emitted by the scale stopped flashing and gradually disappeared. The scenery around the Skyhawk grew darker and darker. Time passed by minute by minute. The Sky Eagle is still floating alone in the starry sky, waiting quietly. He didn't know why he came here, nor what was waiting for him. He could only wait. Time was still passing slowly, and Tianying felt that his emotions seemed to be changing. Without the golden light emitted by the scales, the starry sky was extremely dark, and he seemed to be in an abyss. Being alone in such an environment, Tianying finally couldn't help but start to grow fear in his heart. Hold head high. He vaguely heard a familiar cry, which was full of chaotic and violent emotions. Hold head high. This voice appeared again, and Tianying felt that he was coming towards him from the direction where Libra disappeared. Hold head high. The sound is getting closer. Skyhawk felt a twinge of pain in his chest. Fear gradually took over his brain. He felt that many pale masks suddenly appeared around him, drooling at him at the moment. Just when he was about to collapse, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in his ears. This voice seemed to have a soothing ability, causing Sky Eagle to gradually calm down. Don't be afraid, Skyhawk. Tianying thought that he had hallucinations in his head and did not dare to speak out. Just then, another cold voice appeared. Do you think he can hear you? He's too weak. That's not certain. After all, he is holding a medium like a zanpakut in his hand. The gentle voice appeared again. What a joke, what is in his hand deserves to be called a zanpakut. The cold voice sneered, and then said, give up, he can't feel us at all. Why? The gentle voice sighed. Just when he was disappointed again, the voice of Sky Eagle finally appeared. Who are you? Toot. Toot. As Tianying finished speaking, Libra, which had been completely silent, once again let out 2 heartbeats. For a moment, the trays on the left and right sides of the scale simultaneously emitted a faint golden light. Although this golden light was not as dazzling as before, it restored the brightness to the dark starry sky. The sudden bright light made Tianying subconsciously cover his eyes with his hands. While squinting his eyes and gradually adapting, he moved his eyes to the trays on both sides of the scale. Immediately afterwards, Tianying's pupils shrank. He saw 2 people standing in the trays on both sides of the scale. This feeling made Skyhawk extremely weird. Based on the distance between him and Libra, you shouldn't be able to see what's in the tray at all. At that moment, he felt as if he had switched perspectives. Just as he thought, he had indeed switched his perspective. In the blink of an eye, he appears at the top of the scale. Opposite him were the 2 people he just saw. One person is wearing black clothes and the other person is wearing white clothes. They all wear a golden mask on their heads. There is a black hole-like pattern on the top of the mask of the man in black. The top of the mask of the man in white is a clock. At this time, the man in white slowly spoke. Aquila, it's nice to finally meet you. His voice was gentle, exactly the same as the one that asked Skyhawk if he was afraid. Tianying nodded subconsciously. He now has a problem but doesn't know where to start. The man in white seemed to see the confusion in Tianying's eyes. Just as he was about to step forward and say something, the surroundings suddenly started to shake. The scale actually started to break. Seeing this, the man in white looked around and quickly appeared beside Tianying. He took Tianying's right hand and looked into Tianying's eyes seriously. Sky Eagle, time is running out. Follow me and shout, reverse time. While he was speaking, the 2 ends of the scale had cracked, and the pallets on both sides were falling. The man in white looked at Tianying with more and more urgency. Tianying seemed to be infected by the emotions of the man in white, and subconsciously murmured, reverse time, time. Hearing Tianying read these words, the man in white breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the man in black inadvertently and nodded slightly. But the man in black seemed not to notice and turned his head in another direction. As Tianying finished reciting reverse time, time, an incredible scene occurred. A rewind-like scene appeared around Libra, and the originally broken parts were gradually recovering. Tianying was about to ask the man in white. As soon as his eyes darkened, he found that he was back far away from the scales. In his sight, the scale regained its previous brightness. At this time, 2 figures, one black and one white, appeared next to him again. Tianying didn't waste any time and asked directly to the man in white, Guanjian, are you my sword spirit? He has realized that the words he just said seemed to be a kind of liberating language. Guanjian nodded, then shook his head. You can think of us as the sword spirits of Zanpakut, but strictly speaking, we are somewhat different from the sword spirits. Tianying heard it in confusion, and it didn't mean it was true. There are never 2 answers to true or false questions, okay? He could only ask the questions he was more concerned about. Can I Shikai Zanpakut now? No bear va. Why? Tianying was a little confused. Here. Guang pointed at the man in black, and then said, I recognize you, so you know my name, but this guy hasn't recognized you yet. Humph. The man in black snorted coldly and then disappeared. Tianying stared blankly at the place where the man in black disappeared. He didn't know where he had offended the man in black. That, ahem. Guangyang gently patted Sky Eagle on the shoulder. He glanced at the direction of the scales, and then whispered in Tianying's ear, "Remember to hold your zanpakut tightly when you sleep at night. Don't drop it on the ground again. That guy's temper is not as good as mine. Cuddle him more at night from now on." Click. As soon as Guanjian finished speaking, his right foot suddenly shattered like glass. Tianying's scalp felt numb when he saw it. Fortunately, in the blink of an eye, time returned to its original state. He helplessly shouted to Libra, okay, I won't say anything anymore. I will go back after giving you the final explanation." Seeing no response from Libra, Guang looked at Tianying again. "Don't worry, you can also restore your body to the state it was in for a certain period of time, right?" Skyhawk nodded. Sure enough, Guanjian represents the power of the bell pattern on his back, which is time. He was about to ask in detail how to use this power, but Guangyang interrupted him. "If you have any questions, ask them later. You are too weak now and cannot bear too much of my power. Now you only need to remember one thing. Immediately after you go out, recite the liberation language I taught you silently. I'll keep you safe. Chapter 43. You cut me with a knife, and I'll give you a knife in return. This is fair." Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Outside the teaching area, there was a sudden fluctuation in the frozen time. For a moment, Tianying's consciousness returned to the scene of the fight with Byakuya. The starry sky, the scales, and the time in white clothes have all disappeared. Everything that just happened seemed so unreal. In front of his eyes, there was only the cold light that penetrated the blade of his zanpakut. The sun shone on the tip of Byakuya's knife, and the refracted light made Sky Eagle feel chilled. Tianying subconsciously wanted to take something from the back of his waist. But after a moment, he seemed to think of something. "After some struggle in my mind." Tianying's eyes gradually became firm and he quickly muttered silently, "Reverse time." Tick-tock. Suddenly, Sky Eagle seemed to hear the ticking of a clock. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable force spread from the zanpakut in his hand like a dark pattern and penetrated towards his body. The next second, pfft! Byakuya's knife tip penetrated straight into Tianying's body, stabbing him to the core. Tianying looked confused. He lowered his head and looked at his chest in disbelief. The blade that had already been halfway into his body seemed to be mocking his ignorance. The knife stabbed in. Careless. Regret. Trusting strangers. No, it doesn't hurt at all. His own spiritual pressure didn't seem to be affected either. Aquila's first reaction was that Byakuya had stuck in the wrong place. But this knife did enter his body. Just when you are busy, Tianying. Byakuya coldly drew his zanpakut. The moment the zanpakuto was pulled out from Akio's chest, a large amount of blood came out. A trace of regret flashed in the corner of Byakuya's eyes. After all, not many people can see through their own flashes in the student stage. He put his zanpakuto senbonzakura back into its scabbard, turned around and walked away from the crowd. Although he felt a little sorry for Tianying, it was just a matter of regret. As the head of the Kukaki family and the captain of the noble squad, it is his unshirkable responsibility to maintain the dignity of the nobles. He admired Tianying's courage and vision, but the difference in spiritual pressure could not be made up by skill alone. But he hasn't taken a few steps yet. He found waves of exclamations suddenly coming from all around. Immediately afterwards, a slightly joking voice appeared behind him again. "Hey, you've finished cutting, is it my turn?" Byakuya Kukaki stopped and turned to look at the boy who had just been hit by his own flash flower. Byakuya's indifferent eyes showed slight fluctuations, but he quickly hid them. The black-haired boy's white clothes were stained with blood, but there was a hint of in his eyes. Joy! Joy! Byakuya wonders why the boy in front of him doesn't pretend to be dead. Is he really not afraid of killing himself? Or maybe he thought he didn't dare. Doesn't he know that with his own status, he doesn't have to bear anything even if he kills him, not to mention that he beats and insults the nobles first. What puzzled Byakuya the most was the joy in the eyes of the young man in front of him. Why joy? It was indeed worthy of joy to survive being stabbed by himself, but why did he still stand up? Byakuya turned his attention to the boy's pierced student uniform, where there was indeed a trace of a knife piercing it. With that stab blow just now, Byakuya was sure that he hit the target. Logically speaking, this young man should have been severely injured. Although he didn't kill him, he was sure that the boy would never stand up again. Immediately, Byakuya looked at the zanpakuto in the boy's hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. The gap in the blade. No more. Self-healing. Byakuya murmured. He thought of a possibility. This young man's zanpakuto's ability was to repair himself. If this is the case, it can also explain why this young man can stand up. It must be that while the zanpakuto was being repaired, the boy's body was also repaired by the power of the sword. That's it for now. Byakuya turned his head indifferently, and then continued, I said that as long as you take one strike from me, I will let you go. There is no need for me to strike a second time. After saying that, he was leaving. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of him. It was Tianying. Byakuya's eyes flashed with displeasure. Do you really think I won't kill you? Shiba Skyhawk. As he spoke, his hand rested on the zanpakuto again. Haha. Tianying laughed, then raised his head and looked at Byakuya seriously. Master Kokaki, I'm so sorry. I can eat anything, but I just don't want to suffer. Generally speaking, I won't mess with others, but I won't tolerate it if others mess with me. You cut me with a knife, and I'll give you a knife in return. Is this fair? After listening to Tianying's words, Tsunayashiro Nagano, Kazumiyoji Kazama, and others looked like they were watching a good show. They thought that Shiba Tianying escaped this time, but they didn't expect that this guy jumped out to seek death again. Byakuya Kokaki stopped and looked at Tianying calmly, not knowing what he was thinking. Just then, the eagle moved. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under several consecutive high-frequency shunpo, the skyhawk kept changing its direction and approached Byakuya. After seeing Tianying use shunpo, the scene was filled with excitement. So fast. Is this an afterimage? Is this shunpo really used by a first-year freshman who has just started school for 2 days? Every time it changes position, the skyhawk leaves an afterimage on the ground, although the afterimage does not last long. But the appearance of afterimages is an effect that can only be achieved after shunpo reaches Xiaocheng. They compared the shunpo they had mastered, and instantly felt that they had learned in vain in the past few years. After Byakuya Kokaki saw Tianying use shunpo, his indifferent eyes finally showed a hint of solemnity. Soul age 27, shunpo is a small success. No, this is a big success. As a shunpo master, Byakuya could tell at a glance that Tianying's shunpo was not a small success, but a great success. Although Xiaocheng's shunpo can also leave afterimages, it cannot change its phase during movement and can only move in one direction. Dachen's shunpo can already leave afterimages when moving in disguise, as is the case with the young shunpo in front of him. Byakuya seemed to have thought of something, and there was a hint of horror in his eyes. He quickly drew his zanpakuto and turned around to block. When the tip and blade of the knife collided together again, making a harsh sound. But this time the positions of the knife holders were swapped. The scene fell into a brief silence, and then quickly boiled over. Many people have noticed it. This sword of Tianying. It was obviously a copy of the move Byakuya had just used on him. He is really one sword for one sword. Chapter 44 Butterfly Effect. Skyhawk was not angry when he saw that his attack was blocked by Byakuya. Just use Shunpo to get away from Byakuya. He walked decisively without any hesitation. A knife is a knife. This sword was blocked and that was the end of it. He is not Byakuya Kokaki, who can take advantage of his Ryutsu and pierce other people's blades with the tip of his sword. Tianying didn't know if anyone could do such a thing to Byakuya, but he couldn't do it anyway. Seeing Akio leave in front of him, Byakuya looked at him calmly and slowly put his Zanpakut back into its sheath. He didn't plan to take action again. He had said before that as long as the young man in front of him could take his sword, that would be it. Although Byakuya doesn't intend to pursue Skyhawk for attacking him with a knife. But Tsunoya Shiro Nagano and Kazumioji Kazama did not intend to stop there, they wanted to make a big fuss out of this matter. After all, it was a big deal for a civilian student to openly attack the head of the noble Kokaki family and the captain of the Godi I-13 with a knife. Kazumioji Kazama suddenly jumped out and shouted, "Shiba Tien Hawk, you actually dare to attack Lord Byakuya. You are dead. I must report this matter to the Academy and the Godi I-13. Tsunoya Shiro Nagano also said, "Mr. Byakuya, please don't worry. I will report this matter to Central 46 when I get back. I believe no one will dare to protect this little BD." Enough! Byakuya suddenly shouted. He glanced at Tsunoya Shiro Nagano and the four others indifferently, and then spoke slowly. "Haven't you four had enough trouble? In your eyes, your status as a noble is a tool for scoundrels to do mischief. I will handle Shiba Skyhawk's matter on my own. As for you, I will ask the 6th Division to investigate your past behavior. If you let me know that you have done anything that violates the laws of Seoul society, I will deal with it impartially." Byakuya's words caused the pupils of Tsunoya Shiro and Nagano to shrink. They were more worried about themselves than what to do with Shiba Skyhawk. Because they knew that once the Godi I-13 team started investigating them, some of the things they had done before would be exposed. Tsunoya Shiro Nagano and others looked at Tianying and others resentfully, and then quickly left in the other direction. Bang 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 bang! Suddenly, a burst of applause sounded from the crowd. Immediately afterwards, another figure wearing Captain Hayori walked out of the crowd. What a wonderful competition! Captain of the Godi I-13th team and a student of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. Such a scene is really rare. The speaker gently pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose with his right hand, with a gentle smile on his face. Tianying turned his head and glanced at the visitor, frowning slightly. The visitor turned out to be Aizen-suk. He didn't leave. Coincidentally, Aizen also looked at Skyhawk at the same time. Looking into each other's eyes, Aizen greeted with concern, "Shiba Skyhawk, are you okay?" Tianying secretly cursed the hypocrisy, but still replied respectfully, "It's okay, thank you Captain Aizen for your concern." "Haha, you kid, didn't you say you would call me teacher in the academy?" Aizen smiled softly, walked between Byakuya Kokaki and Skyhawk, separated them, as if to protect Skyhawk behind him. "Captain Kokaki, as a Shinigami of the Godi I-13th Division, it's not easy for you to do anything in the academy. If there is anything Shiba Skyhawk does that offends you, why don't you just ignore it for my sake?" Aizen's words were like a breath of spring breeze, and he instantly won the favor of almost everyone present. He himself is also very satisfied with this timing. Kira Izuru, Abarai Renji, Hinamori Momo, almost all the chess pieces he liked are already there. Of course, the biggest gains are Shiba Tianying and Hitsugaya Toshiro. Aizen plans to use the two as a breakthrough point to win Anohanaretsu's trust. Although he just said those words to Byakuya Kokaki, Aizen's eyes were always on Aquila and Toshiro. However, he was disappointed. Neither Sky Eagle nor Toshiro seemed to express their gratitude. Aizen could understand Toshiro's reaction, after all, Byakuya was not targeting him. But Shiba Tianying, why should he? Why wasn't he even remotely grateful for his help in times of need? Of course Aizen didn't know, Tianying had long understood who he was. No matter how good his acting skills are, how perfect his entry point is, or how moving his words are. In Tianying's eyes, he is just an actor. As expressionless as Aquila and Toshiro, there was Byakuya Kukaki standing on the other side of them. Byakuya didn't care about Aizen's appearance. If he wanted to take action, he would do it whether Aizen was there or not. But he has decided to leave now. From the time Aizen appeared until now, Byakuya has not even looked at Aizen. "Rukia, let's go, I'll take you to meet someone," he said to Lucia coldly, and then walked out first. Byakuya's aura was so strong that the crowd of onlookers inadvertently gave way to a path. Seeing that Byakuya ignored him, Aizen's eyes narrowed slightly under his glasses, but they soon became gentle again. To be honest, among the other 12 captains of the Godai 13, the one Aizen dislikes the most is Byakuya Kukaki. It's not because they have any grudges. Purely because of Byakuya's character and identity. A cold nobleman. Hehe. As Tianying said, in Aizen's eyes, the so-called nobles are just maggots in the Soul Society. After slightly controlling his facial expression, Aizen turned around and waved to the 3 Skyhawks with a smile and said, "Amaji-san, Toshiro, and Renji-san, if there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Please take care of yourselves." After saying that, he and Byakuya walked away together, without any sloppiness in their movements. He had done everything he had to do, so he didn't plan to say anything more. There is still a long time to come. The crowd gradually dispersed. Only 5 people were left at the scene. Kira Yahi and Hinamori Momo walked towards the 3 Aquila. After some concern, he and Abarai left together. But what Abarai said before leaving made Tianying feel a little panicked. The world turned out exactly as he expected. His appearance is like a butterfly effect, quietly changing the course of history. Rukia was indeed taken away by Byakuya, but Byakuya's wife Hyjin did not die. In other words, the trajectory of both Rukia and Byakuya's lives has changed. Tianying once thought that he could only change the people around him. For example, Toshiro, or people from the Shiba family. Because of his appearance, the Shiba family has an additional legitimate son, and Kayan and others have an additional younger brother. As for Toshiro's fate, Tianying intervened in his life and asked him to become a disciple of Anohanaretsu and enter the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy in advance. Toshiro's life trajectory is being accelerated by Sky Eagle. But after learning that Hyjin was still alive, Byakuya found Rukia. Skyhawk finally realized. Those affected by him are not only the people around him, but also the entire world. His appearance. It's like a bug has been stuck in the Shinigami world. This bug is gradually leading some originally designed programs into unknown directions. What the future holds, he has no way of knowing. Chapter 45 Shiba is injured. Time flies, and 2 months have passed. After learning about the changes in Lucia, Tianying's sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. The change in the plot process means that his control over the future trend is getting weaker and weaker. Everything is heading towards unpredictable discovery. In the following classes for Kid, Shunpo, and White Hits, Tianying only made an appearance, and after a small show of strength, he got the right to be exempted from classes. Although Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy has its own training system, the system can be adjusted for students with strong talents like Tianying. Otherwise, students like Ichimaru-jin and Kayan would not have graduated early. For this type of talented students, it is impossible for schools to limit their growth step by step. As long as their abilities are recognized by their teachers, it doesn't really matter whether they attend class or not. But, although there is no need to attend technical classes, Tianying still has to attend some theoretical classes. After all, as a Shinigami, he must at least understand what the Shinigami's responsibilities are. Besides, as a Shinigami, he has to learn to use things like world gates and hell butterflies. Otherwise, how would you leave Soul Society to perform missions in this world, and how would you get in touch with Soul Society in this world? During these 2 months, Tianying slept with his Zanpakuta in his arms every day. With the adjustment of time, the man in black in Libra's dream finally appeared in front of Tianying again. Although Tianying still doesn't know his name, he finally has a breakthrough. At least now the man in black still taunts him occasionally. Sarcasm is better than silence. Early in the morning, Tianying reluctantly changed his clothes. There was another theory class this morning, and both he and Toshiro had to go. At the gate of opening, Hinamori, Renji, and Kira were already waiting outside. They were now students in the same class. That's right, the two Skyhawks skipped a grade. Jumped directly from 1st grade to 3rd grade. Through the introduction of Love and Hinamori, Tianying also met Kira, a big enemy, and became friends. Talking and laughing all the way, the 5 of them headed to the teaching area together. As soon as they entered the building, they met Aizen. Hinamori and others happily greeted Aizen, and Tianying was no exception. He can't act too deliberately, it's just normal communication anyway. Aizen still had that warm smile, and he came to the academy significantly more often during this period. Tianying knew that he was observing the students in the academy, and the purpose was of course to find chess pieces that could be used. There were 3 of them standing next to him. Looking at the expressions of Hinamori, Kira, and Renji, Tianying knew that they had basically fallen. Once they graduated and participated in the soul burial trial, they would probably be captured by Aizen. While Amaji was thinking, Aizen suddenly stopped him. Amaji-san, I heard that you and Toshiro no longer participate in the training of Zanken Kaizei, right? Yes, Aizen-sensei. At Aizen's repeated requests, Aquila and Toshiro both changed their names for him. Hearing this, Aizen nodded slightly. Your talents are truly rare to see in 100 years. It seems that you will be able to participate in the soul burial trial in the near future. Upon hearing the soul burial trial, the alertness in Tianying's eyes flashed away. Aizen had sent several invitations to him and Toshiro in different ways in the past 2 months, but Aquila had always made excuses to pass them by. But Aizen still seemed a little unwilling to give up. Amaji laughed and laughed. There's nothing we can do, Mr. Aizen. Anohana is keeping a close eye on us. If we don't graduate quickly, she's afraid she'll say Toshiro and I are lazy. After all, she has taught us everything we need to teach before. Haha. Aizen smiled slightly. He didn't know whether the kid in front of him was intentional or not. Every time he wanted to poach this kid, he would either move out of Shiba or move out of Anohana-retsu. Even Kyan, who was the vice captain, was one of his excuses. But there's nothing we can do about it, because there are indeed people in the Godai 13th team. By the way, do you know one thing? Aizen's eyes flashed. Tianying was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. He has been in the academy during this period and has not heard of anything special. I heard that your sister-in-law, Shiba, was injured by Su during a mission, and she is still being treated by the 4th Division. Aizen's words shocked Skyhawk. Even Toshiro beside him couldn't help but frown. Tianying hurriedly walked to Aizen. When did it happen? How is my sister-in-law injured? Looking at the anxious look on Tianying's face, a trace of imperceptible satisfaction flashed in Aizen's eyes. He glanced at Tianying calmly. Didn't Captain Anohana and the others tell you such an important thing? As he spoke, he showed an annoyed expression. Did I say too much? Maybe they don't want to delay your studies. Aquila's eyes were almost on fire, and he knew that 90% of the phantom was made by Aizen. He took a deep breath and forced himself to control his emotions. He knew he couldn't show hostility to Aizen now. Tianying lowered his head and bowed to Aizen, hiding the anger in his eyes. Thank you, Mr. Aizen, for telling me this. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he ran out of the teaching building without looking back. He is going to ask for leave. Seeing this, Toshiro glanced at Aizen with a frown, and then left after Tianying. Over the past 2 years, Shiba's meticulous greetings have made Toshiro recognize this gentle elder sister from the bottom of his heart. He was also very anxious when he heard that Shiba was injured. Watching the two leave, Aizen showed a satisfied look. Since you can't persuade these two brats, then get rid of them and don't let them affect the other 3 seeds you like. Let's go, Hinamari-san, Kira-san, and Abarai-san, aren't you going to class? Aizen turned back to Hinamori and smiled. Although Hinamori and others are also very concerned about the situation of Tianying's family, they are not familiar with Shiba after all, so they can only follow Aizen into the classroom. Faculty building. In an office, 2 teachers dressed in death-defying uniforms were sitting leisurely drinking tea. It was Kukaki Kurikawa and Miyamoto Daizo. None of them had classes today, so they gathered together to chat, and naturally the people they chatted with were Tianying and Toshiro. The 2 Amagi have jumped from Miyamoto's class to Kurikawa's class, and now Kurikawa is their teacher. In addition to teaching Zanpakuto training, he is also responsible for the daily life of the 2. I have to say that the Kukaki family still has the demeanor of a great noble. Although Skyhawk and Byakuya had a brief unpleasantness before. But the Kukaki family did not deliberately make a big fuss about this matter, and acted as if nothing had happened. The same goes for Kurikawa. His character is not as unreasonable as that of ordinary nobles. After knowing the cause of what happened that day, he went to Byakuya to express his opinion. While the 2 were chatting and joking, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. The sound was urgent. Kukaki Kurikawa and Miyamoto Daizu glanced at the door suspiciously. They didn't know who would come to them at this point. Teacher Kurikawa, are you there? Skyhawk's familiar voice sounded from outside the door. Really talking about the Sky Eagle, the Sky Eagle has arrived. Miyamoto Ozo made a joke. Kukaki Kurikawa also showed a smile. Come in, the door is unlocked. Squeak. The door was pushed open. Tianying and Toshiro ran in anxiously. Miyamoto looked at the 2 reckless Aquila with confusion on his face. It's no wonder he has this expression. 2 months after entering school, he had never seen these 2 students in a hurry. Even though they had beaten up the nobles of the Tsuneyashiro and Kazumioji families before, the 2 of them still looked calm and calm. What's wrong with you 2? Kurikawa said gently. I want to ask for leave. Tianying quickly cried. Ask for leave. Kurikawa put down the teacup in his hand. Did something happen? They are school teachers and do not know what is happening outside. Moreover, Shiba was injured last night, and Kurikawa did not receive the news. My sister-in-law is injured and is currently being treated in the 4th division. I want to see her. I hope Teacher Kurikawa will approve it. Your sister-in-law? Shivadu. Kurikawa frowned. Right. Okay, I'll write you a note. With that said, Kurikawa walked to the table aside and picked up paper and pen and started writing. Do you want Toshiro to go too? While writing, Kurikawa suddenly raised his head and looked at Toshiro. After seeing Toshiro nodding, he added Toshiro's name. Here, take it. Go early and come back early. Tianying took the certificate from Kurikawa and bowed gratefully. The same goes for Toshiro. Go quickly and be back before dark. Kurikawa waved his hand, signaling the 2 of them to leave. Students of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy are not allowed to move around in the Jingriadii outside the academy at night, otherwise they will be taken away for investigation if discovered by the patrolling Shinigami. Clear. After saying goodbye, the 2 Tianyings quickly left the teaching building and ran towards the door. Chapter 46, Within the 4th Division. After leaving the college gate, Tianying and Toshiro glanced at the Palace of Confession, the tallest building in the Serenity Court, and then hurried towards the Palace of Confession. They didn't know where the 4th Division was, but they knew that the buildings of the Godii 13th Division were located deep in the Siridii, so they could just go inside. On the way, the two met Shinigami who were patrolling several times. These Shinigami were quite enthusiastic. After hearing what Tianying said, they patiently showed him the way. Half an hour later, Aquila and Toshiro finally appeared at the door of Division 4. At this time, the door to the 4th Division team building was open, and Shinigami were coming in and out one after another. Most Shinigami carry a white luggage on their backs, with a 4-letter word written on it, so that people can tell at a glance which division they belong to. As the only rescue team among the Godii 13th team, the members of the 4th team are actually equivalent to field doctors. This white luggage is the symbol of the 4th Division, and it contains medical supplies. These Shinigami who were coming in and out looked at the two Aquila at the door with curious eyes from time to time, as if they were a little curious as to why there were students from the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy here. Tianying was about to go up to say hello and ask, when suddenly a weak voice came from behind. "Hello, what do you want to do when you come to the 4th Division?" The two Sky Eagles turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. A short black-haired Shinigami was seen standing behind them, looking at them with concern. Tianying saw the medical bag slung on the Shinigami's shoulder, and a smile appeared on his face. "Hello, my name is Shiba Skyhawk, and I'm looking for Captain Anohana." "Looking for Captain Anohana?" The black-haired Shinigami heard Amaji say that he wanted to find Captain Anohana, and there was a hint of confusion on his face. "What do you want to do with Captain Anohana?" "Captain Uajawa is busy inside right now. I'm afraid I don't have time to see you." "Okay, let me go in first and ask." "You guys wait a moment." After saying that, he ran in enthusiastically. Tianying frowned and looked at the gate of Division 4, where the black-haired Shinigami entered, with a slight worry on his face. Toshiro came over and patted his shoulder gently with his hand, comforting him. "Don't worry Tianying, sister-in-law will be fine." "Yeah." Skyhawk whispered Kide. He guessed that Shiba was fine, otherwise Kayan and Anohana would have no reason to hide such a big thing from him. He just heard Uzawa being busy and subconsciously thought more about it. After all, a busy doctor is only busy saving people. After a while, the black-haired Shinigami from before came out. "I'm sorry, Amaji-san and Toshiro-san, for keeping you waiting for so long. Come in with me and I will take you to Captain Anohana." It seems that when entering, Anohana specifically asked who was coming outside, otherwise this black-haired Shinigami would not know Toshiro's name. Seeing the two Sky Eagles walking towards him, the black-haired Shinigami showed a kind smile. "By the way, my name is Yamada Hanadaru. You can call me Hanadaru. Nice to meet you. Please come with me." He turned around and walked towards the 4th Squadron. "Yamada Hanadaru?" Aquila muttered. He always felt like he had heard this name somewhere, but he just couldn't remember it. Aquila shook his head, gave up the idea of reminiscing, and followed Hanadaru in with Toshiro. As soon as he entered the 4th Division, Tianying smelled a pungent smell of herbs. He looked around and found that the yard was full of busy people. Some were reciting prescriptions, some were boiling medicine in the yard, and others were running into the house with the boiled medicine. The scene in front of him caused Skyhawk's imagination of the Godii 13 team building to deviate. He always thought the Godii 13 team building should be a lively training scene. The Shinigami are either lining up to practice kendo or competing together. But that's not the case here. It looks more like a medical clinic. Hanadaru seemed to notice Tianying's confusion and explained in a low voice. Recently, the frequency of hollows appearing in Soul Society and the real world has been much higher than before. The Shinigami of each division are actively fighting on the front lines, and many personnel have been injured. The 4th Division is also relatively busy during this period. It was not the case before. Like this. Tianying nodded silently and did not speak. He naturally knows why the world has become like this, but he can't do anything at the moment, Expose Aizen? It's useless. As a trainee Shinigami from a lonely noble family, to sue the captain of the Godi I-13 without any basis or evidence, that is not bravery, it is seeking death. Toshiro suddenly spoke at this moment. Sir Hanadaru, has the 13th Division performed any missions recently? Hanadaru sighed after hearing this. It is said that a very powerful hollow appeared in a city under the jurisdiction of the 13th Division last night. That hollow not only seriously injured the resident Shinigami, but also Shiba, who led the team to support him. The three seats are fighting. In order to protect other team members, Shiba Duzungzi unfortunately had his arm bitten off by Su. What did you say? Tianying shouted, and he quickly stepped forward and stretched out his hands to grab Hanatero's death armor, with blood almost pouring from his face. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and he gritted his teeth and asked, Shiba's arm was bitten off. Hanadaru was frightened by Tianying's reckless behavior and was too timid to speak, but he still nodded. Buzz! A terrifying spiritual pressure burst out from Tianying's body. This spiritual pressure was full of violent aura and instantly enveloped the fourth team. The Shinigami who were busy all around were startled by this spiritual pressure, and looked at the three Aquila in the middle of the yard in shock. For a time, the entire courtyard of the 4th Division team building fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, Anohanaretsu walked out of the largest room directly opposite the courtyard. Shiba Tianying. Put away your Ryatsu, what do you want to do? Majualao. Don't call me teacher. Before Tianying could finish speaking, Yuajiwa frowned and interrupted him from calling her. Who allowed you to leave Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy without permission? Who allowed you to release spiritual pressure in Division 4? You have learned this after studying in the academy for 2 months. Anohana's rebuke shocked all the members of the 4th team. And they didn't dare to speak out. This was the first time they saw the usually gentle Uzawa angry. Teacher, Tianying is also worried about his sister-in-law. Dong Shilang spoke at the right time and defended Tianying. After hearing Toshiro's words, Anohana looked a little better, but the anger between her brows had not completely dissipated. She flicked her sleeves, turned around and walked towards the house behind her. Come here, I'll take you to see Shivadu. Chapter 47 Conditions for Approval by the Man in Black. Let's go. Toshiro walked up to Sky Eagle, stretched out his right hand and patted his shoulder. Tianying glanced at him and nodded silently. The two followed Anohana into the largest house in the 4th Division. This house has 2 floors. After entering the door, you can see the stairs to the 2nd floor. When Tianying came in, Anohana was already on the stairs. Toshiro pulled him and quickly followed. There were several rooms on both sides of the stairs on the 2nd floor, and Yuajiwa led the 2 of them to the innermost one. As soon as he reached the door, Tianying heard a voice that was familiar to both Kyan and Shiba. Kyan seemed to blame himself, and Shiba was comforting him. Uzawa knocked on the door lightly, and the voices inside suddenly stopped. It seemed that they had just felt something abnormal below and knew that the Sky Eagle was coming. Tianying slowly walked to the door and looked into the room. For a moment, his eyes were wet with tears. Tianying bit her lip, trying not to shed tears. I saw Shiba sitting on the snow-white hospital bed with a pale face, a bandage on his head, and no blood at all on his lips. Sister-in-law! The Sky Eagle screamed softly, its pupils trembling. Toshiro also shouted, clenching his fists a little tight. Seeing Tianying and Toshiro come in, Shiba cheered up and sat up a little with Kyan's help. She showed the same gentle smile as before. Sky Eagle, Toshiro, you are here. Seeing the weak Shiba still forcing a smile on his face, Aquila and Toshiro's noses felt sore, and they walked to the bedside one after another. You are here, please sit down first. Kyan stood up and gave up his seat next to the hospital bed, patted the 2 Sky Eagles lightly on their shoulders and walked out the door. Kyan didn't ask why the 2 Sky Eagles knew what happened last night, but sighed. When Mao's Hiwa saw this, she felt a little unbearable. Thinking that she had lost her temper in the yard just now, she also walked out. Only Shivazu and Amaji were left in the ward. Shiba smiled and asked the two sky eagles to sit next to her, looking at them tenderly. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Tianying saw Shiba's empty sleeve on his right hand at a glance. He didn't dare to look directly, so he could only glance at it with the corner of his eye. But after these few glances, his tears could no longer be controlled. The crystal tears fell down the cheeks drop by drop, staining the white sheets. This is his sister-in-law. That gentle, mother-like sister-in-law. The sister-in-law who tolerated me no matter what she did since she was a child. At this moment, he was lying weakly on the bed, without even an arm. Sensing Tianying's sadness at this moment, Shiba stretched out his remaining right hand and gently wiped Tianying's tears. "What's wrong, Tianying? Isn't my sister-in-law fine?" She smiled, trying to smile away Aquila's sadness. But at this moment, Tianying's tears seemed to burst. "The more it flows, the more it flows. The more you rub, the more you rub." As he wiped it, the corners of Shiba's eyes became moist. After a while, Tianying's eyes were red, and he walked to the side where Shiba had lost his arm. His hand glowed with green light, and he touched the empty sleeve. He wanted to see if he could help Shiba recover his injured arm. "No need to bother anymore, Aquila. Captain Anohana has already been treated with kite," Shiba said softly. Amaji didn't seem to hear, and was still using kite on Shivadu's right hand. At this time, his eyes had slowly closed, and the bell pattern on his back was slowly completed. He thought about the ability to go back in time, hoping to restore Shivadu's arm through time backtracking. As he mobilized the power of the bell pattern, a trace of silver light appeared faintly in the green light, covering his hand. Tianying wanted to transfer this power to Shivadu, but he was helpless to find that this silver power did not obey his orders at all. Just when Tianying was about to despair, a gentle voice sounded in Tianying's mind. It was the man in white, Guangyang, in the dream. "Stop it, Skyhawk. In order to heal your sister-in-law's arm, you must gain more power, you must master Shikai. Only after you free the Zanpakut and use the Zanpakut as a carrier to carry our power, can you use time backwards to treat your sister-in-law's injuries." The words just fell. The scene in Tianying's consciousness suddenly changed, and he appeared in the dream universe. Not far from the starry sky, two figures, one black and one white, stood with their hands behind their hands, looking at him. Tianying remembered what he had just said. Shikai. He had to learn Shikai as quickly as possible. As long as you can Shikai, you can heal Shivadu's broken arm. Tianying couldn't wait to float towards the two of them, and asked eagerly, "How can I master Shikai?" Guang said nothing and pointed at the man in black next to him. Immediately, Tianying thought of what Guangjian had said to him before. If he wants to master Shikai, he must gain the approval of two people at the same time. One is time, the other is the man in black. Tianying must make the man in black willingly say his name, thereby giving himself the power of speech. 2 months down. Although the relationship between Sky Eagle and the man in black is no longer as cold as before, the man in black has never told him his name, and Sky Eagle has always called him Hey. In the past at school, Tianying was not in a hurry to ask, but now he can't wait. Tianying turned to look at the man in black and looked into his eyes seriously. "Hey, can you tell me how I can get your approval?" Tianying's words made the pupils under the black mask flash with a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Tianying to be so straightforward, and thought this guy would still be coy about it for a while. It seems that Shivadu's injury has completely stimulated this boy's desire for power. Although he hoped that Tianying was also practicing, in Kuro's opinion it was not hard enough, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen asleep holding his Zanpakut and his first sword Zen. Moreover, Black and Time are different. Time had recognized him from the very beginning when Tianying regained his memory, but Black had not. What He hopes to see is a host who has a strong heart, not a host who always thinks that he is not capable enough. He took a step forward, looked down at Tianying with a pair of deep eyes, and slowly said, "It is difficult to gain my approval, and it may even cost you your life. Are you ready?" Tianying felt the momentum of He release for the first time, and this momentum was different from that of time. The momentum of Guanjian is very soft, while the momentum of He is very cold. Tianying took a deep breath. He thought of Shiba's injuries and the scene of Kaian's death in the future, and his eyes gradually became firmer. He nodded slightly. He and Guanjian looked at each other, their faces slightly raised under their masks. They are very satisfied with the Skyhawk at this moment. Immediately, the two of them suddenly disappeared, and the dream universe began to dissipate, leaving only one sentence lingering in Sky Eagle's ears. "I'll take you to a place in 2 days. As long as you can kill a big void there. I'll tell you my name." Chapter 48, The Place of Trial. Hue Circle, the Great Sioux Forest. This is a deserted land. Desolation and deathly silence are the only tones here. On the rugged land, except for giant white trees that tower into the sky, no other plants survive. The sky was dim and dull, as if a giant curtain covering the sky covered the land. The smell of dampness, decay, and snow stars can be smelled everywhere. The one after another strange roars and the whistling of strong wind through the gaps between the trees are the main theme of this strange space. Suddenly, a black ripple appeared next to a giant white tree. As the ripples rippled, a black-haired boy walked out of it. He looked around, seeming a little confused, and then his pupils trembled. "Here it is. The forest of the Great Void." The young man murmured in disbelief, showing a ghostly expression. He was clearly at Shiba's house just now, but he didn't expect him to appear here with a wave of his hand from the man in black. The young man is Sky Eagle. In order to complete Shikai, he agreed to the request of the man in black and went to an unknown area alone to kill a big void. Before leaving, he asked Anohana to take a week's leave for him on the grounds of taking care of Shiba. After sending Shiba home, Tianying directly left a letter returning to the academy, and then asked the man in black to send him for a trial in advance. He had guessed many places for the trials, and even thought that the man in black would create a void for him to fight in a certain space. But he didn't expect that the man in black would send him to the Great Sioux Forest in Hueco Mundo. Fortunately, there was no Daegzu where he came out, otherwise he might have been on the way to escape by now. "Hey, is this the place where you want me to complete my mission? Kill Daegzu here, one person or a group?" "This is the forest of Daegzu," Tianying asked with gritted teeth in his heart. The Great Void Forest is located at the bottom of Hueco Mundo. It is a space under the desert on the surface of Hueco Mundo. It contains more than 80% of the Great Void Jillian in Hueco Mundo. It can be said to be the most dangerous place besides the Sui Palace on the yellow sand. No. Even in some aspects, the level of danger here is higher than that of Sui Palace. Because there are much more Su than Suya Palace here. If you want to kill a Daegzu here, you probably have to be prepared to face the siege of a group of Daegzu. The cold voice of the man in black spoke in his mind. "Kide, I gave you a choice before you came here. You chose the path yourself, I didn't force you to choose it. By the way, I forgot to tell you, if you don't kill a big void, I don't have enough spiritual power to send you back to Soul Society." After saying that, the man in black fell silent. Tianying's heart sank. He understood what the man in black meant. If he doesn't kill a big Sioux, he can't even think about going back. Not to mention that his vacation is only 1 week, it would be better if he could go back within a week. If he cannot complete the trial, he will have no choice but to stay here, just like the legendary Asido. Just when Tianying was distressed, Guanjian's gentle voice sounded in Tianying's mind. "Sky Eagle, don't be depressed. If you want to gain great power, you must pay the same price. I believe you have guessed that Guy's ability. The harder this trial is, doesn't it mean the guy's ability is stronger? Believe in yourself, you can do it. Whether it is your future or the future of your family, it is all in your own hands. Guanjian's words once again soothed Tianying's restless heart. My family and my future are all waiting for me to fight hard. He only saw the difficult side, but not the rewarding side. Crisis must bring opportunities. Guanjian's words reminded Tianying that he had a vague guess about the ability of the man in black. His ability must be related to space. Tianying remembered that the man in black just waved his hand and teleported from Seoul Society to the Great Void Forest. This spans 2 worlds. No matter what, I have to complete Shikai myself. After coming back to his senses, Tianying finally recognized the reality. He looked around, then took his Zanpakut and carved a mark on a giant white tree. He planned to use this place as a temporary place to stay, and then conduct a survey of the surrounding area. After finishing the carving, Tianying walked cautiously in the direction he was facing. There was no reference here, so he couldn't tell the north, south, east, or west at all. He could only leave marks every few trees to prevent him from getting lost. There were constant roars coming from all around, making Sky Eagle look a little nervous and move more cautiously. After a while, Sky Eagle stopped under a white tree to rest. He was a little tired from sensing his surroundings with spiritual pressure for a long time. He walked very slowly along the way. He knew that in such a strange and dangerous environment, it was very dangerous to rush hastily, so he could only explore patiently. He did not rashly search for spiritual pressure and go to fight with Su. That was not completing the trial, that was seeking death. It has to be said that the Great Void Forest is indeed a forbidden place in Hueco Mundo. In this period of time, he has sensed powerful spiritual pressure in several places. The strength of those spiritual pressures is almost the same as his, and according to his analysis, it may be the location of the subordinate Daegzujilian. Skyhawk did not rush to check. Although Anohanaretsu said that he already has the spiritual pressure of an ordinary captain, it does not mean that he can have the combat power of an ordinary captain. There are too many comprehensive factors to consider in combat power, and spiritual pressure is only one aspect. For example, most of the captains of the Godi I-13 have mastered Bankai. Not to mention that Bankai can directly increase their spiritual pressure several times. The ability brought by the liberation of the Zanpakut cannot be underestimated. Skyhawk looked around boredly, picked up his Zanpakut and prepared to carve a mark on the tree behind him. Before he could take action, he stopped. Less than 40 meters to the left of the Sky Eagle, there are 2 strange trees. After walking for so long, Tianying saw 2 trees so close for the first time, less than 10 meters apart. He didn't move and looked at the place first. The light was relatively dim and he couldn't see very clearly. Although these 2 trees are also all white, they are not as strong as other trees, and the texture on their surfaces is relatively delicate. The Skyhawk looked up along the bottom of the tree. The light above seemed a bit dim. It was so dark that nothing could be seen, and the tree trunk was also covered. This is... Tianying was shocked. About 60 or 70 meters above the ground, Sky Eagle saw several white spikes. Where the spikes were parallel, the darkness seemed to have broken through a hole, revealing the dark scenery behind the hole. The hollow of void. Just when he was shocked, the 2 white trees in front of him seemed to move. Then, a huge white mask appeared in front of him. It has red eyes, a ferocious mouth, and black stripes on its face. Skyhawk's heart sank. The subordinate Daegzujilian. And, judging by the mask, this is not an ordinary Jillian, but a Jillian with the potential to evolve into an intermediate Great Kaikas. He found himself. Chapter 49 The Consequences of Fiery Lightning Howl. Skyhawk looked at Jillian blankly. He didn't expect that he would be so lucky, dodging an ordinary Jillian all the way, only to be bumped into by a special Jillian. This kind of Jillian is different from other Jillians because he has the possibility of evolution, so his intelligence has not dissipated. Hold head high. Alien Jillian turned around and let out a strange roar. A hint of excitement miraculously appeared in its eyes. Yes, the Skyhawk saw the excitement in its eyes. Is it excited about its own appearance? Thinking of itself as food? Tianying tightened the Zanpakut in his hand, feeling a very absurd feeling. He clearly came to hunt Jillian, but he was actually treated as prey. Beast bones, spears, red crystals scattered all over the place, the sound of spears hitting each other filled the virtual city, had no 63 fiery lightning howl. Tianying didn't get used to it, he opened his mouth and started chanting the spirit. Now that I have encountered it, I have to give it a try. Just in time to try out the power of fiery lightning howl and see if it can hurt this alien Jillian. As the spirit of words ended, golden thunder quickly gathered in front of Tianying. Boom! The lightning made a piercing sound and shot out towards the mask of the alien Jillian at lightning speed. There was a hint of mockery in Jillian's eyes, and she just moved her head slightly to the left to avoid fiery lightning howl. Tianying couldn't help but cursed inwardly. What the hell is this? Do you want to be so good at playing? Isn't it true that Jillian is a fool? Avoid your sister. If my roles were reversed, I would definitely let you know why the Zanpakut is so sharp. But that's if. Without thinking, Tianying spread his legs and ran back. He really wanted to go up and teach this shameless Jillian a lesson, but reality did not allow him to do so. Judging from the spiritual pressure of this alien Jillian, it has already surpassed the ordinary Jillian by a lot. I am afraid that it is about to evolve into Achiuka's, otherwise I would not be able to sense it. Moreover, this guy has intelligence. Once he fights hard, it will probably be difficult to resolve the battle in a short time. Of course, the most likely possibility is that he is facing the same situation as Ujigu and has to think about how to go up and chop off this guy's head. And the most crucial point is that this alien Jillian can even bark at people. After it roared, at least 5 Jillians were already rushing over. Moreover, he also sent a marker round to guide its reinforcements. Not running? Are you surrounded and waiting to die? Seeing the prey start to run away, the alien Jillian roared again and followed the sky eagle with huge strides. A pair of white boots stepped on the ground, making a rumble, and Tianying felt that the ground was shaking. I have to say that Tianying is still too young and was tricked by this strange Jillian. His fiery lightning howl not only pointed the direction for the 5 supporting Jillians, but also attracted the attention of all virtual beings within a radius of nearly 10 kilometers. At this moment, this piece of the Great Void Forest seemed to come alive, and the void roar shook the sky. As Tianying ran, he quickly thought about how to get out of this predicament. Although the alien Jillian is still chasing after him, he is getting further and further away at the speed of his full burst, so don't worry about it for the time being. Now there was another very difficult problem before him. In his spiritual pressure perception, there were dozens of hollows coming towards him from all directions. Moreover, there are still virtual objects entering his range of perception. Now the Skyhawk has 2 options. The first option is to quickly find an ordinary Jillian in the encirclement and suppression, kill it, and then ask the man in black to send him back to Soul Society. This choice is a bit risky. If he fails to kill Jillian quickly and is delayed instead, he will have a narrow escape. The second option is to find a breakthrough from the encirclement. His advantage lies in his spiritual pressure perception, so he can completely avoid places where Jillian is. This choice is safer and can temporarily prevent him from being surrounded. But there is also a drawback. This is the forest of the Great Void. He doesn't know how many voids are coming outside, and he doesn't know how many voids are coming to support him. Even if he runs out of here, where should he hide? Skyhawk looked back at the alien Jillian and made a decision after a moment. First get away from the pursuit of this alien Jillian, and then find an opportunity to fight a big void. After making the decision, Tianying quickly adjusted his escape route, avoiding the place where Jillian was, and hurried in the direction of the subordinate Su. Less than 10 kilometers away from where Sky Eagle escaped. A strange man pulled out the Zanpakutt from the body of a hollow, and in an instant, the hollow turned into a series of spiritual beings and dissipated. This weirdo is dressed a little strangely. He wears a virtual mask with an antelope skull on his head, a black death suit, a cloak with 5 skulls hanging on it, brown fur on his shoulders, and a piece of leather hanging on his back. Huge shield. He had just killed a hollow when he heard roars one after another around him. Kid. The weirdo stared blankly in one direction and murmured. After a moment, he held the Zanpakutt in his hand and quickly rushed towards the direction he was just looking at. An hour later, the Skyhawk was still running away, followed by 3 Jillians still chasing him. His student uniform was torn in many places, and there were wounds all over his body. In this hour, he couldn't remember how many subordinates he had killed. Fortunately, he has been practicing kendo, fighting, and shunpo very hard in the past 2 years, so that he can fight his way out of the constant siege. He didn't dare to let go of Kid, who was attacking in a large area. He had vaguely realized that these voids were attracted by the fiery lightning howl, so he could only use some small power Kid to assist in close attacks. Although he was able to crush these lower-level voids, he could not withstand the large number of these lower-level voids, not to mention there were 3 Jillians following him. After several waves, he was still hurt. Fortunately, he continued to use Kide to recover from his injuries, and the wounds did not continue to worsen. Seeing 5 more low-level hollows and a Jillian coming out in front of him, Sky Eagle felt a flash of irritation in his heart. After a long period of killing, his spirit has been in a highly tense state, and his emotions have become somewhat uncontrollable. Especially when he saw Sue wearing a mask, he wished he could just chop off that disgusting mask. Ignoring the 3 Jillians following behind, Sky Eagle rushed directly towards the 5 hollows who came to intercept them. Shunpo, pick and chop, Shunpo, sweep. In the blink of an eye, 5 lower-level virtual beings were killed by him again. Tianying raised his head and glanced at the Jillian above. He sensed that the 3 Jillians behind him were still 200 meters away, and he could no longer control his thoughts. Kill it. Chapter 50 False Flash. False Flash. Kill. The Sky Eagle roared loudly and shot out from the ground like an arrow from a string. A circular airwave spread out around him with him as the center. The ground beneath his feet exploded instantly under this powerful explosive force, leaving 2 deep footprints. Sand and stones splashed, constantly hitting the surroundings and making dense sounds. Jillian, who was blocking the road in front of her, was not affected by the overwhelming momentum. Judging from its mask, this is obviously a Jillian without the ability to evolve and without intelligence. It was like a puppet, calmly staring at its feet with its red eyes. The next moment, it raised its huge left foot and stepped down towards the sky-blocking eagle that had just jumped up. The moment his left foot leaves the ground, there seemed to be a strong hurricane all around, and even the air pressure was stirred up. Its size is simply too large. Just a slight movement is enough to affect the surroundings. The left foot raised high, like a mountain, blocked the boy's direction. At this moment, Tianying's face was cold. After truly entering the state of fighting, his brain was like a high-speed machine, analyzing possible situations all the time. He looked at the giant white foot above him, his expression not changing at all. It was as if it had been expected. Bakud no 9 bang gluon. The words fell. A yellow rope-like spirit shot out from the fingertips of Sky Eagle's left hand and wrapped directly around Jillian's left foot. The rope wrapped around Jillian's left foot and then stopped stretching. This is already the maximum effect that Kid can exert, and it is unable to bind Jillian's body at all. Bakud no 9 bang luon. Its original function is to release the spirit rope to bind the subject's body. But Jillian's body was too big. With such a huge body, Bang Luon cannot function at all. He couldn't even delay the landing of Jillian's left foot for a moment. But what Skyhawk wanted was not to restrain Jillian in the first place, but approach him. One end of the rope was put around Jillian's feet, and the other end was firmly held in his hand. Mid-air. Tianying held the rope tightly with his right hand and used the power of the rope to climb onto Jillian's left foot. Bang! Jillian's left foot stepped on the ground, making a huge roar. But the sky eagle standing on his instep remained motionless, looking coldly at the huge mask on his head. He has succeeded in the first step. Next comes the second step, getting closer to Jillian's head. Skyhawk turned his head slightly and glanced behind him from the corner of his eye. Alien Jillian is coming with 2 other Jillians, and they seem to have no intention of letting go of the intruder. Especially that alien Jillian. Skyhawk even saw the cunning in its eyes. Perhaps, after cleaning itself up, it planned to take the opportunity to devour the Jillians next to it. Haha, I'm thinking too much. Tianying cursed inwardly. Immediately, he moved again. With the high-speed movement and shunpo, the Skyhawk left a series of afterimages on Jillian's instep. In an instant, he appeared under Jillian's black cloak. This Jillian seemed to have noticed the small bug on her foot, and raised her foot again, stepping on the ground at a faster speed, trying to knock the Sky Eagle down. Boom! The moment its feet were about to hit the ground, Skyhawk inserted the Zanpakutt directly into its white boots. A cloud of dust kicked up from the ground, covering the lower half of Jillian's body. In the dust, Tianying half-crouched on Jillian's feet, holding the Zanpakutt tightly with both hands. Using the cover of dust, he quickly ran towards Jillian. Jillian's head looks far away. In fact, it was only a few dozen meters away from him. If this was on flat ground, it would only take a second or two for Tianying. In an instant, the Sky Eagle rushed out of the dust on the ground. When he appeared again, he was already at Jillian's waist. He forcibly used shunpo to step on Jillian's black cloak, and swam upstream in an incredible way. But before he could run a few more steps, a bad premonition came to mind. Immediately afterwards, he felt the black cloak under his feet shaking violently. Whoosh! The strong early warning made Tianying subconsciously use shunpo to move a few meters to the right. Immediately afterwards, his pupils shrank. Under the black cloak, 2 giant pale hands stretched out and slapped them together heavily. If he hadn't been able to dodge quickly, he would have been patted into pieces with that blow just now. I have to say, Jillian's look is indeed very deceiving. The black windbreaker wrapped the body so tightly that the movement of the hands could not be seen at all. No. Strictly speaking, Tianying simply forgot that this big guy had hands. Fortunately, there was no danger. Even after escaping the attack just now, Tianying was a little happy. When Jillian's 2 hands came out, nothing could hinder him. While paying attention to Jillian's 2 palms clasped together, Skyhawk continued to sprint upward. 50 meters. 40 meters. 20 meters. He could already feel the disgusting taste of the drink in Jillian's mouth. At this moment, Jillian's right hand struck him again. This time, Sky Eagle did not dodge. He stepped on Jillian's black spirit cloak with his feet, jumped hard, and jumped directly on the back of Jillian's hand. Immediately, he jumped again. It landed firmly on Jillian's right shoulder. Eye to eye, Skyhawk stood in front of Jillian's huge mask. Jillian opened her mouth subconsciously. Buzz. Red light flashed, and the violent spirits around him were forcibly gathered in front of Jillian's mouth. Virtual flash. Tianying showed a sneer. Although a big void like Jillian can already use virtual flash, it takes too long to condense the virtual flash. With his current position, he can kill it the moment the virtual flash is released. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Skyhawk used shunpo to appear above Jillian. He raised his Zanpakutt with both hands. He slashed hard at the mask of Jillian in front of him. Kill it and you can get out of your current predicament. But right now, Tianying suddenly trembled in his heart, and an unprecedented sense of crisis appeared in his mind. He felt like he had been locked tightly by something, and there was a chill in his back. Is this virtual flash? A ray of red light gradually illuminated the pale mask of Jillian in front of him, turning its mask red. No need to think. From this angle, it must be the false flash of the 3 Jillians behind him. They are preparing to destroy themselves and this Jillian together. Skyhawk's eyes flashed with a trace of madness. The Zanpakutt had already struck, and he had no time to dodge. In this case, let's see who moves faster.